Chapter 1, Hyuga Abandoned Son. Konoha Village, the mansion of the Hyuga family. The teenagers and girls of the Hyuga family are cultivating in full swing. As members of the Hyuga family, even children have a strong sense of mission, so they train very seriously. The children's childish faces are covered with sweat, and the shouts of gestures make people feel that the Hyuga clan is full of hope. It's really the flower of the family's future. I am totally out of place as an abandoned son. A lazy voice rang down the corridor, and saw a young man wearing a coarse cloth sweater lying lazily in the shade. Although the boy's appearance is delicate and beautiful, his eyes are like an uncle. If anyone who is familiar with Kakashi sees him, they will think that these two dead eyes are related by blood. Moreover, if you look closely, you will find that there is a slender scar on each corner of the boy's eyes. Speaking of others as flowers, but I only see pity in your eyes. Are you pitying everyone who will become caged bird slaves, brother? Hyuga Niji walked to the boy and said in a complex tone. The boy's name is Hyuga Ningren, the eldest son of Hyuga Hisashi, the owner of the Hyuga branch house, and the eldest brother of Hyuga Niji. Ningren is not only Hokage's top family son, but also a genius with the same fame as Uchiha Shisui. Both of them are extremely talented, and they are both children from the meritorious family. They are called Konoha's double-edged swords, and they are in the limelight for a while. However, 2 years ago, everything changed. The eldest daughter of the clan family, Hinata, was born. According to the rules, the branch house must use the caged bird secret technique to seal his Byakugan when the clan's newborn is 3 years old, and become a tool for the clan family. On the day Hinata was born, Ningren abolished his eyes and said that he would never use caged bird to restrain him. Hyuga's family was shocked. Under the anger of Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi, Ningren lost his identity as the heir to the branch house, and his meridians were interrupted by Hyuga Hayashi. If it weren't for Hisashi to treat him with his father-son friendship, I'm afraid his grave is taller than Hinata now. Niji looked at his mortal brother in front of him, with a mixed feeling. Brother, do you regret it? Although I don't know where Ningren finds someone to transplant his new eyes, he will not become blind. However, losing Byakugan and Chakra, and refusing to put on curse mark, caged bird's rebellious move, Ningren at Hyuga's house has become a disgusting person. Hyuga Hayashi can't wait to kill Ningren himself, because he abolished Byakugan's actions, which is simply inciting branch house rebellion. If you don't regret anything later, you have your own way, Niji, don't learn from me. The birthday present for you is left in the house. I will go back first. Ningren waved his hand, turned and left the mansion. He has his own house, which is an earthen house. The Hyuga family no longer provides him with any living funds. This earth-breaking house was bought by his savings before he dispossessed Byakugan. If it weren't for Niji's birthday, he would not come back here. Back home, looking at the narrow and empty room, Ningren sighed. From the genius young master to the impoverished cannon fodder ninja, this gap is the result of the 2 generations of Ningren, and it took a lot of time to get used to it. That's right, Ningren is a traversing party, but he didn't expect that his traversing journey would be so boring. If you don't become a slave to the clan, you will become a waste person. God, did you arrange me to come into this world just to see my jokes? Ningren became more and more angry, roaring and smashing his only cup. The martial arts system is being bound. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang in Ningren's mind. Young boy, are you resenting the unfair destiny? Do you want to be the top powerhouse who does whatever you want? Then, this system will help you realize it. Ningren stood up abruptly from his chair. He felt that he, a waste person who was so cold-eyed, might have a chance to see the sun again. No one knows how Ningren came over this year. He was abandoned by the clansmen and turned from a genius to a useless person who can't even participate in sea-level missions. The bitterness of this is enough to drive a normal person crazy. In view of the poor strength and talent of the host, the system will start the Devil Week training mode. Ningren silently put on the forehead protector and walked towards the training ground. He is not afraid of the devil's training, he is only afraid of being an abandoned man forever. Boom! The sound of hitting the wood reverberated in the training ground. I saw Ningren kicked on the giant wooden stake, flew back and flicked, 5 shurikens shot out, and after colliding with each other, they were nailed to the irregularly placed 5. Target center. Hey! Ningren let out a long sigh. My current shuriken skills, even if compared to Jainin from the Uchiha clan, shouldn't be much worse, right? Half a year has passed since the day he got the system. Ningren sweats in the devil training arranged by the system every day. In just half a year, after completing the training task, the system rewards the marrow medicine. Ningren's talent is enough to be a genius. The strength has reached the realm of ordinary Jainin. But, it's still not enough. Ningren's palm was squeezed tightly, looking at the Hokage rock at a high place, an anxiety loomed in his heart. In this era of genius, even Jainin is just a cannon fodder who pays better. When Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang graduates in the future, who is not Genin, but can punch a Jainin? Moreover, the most important thing about a ninja is not martial arts, but chakra. Whether it is the shadows of the villages or those jinkraki, the fundamental reason why they can become strong is the huge and tyrannical chakra. But Ningren is now an empty shell with only martial arts. In battle, the combat power that can be truly displayed may not be as good as that of ordinary Jainin. Host does not have to worry too much. With this system, Host will not be worse than any genius and strong. Ningren smiled when he looked at the system interface, but my time is running out. Soon the people from Yunren village will come to negotiate. By then, my cheap dad will be taken by the Zong family. When the scapegoat is killed, the 3 wars are coming to an end. Ningren has read comics in his previous life, so he knows more deeply that the real cloud of war will cover the entire ninja world, and Konoha will fall into various chaos. And his current strength, I am afraid that even since it can't be done. Forget it, it's useless to say that, let's continue doing what I can do. Ningren took out the shuriken again. Host, please come on. The completion of the novice training mission has reached 99%, and the mission package is ready, so stay tuned. Both body and mind were devoted to selfless training. Ningren had forgotten the passage of time, and I don't know how long it had passed before a clear voice finally sounded in Ningren's mind. Congratulations to Host for completing the novice training task, the reward package has been released, please check it in time. Chapter 2, Surprise Harvest. A system panel appeared in front of Ningren's eyes. On the novice training task column, the progress bar showed that it had reached 100%, and a gift bag icon was flashing beside it. Ningren sank, and clicked directly. Congratulations to Host for getting the novice task reward talent modification, random template. Along with the system prompt, a light invisible to outsiders penetrated into Ningren's body out of thin air. Ningren felt violent pain all over his body, and then he noticed that all his bones and internal organs were being trained by a kind of tyrannical energy. Ningren leaned down, his palm firmly grasped the nearby wooden pole, and the blue veins of his arm appeared, but he did not say a word, just gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. After more than 10 minutes, the pain disappeared, and Ningren lay on the ground, his clothes pierced by sweat, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Because, he clearly felt that the energy named chakra was constantly pouring out of his body, and the new prompt popped up in the system was reminding him that he had a great deal. Host talent update successfully, template Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame is called the tailless beast, a huge chakra, even the Uzumaki clan might not be able to compare. Although Ningren found that the talent update did not bring Kisame's water style to him, with the current amount of chakra alone, Ningren could make a name in the ninja world. Destroying Byakugan, he was interrupted again, and chakra was lost. Ningren couldn't even compare to a normal genin. Now he has a talent that is better than before. Ningren is content. However, although Ningren was satisfied, the system was still not satisfied, and gave Ningren a gift. Congratulations to host for winning a free lucky draw. May I ask whether to start the lucky draw? Raffle. Ningren whispered. Congratulations to host for gaining kendo experience. A piece of data passed into Ningren's mind, making him startled for a moment. Because the kendo experience given to him by the system was not the ordinary Eastern genre he had heard of in his previous life, but the swordsmanship used by Zoro. Ningren calmed down, felt carefully, and thoroughly absorbed the kendo experience, and found that it was equivalent to the level when Zoro reached the Nice lobby plot. Although it is not a great swordsman, it is enough. After harvesting, Ningren's anxiety has finally settled down. He hums a small tune and walks home, ready to take a shower and eat ramen at Uncle Yul's house. However, when he walked home, just about to open the door, Ningren's hand suddenly stopped, and he flew back, and immediately, the wooden door of his house burst open, and several shurikens were nailed to the place where he was standing. Good risk. If he hadn't trained hard and regained chakra, I'm afraid he would have been pierced into a hedgehog. Who? Ningren asked in a deep voice. I saw 2 Hyuga people walking out of the house. Unexpectedly, Master Ningren, you would have escaped our ambush. You are worthy of being one of Konoha's double-edged blades. The tall Hyuga tribe was a little surprised, sighed, and said, Unfortunately, Miss Hinata will be 3 years old, you traitor who took the lead against Caged Bird, you must not stay. Get on the road, Master Ningren. The short tribe also followed. And then moved his feet and slammed into Ningren, the kunao in his hand pierced Ningren's neck. According to the 2 people's expectations, Ningren, who was already a useless person, could not escape this blow only with physical skills. However, in the horrified eyes of the 2 of them, a large amount of chakra appeared on Ningren's arm in an instant, and he crossed forward and threw it out, no knife flow tornado. Before the short tribe could react, he was blown away by a strong chakra storm, hitting the wall hard, and then, a kunao shot into his throat. Blue veins bulged around the tall people's eyes and opened Byakugan. They were shocked to find that Ningren, who was supposed to be a useless person, was filled with a huge amount of chakra. Impossible, didn't you have been abolished by the patriarch? How come there are so many chakras? And what kind of forbearance is that? I have never seen it in Konoha. Ningren sneered, I didn't open my eyes when I knew I was going to fight? I have been in the route for a long time. Have you forgotten even the fighting methods of the Hyuga clan? How did you know the existence of root? How did you guess that I was sent by root? The cold sweat of the tall clansman came out, and he suddenly discovered that Ningren was really a terrible enemy. Ningren was too lazy to tell him that even if Hyuga Hayashi wanted to kill himself, he had to go through his cheap daddy Hyuga Hisashi. But Hisashi is a very emotional person. Although he has severed his father-son relationship with him on the face, his eyes were transplanted by Orochimaru secretly by Hisashi, and he still has the right to return to Hyuga's house at any time, but he doesn't want to be casual. Going back, how could Hisashi send someone to kill him? Come to think of it, most of the old thief Danzo wanted to kill himself, provoke the internal chaos in Hyuga's house, and reached into the Hyuga clan by this. Ningren is not an unreasonable guess. You should know that in the original work, Hyuga Hisashi would die as a scapegoat. Danzo probably made a lot of effort overtly and secretly. It's just that the Hyuga family managed to survive, and didn't fall apart and gave Danzo a chance to intervene. The tall clansman took a deep look at Ningren, threw out a few shurikens as a cover, and then fled out quickly. Gen's ninja has no emotions and is not afraid of death, but he has to flee and inform Lord Danzo of Ningren's information. However, Ningren was faster, without even looking at those shurikens, his figure disappeared instantly, and he was stuck in front of the opponent in the next second, relying on the huge chakra. The upper limit of Ningren's body flicker technique is better than Uchiha Shisui. Higher. Gentle fist. The opponent instinctively used Gentle Fist to counterattack, but as soon as his posture was released, Ning Ren had already pierced Kyo into his throat. The first time I murdered, I was psychologically uncomfortable. Fortunately, the experience of the past 2 years made Ning Ren's mood far beyond that of ordinary people. After a while, he calmed down and quickly cleaned up the 2 corpses. It is a pity that the wooden door does not have a spare. Tonight he can only sleep in the wind. Fortunately, Ning Ren lived far away, otherwise it would be troublesome to be seen no matter the battle scene or the corpse. Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission beheading an enemy. Congratulations to host for getting the task reward the famous sword Kyushui. Do you want to receive it now? Take it out. Ning Ren said. Immediately, he felt his belt sink slightly, but Chu Shui was already hanging around his waist. Since Danzo has already taken action, I am afraid that the messenger of Cloud Shinobi is already on the way. I have to quickly improve my strength, or even if I know more, I can't save the cheap old man. What's more, Danzo, an old thing, has already been eyeing me. Ning Ren stroked Kyushui's dark blade, muttering to himself. Chapter 3, Swordsmanship and Chakra. In the root command room, Shimura Dan's old face looked very gloomy under the light, listening to the report of the orange-haired ninja kneeling in front of him. Did those 2 members lose contact? It seems that the guy Hyuga Hisashi did it. Shimura Dan's has a trace of disdain in his eyes. They are still bound by the so-called family relationship. It's worthy of being a chess piece. Lord Danzo, please decide. The orange-haired ninja said respectfully. After lowering his head and pondering for a while, Danzo said, send the information of Hyuga Hinata to the messenger from Cloud Shinobi, and just wait and see what happens. Based on his knowledge of the people of Cloud Shinobi village, he concluded that Hinata's news was like fresh fish, and the cat of Cloud Shinobi village would definitely be tempted to attack Hinata like stealing Uzumaki Kushina. After all, they have been coveting Konoha's special ninja. Back then, Kushina was almost stolen by Cloud Shinobi because of the Uzumaki's tyrannical chakra. Now, they will definitely do the same. When the water is muddy, he can take advantage of the fisherman's profit, take advantage of the Hyuga clan's turmoil, intervene in the affairs of the Hyuga clan, and take over the power of the Hyuga clan. If the heat isn't enough, kill Ning Ren and add fuel and vinegar. Ning Ren was sleeping sweetly at the moment. He had already guessed that he was being targeted, but if he was not strong enough, no matter how much he knew, it would be futile. Early the next morning, Ning Ren got up full of energy, packed up and went out with a knife. He is going to train swordsmanship today. But what is a bit of a headache is that if you continue to be on the training ground, you will definitely be monitored by people sent by the roots. Based on his knowledge of the old thief Danzo, if he hadn't sent someone to monitor him, he would twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot. Sure enough, as soon as Ning Ren left the house, he noticed that he had his sight on him, so he had to go to the street first, trying to get rid of the investigation by the crowd. However, after all, he underestimated the opponent's abilities. After swaying for half an hour, Ning Ren sighed, looking at the counter-reconnaissance point. He really couldn't do it. Ning Ren touched the handle of Kyushui's knife, and an urge to look back and chop the opponent surged in his heart. Master Ning Ren, it seems that you are in trouble. A male mic sounded. Ning Ren turned his head and saw a tall man in the familiar Byakugan. Senior Dijian? Are you back from the front line? Ning Ren was a little surprised. Hyuga Takuma is Jainin from the Hyuga family, who is good at investigating, and Ning Ren has a very good relationship with him since he was a child. Don't worry, follow your tail to me. Patriarch Hisashi is waiting for you at the yakiniku restaurant you like. Although Patriarch Hayashi can't disobey the order of Patriarch Hayashi, we are still your partners. After speaking, Hyuga patted Ning Ren on the shoulder, and the figure disappeared. Ning Ren sighed. It turned out that the Hyuga family didn't always treat him with cold eyebrows. Walking into the familiar barbecue restaurant, Ning Ren's gluttons were hooked up directly, because he was shy in his pocket, he hadn't been here for a long time. The boss took him into the box. Hyuga Hisashi was already sitting inside. Still unsmiling. Ning Ren's eyes were a bit complicated. My father. Sit down, it's been hard these days. Hyuga Hisashi nodded. Ning Ren sat down on his knees and did not speak, but started to eat. The familiar taste reminded him of his days at Hyuga's house. In fact, Hisashi and Hayashi are serious images, but in front of the children, they are just like ordinary elders. They will laugh, be excited because the child is the first step out of the stumble, and drink and celebrate because the child will call people. The Hyuga family was infiltrated by an unknown force. 2 members of the clan were missing yesterday. My investigation found that it is related to you. Hisashi said suddenly. Ning Ren knew what he meant, and said without looking up, I killed it. Rao guessed something. Hisashi still couldn't bear the excitement in his heart. Your strength is restored. You can open Byakugan if you can't watch it yourself. Ning Ren was a little speechless. Yesterday, which to ordinary Jainin was nothing, why did the patron forget the tradition of opening Byakugan to observe if something is all right? Hisashi didn't actually forget to open Byakugan, but was afraid to open Byakugan but saw that Ning Ren was still a cripple with broken chakras. However, as soon as Byakugan opened, Hisashi smashed the table excitedly. The 2 clansmen joined Gen and came to kill me. Someone looked at Hinata and beware of Cloud Shinobi's messenger. After all, they had also stolen Aunt Xi and Yanai back then. Ning Ren knew what Hisashi would ask about himself, so he blocked his mouth with a heavy news. After all, he hasn't compiled a reason for Chakra's recovery. Sure enough, Hisashi looked shocked, and there were too many things to ask, and for a while his brain was in chaos. After Ning Ren had eaten the last 2 plates of meat, he got up and wanted to leave. Turning around, he wanted to say something, but then went out silently. He remembered the plot of the original book again in his mind. Cloud Shinobi stole Hinata, Hayashi killed the opponent with 1 blow. Facing the angry Cloud Shinobi, Hyuga Hisashi chose to commit suicide and used his own life to protect Hayashi and Konoha. He wanted to persuade his father, if things really happen, don't do Hayashi's death. But he knew very well that the idea of the branch house for the clan has been carved into the bones of the Hyuga tribe, and his father could not change it. What's more, Hisashi died not for the so-called clan family, but for his beloved brother and village. Therefore, Ning Ren can only rely on strength to prevent the original tragedy from happening again. Ning Ren got into the mountain and practiced swordsmanship. The training ground must be full of eyeliner. Fortunately, sword training does not require any equipment. However, Ning Ren soon discovered that he had encountered problems with his swordsmanship. 1 sword Flohar harbor bird. Along with Ning Ren's clear drink, a stream of air slashed towards the big tree in front, leaving a deep trace on it. However, Ning Ren frowned tightly. No, the power is too small. The world rules of the pirate and Hokage are not the same. The airflow driven by swordsmanship alone has the limit of such power, and the world of Hokage does not have armament haki, and cannot be strengthened by casting a black knife. Power. In this world, chakra is the mainstream. However, Ning Ren can use chakra in his arms without sword flow. But he will not cover chakra on the sword, which causes his swordsmanship to be tasteless. No, there must be a way. Ning Ren's far beyond ordinary mood made him calm down quickly, sitting cross-legged, silently observing Kyushui. The kendo experience given by the system is not only the moves, but also Zoro's understanding of the sword. Ning Ren silently observed the lines on the knife that were hard to see with the naked eye, just like looking at the meridians on his arm. Half an hour later, Ning Ren suddenly moved. He held the handle of the knife, and a huge chakra spouted out, covering the entire blade. But at this moment, it can only be said that there is a layer of chakra film on the blade. The blade and chakra are still the same. exist independently, there will be no bonus to the move. But soon, chakra actually blended in through the lines of the blade, and the autumn water was shining with blue light. The sun sets and rises again. Ningren is still sitting with his eyes closed, his body is already wet with dew. Suddenly, Ningren opened his eyes and looked at the no longer glowing Chu Shui in front of him, with a little smile on his mouth. Successful. Chapter 4, The Arrogant Messenger. Although Qia Shui still looks the same as before, it is a new knife forged by chakra. Ningren can feel a sense of blood connection from the knife. Who are you? What are you doing sneakily near our Uchiha station? Several Uchiha people suddenly appeared, and the Tail Beast's team leader questioned Ningren. Ningren was stunned, just thinking about going to the mountain to practice, but he didn't expect to go to the Uchiha clan. Sorry, I don't know the road very much, I will leave now. Although the opponent's attitude was not good, Ningren didn't care. After all, the Uchiha clan's above the top virtuous people knew all about it, and Ningren didn't bother to conflict with them. Hey? Are you not Hyuga Ningren? The team leader suddenly recognized Ningren. Hyuga Ningren? Is that the abandoned son of the Hyuga family? Because the violating family was abandoned, it's really rubbish. No matter how good Ningren is, I feel a little angry when I hear it. Lao Zi's disobedience to the family is only to abolish Byakugan, better than your Uchiha, who later killed his family, right? People who have heard of Uchiha are arrogant, but they didn't expect it to be full of rubbish like middle-aged women who like to chew the roots of their tongues. Ningren pinned Qia Shui back to his waist and sneered. You wanna die? Beat him. Uchiha's people were angry, how could they allow a dead man to insult the family? The squad leader came to Ningren's eyes and slapped it. Uchiha's pride prevents him from hitting a dead man, but he must be punished. Snapped. However, what no one expected was that Ningren turned his head and avoided the opponent's hand, then slapped the team leader with a backhand slap in the face. Go to die. Uchiha's people didn't have time to think about how Ningren had such a good skill, they all rushed up to kill people with staring eyes. The team leader even opened the eyes of the blood wheel and initiated ninjutsu, fire-style great fireball technique. The team members cooperated with the captain and instantly shot more than a dozen shurikens to block Ningren's dodge route. Just an ordinary team can play such tactical coordination, and the Uchiha clan's excellence is self-evident. However, Ningren didn't mean to evade, his eyes flashed with cold, and he held the handle of the knife, one sword flow a big shock. As soon as he spoke, Ningren disappeared instantly and appeared behind the Uchiha team. The leader's great fireball split into two halves and slowly dissipated. After all the team members froze for a while, they fell to the ground. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The team leader's chest was scarred, but he didn't care about the pain, and was still lost in the flash of the sword. Although Ningren's sword is fast, he can't see clearly under the blessing of Sharingan, but the moment Ningren's sword is released, he finds himself being stared at by the giant beast composed of chakra, and he can't even use a finger. Activity. Don't worry, I use the back of a sword. After all, for Shisui's face, I won't kill you for a little offense. Say hello to Shisui for me. Shisui is considered to be an alien among the Uchiha clan, with a gentle and upright personality, so he fits well with Ningren. When he was evicted from the house, Shisui also wanted to take Ningren to the Uchiha station. If Uchiha's people were killed because of a little conflict, Shisui would be somewhat sorry. Hyuga's house, Hisashi is waiting anxiously in Hyashi's room. Hyashi, I heard you have something to do with me. Hyuga Hyashi had just had a one-night meeting in Hokage's office to discuss the ending of the three wars. When he came back, he heard that his brother had been waiting in the room for a day and a night. Brother, something may be going on. Hyashi's face was serious, and he told him all he knew and what Ningren had told him. Hyashi looked anxious. Did Ningren recover his chakras? Did Orochimaru infuse him with Hashirama cells? Don't worry, I've observed it. It's not Hashirama cells. Orochimaru should have not breached the contract. He only transplanted ordinary eyes. It shouldn't be dangerous. Hisashi said. If Ningren heard the conversation between the two, he would find that Orochimaru had transplanted his eyes, which was arranged by Hyuga Hayashi. As long as it's not something like a Hashirama cell that kills you. Hayashi sighed a little. I will send more people to Hinata. It is good for Ningren to restore the chakras. Inform the back chef to set up the bar Hisashi, in the name of celebration. Victory in 3 wars. Hisashi was a little speechless. Obviously he came with important news, but Hayashi cared more about Ningren's affairs and wanted to drink to celebrate. My elder brother is black-faced and soft-hearted. Ningren is also preparing to use his only remaining money to have a good ramen meal to celebrate the success of the transformation of Kyushui and the improvement of his strength. Uchiha's team can mediate 1 or 2 even against the elite Jonin, but he can do it in a single second. This makes Ningren's anxious heart finally calm down, and he can treat himself well. As soon as I came out of the mountain, I found that there were a lot of people on the street. Many people were frequently looking at the entrance of the village, and there were people hiding Anbu in a few secret places. Want to come? It should be the messenger of Cloud Shinobi coming today. Sure enough, when Ningren was approaching Yulramen, he met a group of ninjas with Cloud Shinobi Forward Protector and Narashika Issa, who was in charge of diplomacy. However, Nara Lu, who is always gentle, has a gloomy face at this moment. If he is not for the overall situation and the duties of a diplomat, he now wants to kill these Cloud Shinobi with shadows. Hey, are you Konoha people so lazy? No wonder they are like soft eggs on the battlefield. That's right, Konoha's people have always been famous and weak. Like that Konoha Sunin, it's just 3 hits and 1 draw, and they even proudly promote their name on the battlefield. The messengers of Cloud Shinobi kept making noises, their voices spread from far away, and the people around were glaring at them, but no one dared to take action. Look, there is a little ghost with a sword over there. Is Konoha's person also equipped with a sword? Isn't it because I adore us too much, Cloud Shinobi, so I brought an ornament? A messenger saw Ningren Chu Shui sneered directly. As a village famous for swordsmanship and physical skills, Cloud Shinobi has always been proud of swordsmanship, not to mention that they quarreled all the way, and Konoha's people listened silently, which made them even more unscrupulous. An envoy even came up to grab the sword. Little devil! Show me your sword! Chapter 5, Kill. If you die in such a hurry, I'll give you a ride. Ningren glanced at the man coldly, and the severe chill made him take a step back. Soon, the other party realized that he had been insulted, and came up in anger to catch Ningren. Ahole, you are looking for death. Naralu was about to step forward to stop it, but Ningren moved faster than him. Seeing a flash of black sword light, Ningren's Chu Shui was already on the opponent's neck. His strong sword intent locked him firmly, making him completely afraid to move, and his head was covered with cold sweat. Seeing that he suffered a loss, the other 2 envoys directly drew their swords to help each other, and 2 swords slashed at Ningren. One sword flow the lion's elegy. With a soft shout, Ningren cut off the 2 swords in an instant, and Chu Shui had already received the scabbard. Go back. The defeated must look like a defeated. Throwing a faint sentence, Ningren didn't look at the trembling messenger again, and turned to leave. The people of Cloud Shinobi village cannot be fools who have no brains to cause trouble, not to mention Cloud Shinobi is the one who actively seeks peace. He guessed that the reason these messengers were arrogant and domineering was to give people the illusion of negotiation and difficulty, to allow people to focus on the negotiation, and to reduce obstacles to their stealing Hinata. After a long while, the envoy team set off again. This time, no one shouted and was educated by a teenager. Even if they deliberately caused trouble with ulterior motives, they did not have the intention to continue doing the task at this moment. Naralyu's heart is even more shocked. He knows Ning Ren, so when he knows that Ning Ren's strength has recovered and he has become a master of swordsmanship, he can imagine how shocked he is. The hidden Anbu people immediately reported what had happened. Ning Ren, you're here, the free coupon you saved last time is still useless. As soon as Ning Ren entered the store, Uncle Yul greeted him enthusiastically. Uncle, save the free coupon first. Recently I saved some money. The saved money should be used to buy something else. The free coupon is not a collectible, why not use it? Uncle Yul quickly brought a large bowl of noodles covered in meat. Smelling the familiar scent, Ning Ren's heart felt warm. He is not a child like Naruto, so he naturally knows that the free coupons he often get from flyers or lottery boxes are specially given by Uncle Yul to himself, a poor boy who has been expelled from the house. No longer being polite with the uncle, Ning Ren ate wolfishly. Suddenly, he noticed someone sitting next to him and turned his head to look, but it was a character he hadn't expected. Master Third Generation. Ning Ren greeted politely. Yes, it was Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ning Ren, I have heard about you. Third Generation started straight to the point, although you don't know what your strength and swordsmanship are, you shouldn't attack the messenger of Cloud Shinobi Village. Ning Ren bored his head and ate the rest of the noodles before looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes filled with doubts. Master Third Generation, are you kidding me anymore? The messenger of Cloud Shinobi came to Konoha proudly. Am I going to let them bully? Sarutobi Hiruzen was choked, he can't admit that he meant it, otherwise he, the third Hokage, is afraid that he will be infamy for a lifetime. I mean, during the peace talks, we have to take into account the overall situation and don't make any extravagances. There are too many Konoha people who sacrificed on the front line, and finally there is hope for peace. We can't let everyone continue to face the war just because of the momentary spirit. Now that the messenger of Cloud Shinobi is attacked by you, he will definitely cause trouble in the peace talks. If the reconciliation fails, then you Ning Ren made a big mistake. Ning Ren shook his head. Master Third Generation, I am disappointed to hear this from your mouth. After speaking, Ning Ren stood up. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Everyone on the front line paid the price of blood for the will of fire, for their beloved village. People who sacrificed would be willing to see their enemies, laugh at their villages in Konoha, and bully their relatives? You are not afraid of them. Scold you in your dreams. Master Third Generation, I hope you don't let down the will of those who sacrificed. After that, Ning Ren left the ramen shop, leaving only the stunned Third Generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been good at speaking. This is the first time someone can shake his mind with his mouth. Ning Ren's words are the same as a knife to him who is already aging. Am I really doing something wrong? If Minato is not dead, what will he do? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. After a while, he suddenly raised his head. No, I'm going to bring him to Anbu. How can I discuss the will to fire? This boy. Ning Ren didn't take the Third Generation thing in his mind at all. He just wanted to take a good rest and deal with what's going to happen in the evening. At night, Ning Ren opened his eyes, looked at the sky, picked up Kyushui, and walked towards the Hyuga clan. He didn't come sooner or later, just in time to see Janin from the envoy group carrying Hinata out of the coma. Good guy, I have already given the information in advance, or let him do it. What does Hyuga Byakugan do? Ning Ren murmured and walked towards Cloud Shinobi. Is it you, kid? Cloud Shinobi stole Hinata, and was trembling about lurking back, when he saw Ning Ren standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Put down Hinata and go back, otherwise you can't get out of Konoha. Ning Ren held the handle of the knife. Cloud Shinobi frowned. He knew that Ning Ren's swordsmanship was extraordinary, but his own Janin was also judged by his strength and was not afraid. Cloud Shinobi put down Hinata and directly transported Chakra to Ningren. Ningren sighed and took the knife down. Cloud Shinobi's arm fell to the ground. Ningren picked up Hinata and used Chakra to relieve the illusion that Cloud Shinobi had imposed on her. The little girl opened her eyes in a daze, and was shocked. "Brother Ningren? What happened?" Ningren was about to speak. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he turned to look, and saw that Cloud Shinobi slapped his forehead with a successful smile on his face, and then lost his breath of life. Ningren's face was sinking. He knew that he was still hit. He finally understood Cloud Shinobi's intentions. It would be great if the stealing of Hinata succeeded, but if the mission failed, he would commit suicide. In this way, the Hyuga clan has changed from a victim to a murderer. As long as they pressure Konoha's senior management to let the Hyuga family hand over what Cloud Shinobi wants, they can achieve their goal. Ningren. A voice with mixed emotions sounded, and Hyuga Hayashi finally arrived. "Mr. Hyuga, things seem to be in trouble." Ningren looked at Hyuga Hayashi, his expression a little stiff. Hyuga Hayashi took Hinata away, and only said something to Ningren and let him take care of the next thing. But how could Ningren leave it alone? If Hayashi really did it, his father would be gone. "Hey, I've got to this point anyway, it's really impossible. After finishing this ticket, just draw a knife on the forehead protector and go to the country of rain." Standing in front of the hotel where the messenger Cloud Shinobi was staying, Ningren sighed. Said, and then slowly walked in. Chapter 6, Tail Beast System. As soon as he entered, Ningren saw Danzo and Third Hokage with gloomy faces. It turned out that something was wrong with the ninja in Cloud Shinobi village. The two big men have been waiting here for a long time, and they just happened to see the scene of the suicide of the ninja in Cloud Shinobi village. However, this matter can no longer be done by knowing the truth, because Cloud Shinobi village has long coveted Byakugan of the Hyuga family. This time the plan can be regarded as a shameful plot. Even if Konoha village disagrees with him, he will try his best to steal Byakugan from Hyuga's house in the future. Ningren, you killed the ninjas in Uniing village. Now even we can't protect you. Knowing that Ningren was wronged, Danzo still speaks like this. I don't understand, why should Konoha village beg for mercy from a mere Cloud Shinobi village? Ningren raised his head at this time and said righteously. Does the inheritor of our dignified will of fire have to surrender their compatriots if they fear that a croaking Cloud Shinobi village will fail? As soon as he said this, whether it was Danzo or third generation, Hokage's face felt a little uncomfortable. However, they still waved the two ninjas for their own benefit to hold down Ningren. Seeing this, Ningren directly drew out Chu Shui, poured his chakra into it, and slashed towards the two. After this period of devil training, Ningren's reaction speed and proficiency with Kyushui have reached the point of being superb. At this moment, the two hands that stretched out unexpectedly drew blood marks directly. This was not over yet. Ningren seized the opportunity and swept the Chu Shui in his hand in a deft posture. Passing by the two ninjas, the forehead protectors of the two were each scratched. All these actions were so smooth that even Third Hokage and Danzo on the side were dumbfounded. Especially Hokage, he looked at Ningren's sharp expression and thought of the words he had just said. He also moved a trace of compassion in his heart, and said slowly. Well, this matter is temporarily suppressed, and the Chunin exam will be coming soon, and we will give an explanation by then. Hearing this, Ningren's eyes flashed and he heard the meaning of Hokage's words. There are only two options, either Hokage chooses to confront Cloud Shinobi village for himself. Either you choose to kill yourself in front of the people of Cloud Shinobi village when you take the exam in the middleman, so as to gain the trust of Cloud Shinobi village. However, the current life fortune is temporarily saved. However, Ningren knew that this feeling of being under the fence was very uncomfortable. He decided to find an opportunity to leave Hokage and do it alone. I have my own system, even if I go out to train for a few years and join Akatsuki, I won't be squandered in Konoha village. So Ningren was taken out of the room by two people and sent back to the Hyuga family. Seeing Ningren returning safe and sound, Hinata trot behind him, firmly grasping the corner of his clothes. There was a worried expression on that cute little face. "Brother, are you leaving now?" Ningren smiled and touched the little girl's head. "Don't worry, brother is okay, brother will not leave." Feeling the little girl's body temperature, Ningren made up his mind to protect her. So, saying hello to Hyuga's house owner, Ningren returned to his room. He immediately summoned the system. "Is there any way for the system to make me stronger quickly, or is there any way for me to escape Konoha village safely?" Based on the past few days of getting along, Ningren realized that the system may be a smart one. As long as he asks questions, he may get answers. Ding! Remind host, this system will newly open the ability to extract tail beasts. Every time a trace of host is extracted, it will gain the opponent's power and can be tailed beasts. Seeing the system prompt, Ningren was shocked, and quickly opened the detailed introduction. After reading it carefully, I found that this new system is simply not heaven-defying. First of all, its trigger conditions are very loose. As long as Ningren touches Jinchuriki, he can copy the opponent's chakra. Then in his own body, the chakra of the tail beast was also formed, and it was complete. In this way, as long as Ningren finds Naruto to touch, he will be able to gain the power of 9 tails. However, the power of the tail beast is not perfectly controlled by everyone. So even if he gets 9 chakras, Ningren can't use them all, only a little bit of adaptation. However, these powers are enough for Ningren to get rid of Konoha village, and even if he is handed over by Konoha village, he can kill the Union village ninja who wants to dig his eyes. After making up his mind, Ningren got up and went out of the Hyuga family yard to find Naruto. Ningren was very excited along the way, with infinite fantasy in his heart. "Good guy, this system is finally starting to compete. From then on, as long as I touch a few more Jinchuriki, wouldn't it be invincible in the world?" While thinking about it, Ningren came to the place where he thought Naruto would go, a ramen shop. It's just that here, he didn't see Naruto's figure. So he could only search everywhere, and soon, he saw Naruto in a daze on a bench in the park. Ningren's eyes flashed, and he tried to recall the plot and timeline of the original book. This time was before Chun's exam, and the Naruto protagonist team had just gone out and performed several tasks. Sasuke did not rebel either, which made the opponent the best contact. "Maybe you can hug the thigh of the protagonist group and rub the protagonist's halo." Making up his mind, Ningren quickly approached and sat next to Naruto as it was. "Hello, you are Naruto." Ningren showed a look. He thought the sunniest smile looked at Naruto. "Yes, are you from the Hyuga family?" Naruto looked back at Ningren with a dazed expression. "Yes, I have heard of you. You are the most talented teenager in Konoha village. You have developed the seduction technique, such a powerful ninjutsu at a young age. I admire you very much. Can I treat you to ramen?" Hearing this, Naruto was immediately excited. "Okay. Can you eat whatever you want?" "Certainly." Ningren nodded. Immediately, the two people approached the ramen shop along the way. Ningren tried to touch Naruto many times, but was afraid of being misunderstood by the other party and had to give up. Ningren said after the two sat in the middle of the ramen shop. "Naruto, I will also look at palmistry, let me look at your hand." After speaking, Ningren took Naruto's hand, and the system's voice in his mind suddenly sounded again. "Ding! Remind host that the tail beast chakra is copying." The copy is successful, 9 tails, chakra copy degree 100%. Host gains the ability to turn into a tailed beast bomb, tailed beast bomb. Chapter 7, Awakening of Both Eyes. Immediately afterwards, Ningren noticed that deep in his body, there was a violent and strong chakra. "Ningren, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Ningren stunned, Naruto was a little worried because he didn't know why. "It's okay, you can eat here first, I have paid for it." Ningren reacted and hurriedly checked out and left without paying attention to Naruto's call afterwards. He now wants to verify immediately that he is in control of the tail beast chakra. So he came to the village to provide a training venue for ninjas. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness was immersed in his mind, and he communicated with a trace of Nine Tails chakra. Suddenly, a red chakra coat gradually appeared on his body, with two beast tails sticking out behind his back. Moreover, Ningren's surprise discovery is different from the real tail beast Jinkra Ki. Ningren does not have the consciousness of nine tails in this chakra. In other words, Ningren can be manipulated freely, even if he stretches out nine tails, he can still have self-consciousness without having to fight the tail beast. However, this is also limited. After all, Ningren itself is not high level. If you hold too much chakra at one time, you will not be able to bear it, and the two tails are now his limit. Try it, raise Nan. Because there are many chakras now, Ningren simply experimented with raise Nan. Anyway, he failed. Chakra quickly recovered. So, he tried his best to recall what Jiraiya looked like when he taught celebrities in the original book, and gradually a light blue ball appeared in his hand. Originally, the chakra inside was very unstable, but after Ningren injected Nine Tails chakra, a complete raise Nan appeared in his hand instantly. Good guys. I can be considered as a teacher without a teacher. Ningren pulled up the corner of his mouth, showing the first confident smile since crossing. Over the next period of time, Ningren became familiar with Nine Tails chakra. During the period, I also checked the tail beast system. In the end, it was discovered that every time chakra was copied, it would take a cooldown, and the next copy would be a year later. And, along with the emergence of the duplication system, shopping malls and card drawing systems have also appeared in the system. Their principle is also very simple. As long as the system tasks are completed and gold coins are rewarded, the gold coins can be used to buy props, or they can be used to draw. Because Ningren has copied chakra from Nine Tails just now, he has completed a hidden mission and obtained a total of 1,500 gold coins. He first looked at the props in the mall and found that each item was in units of hundreds. The cheapest handful of Q now is sold for 500 gold coins. While Ningren complained about the profiteer in his heart, he also saw the card drawing system next to him. It is found that only 100 gold coins are required to draw once, and the target of the draw is all the props in the mall. Of course, the lowest level props have the greatest probability. Draw 100 once, and the lowest level is 500 kunao. This trade is sure to make a profit without losing it. After reading the introduction carefully, Ningren decided to draw all the gold coins immediately. So, he first returned to the Hyuga family, in his own house. After checking that the doors and windows are closed tightly, the extraction begins. Following the system's prompt sound of 1,500 gold coins disappeared, 15 light groups appeared immediately in front of him. Each CD contains the same item. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the white item. A hair of Nine Tails Demon Fox. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the white item. Fragment of Intimacy in Heaven. The series of tones were all white objects, and the things inside were all weird. Even Ningren saw the foot wash of a 1000-generation mother-in-law. What about cheating? Ningren looked at more and more debris, and almost burst into swearing. Fortunately, the color of the 15th light group was not white but gold. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining golden quality items. Sharingan. Bloodline. The moment he saw this prompt, Ningren started directly, staring at the prompt blankly. Reminder: Sharingan is the limit of blood succession, therefore, there are two conditions for obtaining it, and only one is required. First, without any blood succession boundaries, a transplant can be successfully transplanted without rejection. Secondly, if you have the blood limit, you need a large amount of chakra in your body to maintain the balance between them, and for a period of 1 year, you do not need to maintain it, and you can completely merge. After pondering for a moment, Ningren began to think. First of all, I am the Hyuga family, which definitely does not meet the first article. However, the second article has a lot of chakra, I don't know if 9 tails can be used. Just when Ningren hesitated, the door of the room was knocked suddenly. Ningren, the Chunin exam is about to start, hurry up and prepare. Hearing that, Ningren quickly agreed, and directly chose the second one. At the moment when Ningren chose, 2 pairs of bright red Sharingan appeared out of thin air and shot directly into Ningren's eyes. The bloodline of Ningren and Ningren gradually merged, but during the process of fusion, a strong rejection reaction occurred. Fortunately, Ningren hurriedly mobilized 9 tails chakra, which stabilized after the 2 offset. When Ningren opened his eyes again, his eyes had changed and his left eye was blank, which is Byakugan. The right eye is blood red, in which there is a go jade, slowly rotating. Today's Ningren has obtained 2 pupil skills at the same time. Hey! This is the feeling of power, Danzo, Cloud Shinobi Village, what you brought to me, I will give it back 100 times. Ningren gritted his teeth and pushed the door and walked out. Stride forward towards Chunin, the test site. He has made up his mind, Hokage is planning to get rid of himself when Chunin takes the exam anyway. So simply, as he wished, all the people who committed the crime in the future would be killed. In Konoha village, next to the Hokage office, here is the Chunin exam, the first exam room in all the years. Because this time the exam location is in Konoha village, the ninjas of the entire ninja world are coming here one after another. They come from all corners of the world, and of course there is a mixture of fish and dragons. In order to avoid accidents during the exam, Konoha village dispatched a large number of experts to the door of the village to conduct interrogation. He even dispatched EPUB personnel to hide among the test personnel this time, always on alert. However, among these EPUB personnel, a few had another mission, which was to assassinate Hyuga Ningren. At this time, the 2 EPUB members looked at each other and both saw the mockery in each other's eyes. Do you think Danzo's brain is broken? Let the 2 of us assassinate a mere waste. Yes, I heard that Hyuga Ningren, not even Byakugan opened, is just a cripple in the family. The 2 laughed, full of contempt for the next task. Chapter 8, Open Book Exam. At the same time, Ningren has come to the test site. According to the memory of his previous life, he specifically chose a place where the protagonist group was closer to sit down. Not for anything else, because he knew the power of the protagonist's halo, and he had already angered Hokage. It can be regarded as a slight tampering with history, and it is impossible to prevent people from assassinating in the exam. Being close to the protagonist can avoid this kind of thing to a great extent. Sure enough, soon after Ningren took his seat, Naruto Sasuke and others came here. Ningren looked at them. Naruto was still the same, but because he invited the other party to have a ramen meal, he greeted himself after seeing him at the moment. Ningren nodded and then looked at Sasuke, only to find that Sasuke was also looking at himself at the moment. Did you see my Sharingan? Ningren was a little worried, but after thinking about it, Sharingan was no different from normal eyes before Guya was turned on. Later, Ibis, the examiner who presided over the exam, also walked in. He first announced the seriousness and difficulty of the examination in a righteous manner, and then handed out the examination papers. Ningren smiled slightly. This exam may be full of unknowns and turning points for others, but for Ningren, who knows the plot of the original book, it is tantamount to an open book exam. He knew that this game actually tested the ability to detect and cheat. And even if the ability to cheat is not good, when the invigilator announces whether to give up at the end, he can pass the exam as long as he persists. As a result, when others were nervously writing test papers, only Ningren was lying on the table lazily. From time to time, use Byakugan to look around people around to see if there are any traces of Orochimaru and others. In this way, time passed slowly, the exam was about to end, and a freehand brushwork started to announce whether to stay, and Ningren insisted on the belief in his heart and remained silent. Finally, successfully passed the exam with the protagonist group. Just when Ningren was about to leave, the voice of the system in his mind suddenly sounded. Ding! Publish a system mission to kill 2 Anbu ninjas, reward, 10,000 gold coins. Hearing this prompt, Ningren smiled slightly, knowing that his guess was not wrong, and Hokage sent someone to assassinate him. Sometimes the task of the system can be regarded as a reminder, at least he let Ningren know that 2 or more people assassinated him. So dear to me? Okay. Anyway, Ningren, who had already planned to betray Konoha, did not fear at all, and followed the crowd to the place of the next exam. This is the second test day Earth Coiling Axis. This is also Sasuke in the original book, and it was the first climax when he was bewitched by Orochimaru. Therefore, Ningren knows that this is the time to show off his skills. Because the Earth Coiling Axis needs to form a team, Ningren randomly found 2 people from Konoha village. However, because of Ningren's bad reputation, no one wanted him to join in the beginning. Fortunately, some people with ulterior motives wanted Ningren to be their stepping stone, so they were kindly invited. Ningren didn't refuse either. After entering, he would leave the team and act alone. Immediately after the test began, Ningren and his 2 teammates stepped into the test site at the same time. The moment he entered, he suddenly looked back. A fist with his right hand directly hit a companion's body. Suddenly, an ordinary punch was blessed by the powerful 9 Tails chakra, and the ninja of Konoha village was beaten far away. The other ninja was about to exclaim, but was directly stabbed by the Kyushui that Ningren pulled out with his right hand. Immediately afterwards, he died in the end. Ningren didn't mean to keep his hands at all, anyway, from the look of the 2 of them just now, Ningren knew that he would not kill them, they would also kill themselves. Immediately, Ningren moved quickly toward the depths of the exam. He came here for another purpose, that is, to see if he can join Orochimaru. Because he knew the plot, Orochimaru just wanted a body at this time. Will try my best to teach myself. If you join the other party, it's perfect. Because Ningren is confident that with the help of the system, he can surpass the opponent within 3 years. At that time, you only need to counter-kill Orochimaru, you can complete the fastest counter-attack, and at the same time it can be regarded as a cut of Sasuke. As a result, there was this trip to the middleman exam. Soon, Ningren came to the center of the exam. The ground was scorched and it was obvious that someone was fighting here just now. Haha, look at what this is. Isn't this the trash of the Hyuga family? At this moment, a mocking voice came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, Ningren saw too. The ninja in Cheyenne village was looking at him with a sarcasm. Isn't it? I didn't expect to encounter this kind of waste when I went out. Isn't this a fat sheep that can run? The 3 people talked and laughed happily and didn't pay attention to Ningren at all. Really, you are the fat sheep in my opinion. Ningren twisted his neck and Chu Shui appeared in his hand. Oh, you see, this fat sheep has drawn his sword. It's really looking for death. Among the 3, an obese man sneered, took out a handful of kunao, and threw it towards Ningren. However, the moment Kua was flying towards Ningren, Ningren's eyes changed immediately, one white and one red. Suddenly, Sharingan's insight was fully utilized in Ningren's body. Because of Ningren's usual assiduous practice and his master of Kyushui, he has almost the same physical skills as the current Rock Lee. Coupled with Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, his movements are almost coming and it is difficult to capture. In the blink of an eye, Ningren disappeared where he was, and when he appeared, he was already in 3 sandy hidden villages, behind the ninja. Chu Shui in his hand has been pierced in the abdomen of one of the ninjas. This is impossible. The man cried out in exclamation, but did not give him too much time to react. Ningren's Sharingan swiftly rotated in his eye sockets and caught 2 darts that stabbed at it quickly. When he slanted, he escaped perfectly. Chu Shui didn't even take it out, but slid fiercely on the opponent's abdomen, cut through his body, and slashed on another ninja. The scene was immediately drenched in blood. Together with Ningren's Sharingan at this moment, the only ninja left trembling with his legs and sat down on the ground, begging for mercy. "Spare me, I was wrong, sorry. I was wrong." Facing the enemies begging for mercy, Ningren knew that being kind to him was cruel to himself. So, he lifted his foot and kicked on the opponent's neck. After that, leave quietly. Before leaving, they even took away their scrolls. Chapter 9, Suzuki. Ningren's scroll is the sky, and the opponent's is just the earth. At this moment, Ningren has actually obtained the qualification to be promoted to Chunin. But he was completely disappointed in Konoha village, and he didn't plan to go directly. Instead, he chose to approach Orochimaru. He turned on his Byakugan and searched the ground for traces of Orochimaru. Soon he discovered an obvious thing that was not right. It was obviously a strong chakra. In all likelihood, it was Orochimaru. If you change to someone else, you will definitely not be able to do this, even the same Hyuga family will not be able to see it. That's because although chakra is divided into strengths and weaknesses, after the benevolent is gone, the residue on the ground is almost very subtle, but Ningren is different. Because his eyes have been systematically strengthened, he can see more subtle details, and he is also familiar with Orochimaru's style of doing things. That is, use the forbidden technique. And forbidden technique, there will always be some more or less evil information. It is precisely by virtue of this that Ningren can accurately grasp the movement of Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Ningren quickly followed. Soon, Ningren discovered 3 ninjas posing as Otonin village. This is Orochimaru. At this time, the 3 Orochimaru were guarding Suzuki and them. Because Ningren did not hide himself, he was directly discovered by Orochimaru. Who? One of Orochimaru's subordinates looked at Ningren for a moment, then showed a hideous smile. Another one to die. When he said that, he didn't wait for Ningren to speak, drew out his weapon, and attacked Ningren. Ningren knew that he was just a stranger in Orochimaru's eyes and needed to show him his strength. So, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes immediately. With the cooperation of Sharingan on one side and Byakugan on the other side, he was like a ghost incarnate. Avoiding the opponent's attack, at the same time the Kyushui speed in his hand did not decrease, and he slid directly over the opponent's head. This was not over yet. In order to win simply and neatly, his right hand condensed Rei's Nan again, and slapped it fiercely. This scene was beheaded cleanly and smoothly, making Orochimaru, who was paying attention to Suzuki next to him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He stopped another person who wanted to attack Ningren and looked at Ningren. "Boy, looking at your expression just now, it doesn't seem like you met by chance but chasing me." Seeing that it was possible to talk, Ningren patted the dirt on his body and looked at Orochimaru. "Yes, Orochimaru, what do you think of me?" Ningren was straightforward, and Orochimaru was stunned when he said this. Especially seeing Ningren's eyes, Orochimaru started to figure it out. This kid has Sharingan and Byakugan, which are extraordinary. More importantly, he can recognize my identity at a glance, and see his tone to know what I need. Is it possible that my whereabouts are exposed? Still, he is the spy of Konoha village? For a time, Orochimaru felt 1,000 times in his heart, and looked at Ningren a little uncertain. "Don't doubt, I long for power, you long for body, you and I exchange, presumably you can see my sincerity." Ningren didn't want to talk nonsense, anyway, he understood Orochimaru's character, and said it again. "Uchiha Suzuki, he is not half as strong as mine now. And so is the pupil technique, how would you choose?" "Haha, well, no matter where you know me from, now I can give you strength. Orochimaru smiled slightly, his head stretched out from his neck, reached Ningren's shoulder, and took a bite. However, Ningren was prepared long ago. With the help of the system, the Nine Tails chakra in his body will operate directly. It resisted the power of the curse seal, but the Blood Master obeyed the law of the curse seal. From the outside, there were indeed 3 goblets on Ningren's neck, but they were not actually controlled by Orochimaru. Okay, come with me now. After doing all this, Orochimaru sneered. From his point of view, even if he had ulterior motives, he couldn't get away from the curse imprinted by him. Ningren nodded, he was a follower on the surface, but sneered in his heart. I know all your methods. When the time comes, I will directly oppose the guest and let you do things for me. At the same time, on the other side of the examination room, 2 Anbu ninjas from Konoha village pretended to be students. Looking for Ningren's trace here, they took out a scroll with a red dot moving. I found it. I didn't expect this kid to be alive after going in for so long. One of the fatter Anbu members was surprised. The other person was also a little surprised. In their impression, Ningren was just an ant born in a good family. This kind of person has the talent to make them jealous, but they don't know how to use it, and they have gotten mixed to the point they are now. When I find him later, I want to poach out his eyes and see what's inside Byakugan. Fatty Anbu smiled wryly. Soon, the 2 Anbu members came next to Ningren. As soon as they appeared, they saw Ningren following Orochimaru. Haha, kid. Go to hell. They selectively ignored Orochimaru and went straight to Ningren. However, Ningren could have dodged or killed, but the hands he had backed just looked at it like that. Orochimaru smiled when he saw this, knowing that this was trying to disarm himself. Let yourself protect him. However, Orochimaru doesn't mind, anyway. In his eyes, Ningren is already his body. So he opened his mouth directly and spit out more than 10 long swords. After each long sword is a little snake. Directly at the 2 Anbu who flew over, they stabbed over. Because they came too suddenly, the 2 Anbu members were recruited before they had time to escape. Directly penetrated. Another surviving member of Anbu, his scalp was numb at the moment, he looked at Orochimaru blankly, his face stunned. Who are you? If you dare to hurt our Anbu in Konoha village, you are not afraid of being held accountable by Hokage. In times of crisis, he moved out his biggest hole card, which was Hokage. However, Orochimaru just laughed disdainfully. Hokage? I actually want to hunt it down. Then, he saw his hands immediately seal, and Lion Majesty strips out of the ground. Go straight to the other party and bite. And this Anbu member died directly, and the 2 people who had come so aggressively didn't even know who did it. Okay, Ningren, I also want to see your combat effectiveness. In a moment, you go and practice against Sasuke. At this time, Orochimaru suddenly looked back at Ningren. Yes, what if you kill him by mistake? Ningren knew that he had to prove his role before he could carry out the next step. It's easy to say, if you can do it, just kill it, I won't care. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 10, Beat Sasuke. Ding! The system detects the task, defeats Sasuke, leaves a shadow on the opponent, gets rewards, evolves Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki. Hearing this system prompt, Ningren was taken aback, then looked at Orochimaru and nodded. Yes, just let you see what a real Sharingan is. Immediately afterwards, Ningren turned around and walked directly in front of the 3 of the protagonists. At this time, Sasuke and Naruto were making a secret signal. When they saw Ningren who appeared suddenly, they were taken aback, and then the celebrity recognized Ningren. When he was about to greet him, Ningren stared coldly and said flatly to Sasuke. You are Uchiha Sasuke, let me learn about the true power of Sharingan. After speaking, Ning Ren could not help but took out the figure of Chu Shui, as if a ghost went straight to Suzuki. Seeing this scene, Suzuki was taken aback. In fact, he also knew Ning Ren and knew that it was a well-known trash among the Hyuga family. He didn't expect that the other party would challenge himself without knowing what kind of wind he had smoked today. Hey! Looking for death? Suzuki was not polite either, pulling out a handful of Kiwawushu and Sharingan, turned it on, and rushed towards Ning Ren. At this moment, Ning Ren's eyes suddenly activated, and Byakugan and Sharingan instantly cooperated with each other and saw Sasuke's movements clearly. What? You actually own Sharingan, who are you? Seeing Ning Ren's eyes, Suzuki made a chuckle in his heart. He knew that the Uchiha clan should have been completely wiped out by Uchiha Itachi. But why does this person in front of me have Sharingan and also Byakugan at the same time? But at this moment, I can't think about that much. Ning Ren has already rushed up with Chu Shui. Because of the assistance of Sharingan, the two of them are both extremely fast. The two figures almost turned into two afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, they had touched each other hundreds of times, leaving the surrounding Naruto and Sakura dumbfounded. Especially Naruto. He also met Ning Ren before, but he didn't expect that this good person who invited himself to eat ramen had such a strong ability. At this time, the battle between Ning Ren and Suzuki also became fierce, and the two began to release ninjutsu. Sasuke's hands quickly formed a seal and released a good fireball. The huge fireball rushed towards Ning Ren with a scorching fire wave. Ning Ren reacted very quickly. He took out two detonating charms, pasted them on Kyu, and threw them away. Suddenly, the two terrifying explosive forces repelled each other, generating a more powerful shock wave, and shooting everyone on the scene backwards. Even the surrounding ground was fragmented, raising a lot of dust, covering everything in the scene. Seeing this, little Sakura quickly looked into the border town with some worry. Not long after, Suzuki was the first to rush out among the smoke and dust. After it appeared, I immediately looked at the place where it had exploded just now and saw that there was no figure of Ning Ren, and immediately turned into a smile. Waste is waste. Even if you don't know what method you used to obtain Sharingan, it is still just a waste. However, just as Suzuki was muttering to himself, a cold voice came from the dust. Suzuki, if you have only today's strength, it is impossible to find Uchiha Itachi for revenge. Immediately afterwards, I saw a black-haired boy walking out of the place where the explosion just now, without any damage, staring at Suzuki coldly. This person was exactly the moment Ning Ren had just been. Ning Ren used Nine Tails Beastization to block this attack, and also found the flaw in Suzuki, that is, even though he has Sharingan. But physical skills can't keep up. If you improve your speed and don't use the power of your two eyes, you can only talk about ordinary physical skills. Suzuki can be crushed, there is no need to fight Sharingan with him, after all, the other party's eyes are longer than his own, this is an indisputable fact. So, when Suzuki was stunned, Ning Ren simply threw it off Sharingan, dropped the Kyushui in his hand, fisted with his right hand, and approached Suzuki in an instant. When Suzuki saw that Ning Ren didn't need a knife anymore, instead he was going to fight him hand to hand, he turned into a sneer deep in his heart. This kid just opened Sharingan and is not my opponent. Now that it is closed, he still wants to challenge me. What a wishful thinking. However, without waiting for Suzuki to finish thinking about Ning Ren's figure, it was like a violent acceleration, and Suzuki could not keep up at all. It was clear that his Sharingan could perfectly capture any movement of Ning Ren, but after getting rid of the shackles of Sharingan, Ning Ren was fighting completely by instinct. Whether it was speed or angle of attack, Suzuki retreated again and again, and he was almost hit by Ning Ren several times. This is impossible. At this time Suzuki was a little unbelievable, and his self-confidence was hit once again. And this is what Ning Ren wants, because after reading the original plot, Ning Ren knows it. Sasuke followed the protagonist's squad to complete the task of not slashing. He was proud and opened Sharingan. After coming back, he was naturally more arrogant. Xiao Li was slapped in the face at that time, and his self-confidence was frustrated. Only then will Orochimaru succeed in bewitching him, and he is only replacing Orochimaru at this moment, but what he has to do is not to bewitch Sasuke, but to give him another mental blow. Although Ningren didn't know what was the use of attacking Sasuke at this time, he knew that the system would never pit him. There must be a systematic intention to do so. Maybe, when he successfully defeated Orochimaru, he would be able to convince Sasuke to become a younger brother. At that time, find a way to subdue the tail beast, and directly become the biggest attacker among Hokage, and from then on to the pinnacle of life. Therefore, Ningren didn't give Sasuke a chance to breathe at all. Sasuke, who could not keep up with Ningren's movements, was hit again and again because he could see Ningren's movements. Looking at the little Sakura next to him, Xianteng stepped forward to help. However, Ningren smiled faintly, turned around and started Sharingan, and immediately cast a trace of illusion on little Sakura, making her stay in place. The celebrities also wanted to step forward to help, but it was too late. Ningren kicked Sasuke onto a big tree with a huge kick. Suddenly, Sasuke's face paled for a while, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. His eyes were distracted, and Sharingan couldn't stay open. Seeing that the time was right, Ningren stepped forward with a contemptuous smile and directly pressed his hand on Sasuke's forehead. "This is your revenge? Is this what you call a genius?" But so. After doing all this, Orochimaru, who had been hiding from the side, saw all this in his eyes. Chapter 11, Hokage regrets it. Especially when I saw Ningren's decisiveness in the battle and the second use of Ishin, even Orochimaru, who has experienced many battles, was amazed in my heart. Yes, this kid not only has two blood inheritance boundaries, but also actively seeks me. I don't need to confuse anything. The most important thing is that he is better than Sasuke. Why should I give up clothes? So, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and he came directly to Ningren's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said with appreciation, "Yes, you may be the strongest among your peers. Come with me." After speaking, Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke, who was kicked on the tree, his eyes a little suspicious of life. Immediately he took Ningren and left. Soon after he left, the battle between Ningren and Sasuke was very dynamic. Mitarashi Anko, who had discovered the traces of Orochimaru long ago in the jungle, instantly had a bad feeling, and quickly approached Sasuke and others. Soon, Mitarashi Anko came here and saw the seriously injured Sasuke and the bewildered little Sakura and Naruto. Have you ever seen a strange Otanin? One hand is red, and he knows the horror of Orochimaru. He definitely has his intention to come here. So he asked Sasuke while ordering his men to report the incident to Third Hokage. After that, Naruto told Mitarashi Anko what happened just now. Hearing Naruto's explanation, Memori Anko was also full of surprise, especially when he learned that the waste of the Hyuga family actually did it on his own. After slamming Sasuke, he immediately guessed that Orochimaru's purpose in coming here is to catch Ningren. Without further delay, he directly got up and took the Anbu members behind him, relying on some breath to quickly pursue them. At the same time, Ningren, who followed Orochimaru away, immediately heard the sound of the system in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the task is completed. Get rewards: Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Unlock Eternal Manjiki Sharingan with skills Amaterasu, Kamui, Illusion, Tsukuyomi, and more. With the sound, it was Ningren's Sharingan that had undergone earth-shaking changes. From the beginning, one Go Jade directly evolved into three. Immediately afterwards, the three Goyus swiftly rotated, forming a symmetrical pattern in the pupils, which is the appearance of the Eternal Manjiki. Ningren immediately felt his own difference. He can now easily use all the above skills. But all these changes were made by Ningren with his eyes closed, and Orochimaru next to him didn't even notice. Ningren, I just heard you say that Konoha village is going to sacrifice you for Yunyi village. It's so selfish. Join me, and I will drink spicy food from now on. Hearing this, Ningren nodded and said nothing. He was now thinking in his heart, how to avoid Orochimaru's swallowing and how to back Orochimaru. According to the original plot, the reason why Orochimaru failed to seize the house was because Sasuke was late and he found a body in desperation. And Ningren went at the right time. If he really followed Orochimaru at this time, he would kill him in all likelihood. Ningren's previous idea was to use the system to find out the other party's flaws after going out, and to use his knowledge of the plot to make Orochimaru's plan fail. But now he doesn't have that need at all. After getting the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan just now, he was also given a chance to test his skills by the system. This opportunity does not consume any chakra, and can turn Sharingan on to the most perfect degree. Ningren is confident that he will bring distinguished heavenly gods to Orochimaru, and he can turn the scene around and become the master of Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Ningren couldn't help but sneered inwardly, but on the surface he couldn't see anything. At the same time, Orochimaru sneered deep down while bewitching Ningren. Seeing that this kid's smile is very fake, there should be some plans, but in the face of my technology, is it not easy for you? Thinking of this, Orochimaru also curled up his lips and showed a sullen smile. Just like this, the two of them moved forward slowly with their own ghosts. On the other side, Third Hokage also received a message from Mitarashi Anko. When he learned that Ningren, who was regarded as an abandoned son, could actually kill Sasuke. And according to the information, he actually mastered Byakugan and Sharingan at the same time. After that, he left with the character suspected of Orochimaru. That is Byakugan and Sharingan, known as the pinnacle of pupil skills in the ninja world. And before, Third Hokage has seen Ningren's performance and personality. If this kind of person focuses on nurturing, sooner or later they will be the next generation of reliable Hokage in Konoha village. And all of this is because of myself. After listening to Danzo's bewilderment, he said that Ningren brought misfortune to the village, and after he handed it over. Not only can the friendship between Cloud Shinobi village and Konoha village be maintained, but the ominous person can also be killed. But looking back now, where is this ominous person? It is clearly the hope for the future of the village. At the thought of this, Hokage's expression turned pale in regret. He even began to regret his stupidity. Why, I couldn't see the talent of this boy at the time. As a result, Hokage no longer hesitated, and hurriedly summoned the Anbu members, and even led the team himself, rushing to the place where the middleman took the exam. Now his idea is very simple, and that is to catch up with Orochimaru quickly and persuade Ningren back again. On the other side, Sasuke, who was easily dealt with by Ningren, was carried on a stretcher by the medical ninja because of Orochimaru's invasion. Hokage ordered this Chunin exam to be temporarily suspended, and all ninjas were not allowed to leave the exam room. And Sasuke was also transferred to the temporarily arranged medical department here, and he began to doubt his life. So much of my own hard work and Sharingan's opening is so vulnerable in the eyes of that mysterious boy. Especially Ningren's words of revenge at the beginning have hit Sasuke's weakness, making him feel a little upset and regret his weakness. Especially in retrospect, my two records were first played by Rock Lee and then defeated by the waste of the Hyuga family. This made Sasuke, who was originally more self-esteem, gritted his teeth. He raised his right hand and squeezed his fist into a fist, secretly making up his mind. I must gain strength in the shortest possible time to avenge, even if I sell my body to the devil for this reason, I am willing. In this way, because of Ningren's words, Sasuke's heart started blacken ahead of time, pushing the plot in disguise. Chapter 12, The Dove Occupies the Magpie's Nest. At the same time, at the edge of Chunin's exam, Hokage had ordered a manpower to be sent out, and the enchantment was arranged, only allowing entry, but not allowing exit. Ningren and his party just arrived at the edge. Seeing that they were blocked by the barrier, Orochimaru's unhurried hands quickly sealed the seal. Soon the summoning technique came out, and a huge purple python with 2 pairs of horns appeared out of thin air. Relying on the size of the body to forcefully smash this layer, the enchantment took all of Ningren and escaped. At this time, Hokage and Danzo had just arrived and saw Orochimaru and Ningren above the 10,000 snakes. He was about to exit to stop Ningren. Turning back, then Sharingan turned on and gave Hokage and Danzo a cold look. There was warning and cold light in that glance. Seeing Ningren's eyes, especially Ningren's Sharingan Danzo, I couldn't help but fight a cold war. I don't know why there is a trace of fear in my heart. Damn it, how did this little BD get Sharingan? Is it Orochimaru to him? Impossible, Orochimaru's research. I also knew before that it was the study of immortality, and it had nothing to do with Sharingan. Could it be that I really missed Ningren at the beginning? This man is really a genius who has never met in 1,000 years? Am I wrong? The more Danzo thought about it, the more sure he was, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind to get rid of the scourge of Ningren. However, Ningren didn't want to kill Danzo, but the time has not yet arrived. In Ningren's view, when he comes back next time, it will be the time to slash Danzo. In this way, Ningren completely followed Orochimaru and betrayed Konoha village. Lying on top of 10,000 snakes, there was not a trace of loss in my heart for some reason, but full of longing for the future. Since he passed through, all he has faced has been the cruel law of the weak and the strong. This made him think that he could become friends with the protagonist group after crossing into the Hokage world, completely obliterated, and now he has become cold and ruthless, and he has become able to adapt to the Hokage world. Before he chose to betray Konoha village, he also considered his family, but he was most worried about Hinata. But after thinking about it for a while, Hinata, as the daughter of the Hyuga family, will be more stable now as soon as he leaves. He won't suffer any damage, and when he returns to Konoha, he will pick her up. How about, Ningren, are you ready to retaliate against Konoha village? At this time, Orochimaru looked at Ningren next to him. Ningren nodded. Konoha doesn't need to destroy it, but Danzo must die. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded without saying much. Soon, the two came to Orochimaru's secret base. This is a dry basin, located at the junction of Konoha village and Tsunagakure. It belongs to a place where there is no need for it, and it is also a place where rebels and war bandits are proliferated. Although the base of Orochimaru was not carefully explained in the original work, Ningren also analyzed it, and it must be nearby. At first glance, it is not surprising. After coming here, Orochimaru doesn't seem to worry about Ningren's escape anymore. He simply recovered one snake and brought Ningren to one of his laboratories, which was surrounded by some canned life forms. They have been transplanted more or less. Hashirama's cells are undergoing experiments, Ningren knows. In the plot of the original book, Orochimaru at this time has not yet successfully developed the reincarnation technique. Still delving into Hashirama's cells. In other words, the current Orochimaru combat effectiveness is not too strong. These are the results of my research, and I will definitely be able to make immortal ninjutsu in the future. Orochimaru pointed to some experimental subjects and introduced them to Ningren. Have you studied Sharingan? Ningren asked suddenly. Orochimaru was taken aback and finally nodded. When I worked with Danzo in Konoha village, I did some experiments. But the result is not too ideal. All I can do is perfect transplantation, but I can't fabricate it out of thin air. It seems that some disappointments have been thought of, and Orochimaru is a little bit disappointed. Are you going to start teaching me to become stronger now? After that, Ningren didn't want to grind with Orochimaru. After asking about his details, he started to get to the point. Hearing Ningren's words, Orochimaru smiled. Let's tell you the truth, your talent is very good, fighting skills and so on, you will certainly not be slow to learn, so I decided to inherit your body now. After speaking, Orochimaru waved his hand directly, and the door of the laboratory was quickly closed, followed by white pythons rushing from all directions, surrounding Ningren in the middle. But Ningren didn't have the slightest fear, as if he had expected it long ago. His eyes quickly rotated, and he immediately looked at the opportunity that Orochimaru used to give away for free, a powerful illusion. Infinite Tsukuyomi was perfectly played by Ningren, directly mapped into Orochimaru's psychological depths, changed his mind, and made him slow down. Immediately, Ningren did not hesitate, using his own power to launch distinguished heavenly gods. He found that his eyes had not been generally strengthened by the system. They were beyond the abilities in the original book, and he could use various Sharingans infinite times. Skills just need time to cool down. At this moment, the two illusions fell on Orochimaru's body together, causing his whole body to tremble. After a while, his character had been reversed and was completely rewritten by Ningren. Master Ningren, please give me any orders. At this moment, Orochimaru's expression became very respectful, and he actually knelt in front of Ningren on one knee. Upon seeing this, Ningren was relieved. He was taking a risk at the moment. When Sharingan was activated just now, Orochimaru seemed to be defensive. Ningren was also afraid that he would have any countermeasures, but now Orochimaru is still careless. After all, he looked like he was just a teenager and Sharingan was just a tomo. In fact, the hidden combat power made Orochimaru get caught. Looking at the respectful Orochimaru at this moment, Ningren suddenly felt a sense of disharmony, and he was different from the brutal and cold-blooded Orochimaru in the original book, and then he waved his hand. You go back first, organize a copy of the experimental data in your hand, and then hand it in to me. Orochimaru respectfully said that he then retreated. Ningren sat in Orochimaru's seat and began to think about the next step. First of all, because he knows the original work, Ningren knows how to develop in many ways at the same time. The Akatsuki organization at this time must have already been established. Chapter 13, Tsunade. As a villain who compares heaven-defying in the early stage, Ningren feels that it is necessary to cut his head. Anyway, now he is fully capable, and he can send Orochimaru into it. When he caught the tail beast, he was taking the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, copying his power. At the same time, Ningren will try to gather several players in this world and become his teammates. The first thing he thought of was the protagonist Naruto. But after these incidents, Konoha village must have been more guarded. Returning at this time is tantamount to looking for death. So Ningren put his idea on the other Jinchuriki. I can go and subdue other Jinchuriki directly, and finally set up an organization myself. Make up his mind, Ningren smiled slightly. He directly opened the system and selected the task interface. He found that the latest task had been completed, and there was no task released so far, so he could only return to check the system wall. Because Ningren successfully defeated Sasuke, the mission obtained also included gold coins, and now he has 50,000 gold coins in his hand. You can buy some items, but after checking the prices, Ningren gave up and continued to take all the 50,000 gold coins to the lottery. All the 50,000 gold coins were smashed in. Suddenly, a dense cluster of light appeared in front of Ningren. There were white and blue in the light cluster, which represented the quality of the item. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the coat of the grandmother of the 1,000 generations. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a limited edition of Yul Ramen. Ding! In love with heaven, Jiraiya's selfie. It was almost an instant series of system notification sounds that made Ningren's brain explode. He looked at the pile of debris in front of him, and there were 10,000 grassy horses running around in his heart. What kind of broken system is this, and what are these extracted? Why is there still a selfie of Jiraiya? Ningren almost doubted life. But fortunately, after the pile of debris in front, some useful things finally came out. They were organized separately. Bundles of detonators. And some exquisitely polished kunai, as well as some scrolls for storing items, are relatively commonly used consumable items in the ninja world, and they are not at a loss. Moreover, the quantity of these items is often drawn in units of 100 each time, resulting in a large number of props on the ground in front of Ning Ren. Fortunately, there are a lot of blank storage scrolls, you can store them in. Immediately afterwards, Ning Ren looked at the last few light groups. Their color was actually golden. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a system-enhanced jacket, which can change the appearance and chakras information after wearing it on the body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the seed of the sacred tree. After the planting is successful, the sacred tree can grow and bear fruit. Seeing this, Ning Ren was all stunned. The first one is good to say. It is a weapon for murder and arson, but the second one is terrible. The sacred tree, Ning Ren knows what it means to be in the Hokage ninja world, that is the chakra contained in the ancestors of the ninja is the sum of the entire ninja world. If the seed of the sacred tree is not misunderstood, it is equivalent to another complete ninja chakra system. Thinking of this, Ning Ren couldn't help swallowing. Doesn't it mean that I can gain the power to dominate the world as long as I plant and live? For a moment, Ning Ren even thought that he might have passed the shortcut and was already invincible. But the next system prompt is like a cold water shower. Ding! A small reminder, the seeds need to grow, about 1/10,000 years, a large amount of chakra can shorten the time. Boy, don't I still have to find chakra by myself? What's the difference? Ning Ren suddenly felt that he had been pitted, closed the system interface, and sorted out the items he had just drawn. Suddenly, at this time the system task was released again. Ding! The system detected that the mission appeared to the nearby flower country, in the casino, found Tsunade and used Sharingan to confuse. When Ning Ren heard about this task, Ning Ren almost thought that he had heard it wrong, so he read it once before confirming that the system was real, and let himself be confused about Tsunade now. Is this the rhythm to cut who? Ning Ren scratched his head and almost understood the urination of the system. Although he had fantasized about conquering Tsunade before crossing, he realized how powerful Sunin was after he came. With my current combat power, I'm afraid that I can shoot myself into flesh without a single face. However, he also knows that if Tsunade is really conquered, then the legendary Konoha trio will have gathered two of them. In terms of combat power, they will definitely be greatly improved. At least the master is a very qualified medical treatment. Soldiers. So, he didn't hesitate to call Orochimaru directly, and the two set out on the road to subdue Tsunade. The country of flowers is a very remote country, not even introduced in the original work, but because it is a bit remote, some gambling and grey industries have been born out of the control of the big country. It is full of mercenaries and the black market. It is also a place where people like Orochimaru often go, so under the leadership of the other, two people who are familiar with the road came to this city. As soon as he arrived, Ning Ren was a little confused. What catches the eye is a piece of decoration, gorgeously lit everywhere and filled with alcohol. Everyone on the street is dressed in gorgeous clothes and walks in a hurry. All kinds of items are sold on both sides of the street. There are some furs of wild beasts and ninja props on them. Even Ning Ren has seen selling ninjas. Most of the ninjas were chained to the top of the forehead protector. There was a deep scratch on the forehead protector, which was obviously a betrayal of the village. And seeing all of this, Orochimaru has become commonplace, and after taking Ning Ren down to a corner, it turned out to be an underground city. At a glance, Ning Ren saw that it was all related to gambling. It's worthy of being a pornographic gambling drug Sunin. Ning Ren couldn't help but admire it in his heart, and then followed Orochimaru to find the largest and most gorgeous casino. There are two people in black standing in front of the door here. Ning Ren uses Byakugan on them to see the level of chakra, which is probably around Shinin. If you can invite ninjas to be your bodyguards, the boss behind this casino is absolutely extraordinary. After that, the two paid a certain fee and got the chips before they were released. After entering, Ningren used Sharingan to find the traces of Tsunade around. Sure enough, he saw Tsunade in a room on the second floor, who was being chased down and shouted for an account. Chapter 14, Joining Tsunade. At this moment, two burly and hideous big men are chasing forward, holding a pig, and the Tsunade of Shizuan, the little secretary. In his mouth, he kept yelling, "Don't run! Return the 500 gold coins owed for gambling." Tsunade smiled disdainfully. "When did you owe you money? It is clear that you cheated in that game." After speaking, he ran directly down the second floor and rushed towards Ningren. Seeing Tsunade walking by his side, Ningren smiled slightly and stepped forward to stop the two big guys. "Buddy, what do you want to do? Do you want to prevent us from being accountable? Those two big guys are in charge of collecting accounts in this entertainment city, and have also seen the kind of characters who find helpers to block the accounts after denying them." At this moment, he obviously regarded Ningren as the kind of person who collects money to do things, and he immediately became vigilant. "Haha, don't worry for the two of you. I will pay the money this lady owes for him." Looking at the two big men, Ningren smiled slightly and took out 500 gold coins from behind him and handed them to each other. Seeing that Ningren was actually the two big guys who came to pay back the money, I was taken aback at first, but now that the money was obtained and the task was completed, he didn't bother Ningren anymore and left. Then Tsunade was stunned in place, looked, and said to Ningren with some confusion, "Who are you? I don't seem to have seen you before." Because Orochimaru was hidden in advance, Tsunade did not recognize Ningren as a member of Konoha village. "It doesn't matter who I am, but I know many secrets about you." Ningren didn't worry, but started a routine. Tsunade, hearing what Ningren had just said, his brow furrowed with an expression of disgust. "Oh? You mean you want to threaten me?" Speaking of Tsunade, he also squeezed his fists, a huge chakra, gathering Ningren in his hands. You can clearly see the hidden explosive power. To avoid being directly by Tsunade, he quickly waved his hand and explained, "This is not a convenient place to talk. Let's go to the next room." Ningren was the first to find a gaming table in a separate room, which was specially provided for those distinguished VIPs. Originally Tsunade didn't want to pay attention to Ningren, but after all, Ningren paid his debts and then entered. Anyway, he didn't worry that Ningren would shoot him because he had the strength and could kill Ningren. After the two people arrived in the room, Ningren spread their hands and said, "Actually, my goal is also very simple. I just want you to join, and in return I can resurrect your brother." As soon as Ningren said this, Tsunade's eyes condensed immediately. "How do you know about my brother? Who are you?" Originally, Tsunade thought that Ningren might just want to be close. However, at first glance, I am afraid that things are not that simple. Shizuan is also experienced, and immediately leans back quietly, placing his hands on the thighs, where there are a few poisonous needles hidden. Ningren didn't sell him when he saw this. He knew that with the character of a master, if he negotiated with him or something, he would probably fail, so he directly found an opportunity and his eyes flashed. Suddenly his eternal Mangeki Sharingan directly activated Distinguished Heavenly Gods. This is the strongest illusion that can change a person's character and control a person's destiny. Ningren can be used infinitely. It only needs to be cooled once in a while. The original cooldown time was 3 days, but when he took Orochimaru, he used the number of times the system gave it, so he could use it a second time in a short time. Because Ningren's distinguished heavenly gods came very suddenly, Shizuan didn't expect it. When he slowed down, Tsunade had a flat expression. He didn't seem to be hurt at all, but he looked at Ningren, and his expression seemed to have been familiar with Ning Ren for many years. Master Ning Ren. Then Tsunade faintly spoke, and surprisingly, it has been successfully transformed by distinguished heavenly gods. Shizuan on the side was taken aback for a moment, and asked quickly in a daze. Master Tsunade, what's going on? Do you know him? However, Tsunade has long been influenced by Ning Ren's distinguished heavenly gods, and at the moment when he is biased towards Ning Ren from the perspective of character, he turned his head and looked at Shizuan and said flatly. It's okay, it's actually an old acquaintance, I just recognized it just now. Shizuan nodded when he heard the words. After all, he is also a medical ninja. He just looked at Tsunade's state and found that there was nothing abnormal, so he was relieved. And because Ning Ren on the side was successfully drawn to Tsunade, the sound of the system rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task and getting rewards. Congratulations to the host for gaining the strongest regenerative physique, surpassing Hashirama, and surpassing Sage Mode. As long as there is a drop of blood on the body, it can be restored to its original state. Originally, Yunfan thought that this task would give him gold coins at most, but when he saw this reward, his whole body was dazed, and he immediately felt his own difference. A new vitality seemed to have been injected into his physical body, and his vitality and physical quality had been improved as never before. Among them, the most obvious improvement is resilience, and now Ning Ren has a feeling. That is the current self, even with a broken arm and a broken leg, it can grow back in a short period of time. The fatal injury for ordinary people is just a small injury on Ning Ren and can be recovered instantly. At that time, Ning Ren was not calm. He took out a handful of Kyu and slit his finger lightly, and blood flowed out immediately, but before the blood flowed out much, the wound began to squirm. After a while, it was intact. Seeing this, Ning Ren was convinced that in fact, he had taken a fancy to Hashirama's regenerative cells long before he crossed. Even many plots are advanced based on Hashirama cells, whether it is Danzo's arm or Orochimaru, studying immortality. Hashirama's cells have always existed, and the regenerative power he has gained has clearly surpassed Hashirama. Because at least he doesn't need to consume anything. Chakra is an unlimited number of regenerations, and even if there is only a drop of blood left on the whole body, it can be regenerated. This is terrifying. On Ning Ren of Sharingan Byakugan, there is another physique that can regenerate infinitely. Since then, Ning Ren has determined that as long as he does not go to death, he can basically run wild in the ninja world, but before that, Ning Ren still needs to establish his own power as soon as possible. Now Ning Ren has Orochimaru Tsunade and some of Orochimaru's men. Although the legendary Sunin, Ning Ren now has two. But in the face of the monsters who were Rinnegan at every turn in the later period, Ning Ren had no confidence at all, so he decided to set off immediately to capture the tail beast. Chapter 15, Infiltrating Akatsuki's Organization. However, if he wants to catch the tail beast, now Ning Ren is not too sure, even if he wants to catch the weakest one tail. He doesn't have much confidence, at least he needs a helper. So, Ning Ren thought of Akatsuki. In the original book, Gaara was captured by Deidara and Sasori. In fact, these two people weren't because of restraining Gaara, but every member of Akatsuki's organization had a mission. At this time, if you join in, try to get this opportunity to catch. At that time, you only need to sell your teammates when you succeed in catching the tail beast, and then put the blame on Konoha village. Having made up his mind, Ning Ren took Orochimaru Tsunade and Shizuan, who was still confused, back to Orochimaru's research room without hesitation. When he saw this, Shizuan was completely confused. He knew that this was the base of Orochimaru, and he also saw a hidden Orochimaru. Looking at Tsunade and Ning Ren again, various thoughts arose in her mind. Is there any collaboration between Orochimaru and Tsunade-sama? Who is this Ning Ren? Is it possible to have something to do with Lord Jiraiya? Unprovoked speculation in his mind, but he is always stunned. In the end, Ning-ren used the mission as a reason, and went directly to investigate the intelligence with those Orochimaru's men. At this time, Ning-ren had the opportunity to discuss the future development with Orochimaru Tsunade. Because of the distinguished heavenly gods, the minds of the two people are still preserved, but they are absolutely loyal to Ning-ren in character. Therefore, Orochimaru, which has many trajectories, has not changed, and directly thought of the easiest way, which is to mix in. But although it is easy to say, it is quite difficult to do it. After all, this is a relatively invincible organization among the premises. Ning-ren is not sure that he can successfully sneak in. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly thought of a way. Master Ning-ren, do you know Uchiha Itachi? When I was in the Akatsuki organization, they tried to recruit Uchiha Itachi, who had betrayed the village many times, but they failed. All you need is Lord Ning-ren. If you use Sharingan to pretend to be Uchiha Itachi, it will be much easier for you to join the Xiao organization, and you may be able to get the privilege of completing tasks first. As soon as Orochimaru said this, Ning-ren immediately seemed to give initiation. There is nothing wrong with it. Uchiha Itachi was indeed a talent that was longed for by the small organization at the time of assistance. According to the current time period, because of his own influence, perhaps the time has also been involved. As a result, Uchiha Itachi did not join the Akatsuki organization, but was on the way to join. It only takes this time that Ning-ren uses Sharingan's illusion to wrap himself up, and then sneak into the small organization. But this is easy to say, but it is really difficult to do. After all, there is Rinnegan in the small organization, and it is likely to be able to see through some ordinary changes, and it is impossible for the illusion of Ning-ren's master to remain active all day. Therefore, Ning-ren thought of a way. He first opened the system mall after Orochimaru and Tsunade were separated. Because of the completion of the task, he was rewarded with gold coins. At present, there are about 100,000 in total. He still remembers when he was in the ninja mall. I saw a prop, it was a mask. The shape of the mask was similar to that of Obito, with only one eye exposed. But its function is extremely pervert, that is, to change the chakra of a ninja, to change his appearance and breath. And just because Ning-ren's Sharingan is missing one, it just happens that there is only one hole in the mask. At that time, Ning-ren people only need to expose that Sharingan to hide it from everyone, plus this mask change, even if it was Uchiha Itachi himself who came, and there is a high probability that it is not clear who is who. So he made up his mind to let Deshan follow him in Tsunade, but stayed to visit his house, and the two quickly approached the country of rain. The reason why Ning-ren brought Orochimaru is also useful. It is because Orochimaru Grandmaster has some escapes and some evil ways. If you are really in danger, you can't beat it, let Orochimaru help yourself with a snake skin. It can be considered to be able to save a one-time life, but as for other people. And Ning-ren was responsible for acting as Uchiha, and Itachi slowly left their base and marched toward the kingdom with it. The so-called Hyuga kingdom, the previous ruler was Hanzo, because its incompetence caused the battle between Konoha village and the other two countries, and it was used as the main arena. The ninjas of Konoha village directly caused war here, causing heavy casualties to Nagato and others at that time. In order to gain strength, Nagato used his abilities. Everyone who controls Pen 6 Paths has mastered one of Rinnegan's basic skills and created the strongest pre-organization, Xiao. Moreover, Nagato directly took revenge, beheading Hanzo. He himself ruled the entire Rain country. Under his high-pressure management, the village has also changed from a war-torn river to a safe country living in seclusion outside. This is Nagato's philosophy, which is to suppress everyone by force in exchange for world peace. It can be said that their original intention is not bad. It's just the wrong path. Ning-ren even imagined whether he could use his distinguished heavenly gods to draw Nagato over, but after thinking about the fact that the opponent has Rinnegan, he might have a certain resistance to illusion. And if you really get Nagato back, I'm afraid it's not because I can't beat the opponent and become a kid, but Nagato can't, but Konan can. It's even better to go with him. When capturing Gaara, his teammate is Konan. In that case, he can find the time and use distinguished heavenly gods to directly confuse Konan, making him as successful as Orochimaru to rely on himself. With this thought in mind, Ningen took Orochimaru to the base of Akatsuki. As soon as he entered his figure, Nagato discovered him. But before that, he had already put on a mask that could change his appearance, changing himself into the appearance of Uchiha Itachi, and only revealed his Sharingan. Is it Uchiha Itachi? Immediately after an indifferent voice, a heavily armed Yahiko came and fell from the sky. Yes, I want to join your Akatsuki organization. Ningen tried to learn Uchiha Itachi's words coldly without any emotion. Hearing this, Yahiko first glanced at Orochimaru, who had already joined them, then looked at Ningen and said with some distrust. I heard that Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan is very powerful, so let's try to prove your strength. Chapter 16, Each Pregnant. Yes, it's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it back. What if you kill this corpse? Ningen continued to say coldly, and Yahiko was stunned when he said this. Immediately looking at Ningen vigilantly, he couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. What happened? He could actually see the essence of my body. Did that also see the weakness of Sharingan? Seeing that he is confident, he should have some understanding of our body in all likelihood. He is indeed the legendary Uchiha Itachi. Thinking of this, Yahiko smiled and forced to pretend to be calm. I've tried all this before, I know how to come. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Ningen a chance to react, and as soon as he raised his hand, he displayed his skill, Universal Pull. Suddenly, as if a black hole appeared in his hand, Ningen's body began to involuntarily approach the other side. However, Ningen, who had been prepared for a long time, gave a calm sneer. I saw Sharingan spin quickly in his eyes, even when he used illusion. Switched positions with a huge rock, and when Yahiko reacted, a huge rock was rushing towards him. This is not over yet. Ningen's body, under the cover of illusion, has quietly arrived behind the other party. Sharingan, rotating once again, Amaterasu appears. For a moment, the black flame seemed to be a fierce beast capable of swallowing everything in the world, spreading over the opponent's body, burning blazingly. However, Yahiko is not a vegetarian either. He waved Shenluo Tianzhang and appeared, forcibly opened the black fire, and then a black rod appeared in his hand. Go straight to Ningen. However, Ningen was prepared long ago. Well, although he could not use other ninjutsu in order to prove that he was Uchiha Itachi, he was able to use weapons. I saw that Chu Shui had already stretched out the black stick facing the opponent in his sleeve and chopped it over. In an instant, the black stick shattered, and Chu Shui directly slashed Yahiko's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Ningen turned around and exchanged himself with a tree stump once again using illusion. That is to say, the moment after it was exchanged, Yahiko's Shenluo Tianzhang had already blasted past. A huge gap was directly bombed the earth, and Ningen stood next to Orochimaru intact, not even a trace of dust on his body. Yes, as expected of Uchiha Itachi, I recognize your strength. Yahiko took a deep breath and stopped attacking. Ningen also smiled slightly. Just now, it almost used its best effort. If in terms of combat effectiveness, the current Ningen is far less than Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, this is just a test. It tests his pupil technique. It only needs a few iconic skills to prove its identity. After gaining trust, Ningen followed Yahiko to the deepest part of the organization, where Ningen obtained a set of clothing for a small organization. And a ring that represents identity. After that, Ningen began to implant the topic. Since our organization is for world peace, in my opinion, it's better to act now. How about catching the tail beast? Ningen knew that if he waited for the other party's proposal, he might not be able to assign the task, so he asked in advance. Hearing this, Yahiko glanced at Ningren and was silent for a while before speaking. It is indeed to catch the tail beast, so, in order to prove your strength, this time it is up to you and Deidara to go together. With that, Yahiko handed Ningren a scroll. Ningren opened it and found that it recorded some information and specific route plans in Cheyenne village. Soon after, Deidara appeared suddenly. Is it finally my turn to play? It's time to show what real art is. As soon as he arrived, Deidara saw Ningren. He was surprised at his face, and then his eyes gleamed, as if he had seen some perfect work of art. Are you Uchiha Itachi? Ningren heard this and nodded. Immediately Deidara got even more excited and grabbed Ningren's hand. Haha, I've heard that you who own Sharingan can definitely appreciate my art. I'm not interested. Ningren was a little impatient. According to the memory in the original book, this Deidara was taken into the organization by Uchiha Itachi's reduction. But because of the changes in the timeline, at this time, I don't know what is being held back, and failed to join the organization. Instead, Deidara joined in advance. After that, the two people set off and slowly marched towards their mission goal, Cheyenne village. But Deidara has always wanted to show Ningren what is real art. I kept talking next to Ningren all the way, but Ningren didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he closed his eyes and calmed down. The country of rain, because it is located in a basin, the air is humid, and there are swamps everywhere. Even the air contains a lot of white mist, and people's visibility can only stay a few meters at most. Ningren and Deidara are walking on such a swamp. Just at this time, Deidara sneered. He deliberately fell behind a few steps, gradually getting farther and farther away from Ningren, until the end, disappearing into the fog. Ningren had noticed Deidara's behavior a long time ago, and wanted to test his own strength based on the opponent's personality. But Ningren didn't mind. In his opinion, Deidara's strength is not bad, but his personality is too simple. So his Sharingan turned on directly and looked back at Deidara. Under Sharingan's gaze, Deidara was already hiding behind a big tree, chewing the explosive clay in his hand quickly, summoning two flying birds, and rushing towards Ningren. In fact, what Deidara called to let Ningren experience art is to bomb Ningren with a bomb. At this moment, he thought he was perfectly hidden, but he never thought that his every move was clearly visible in Ningren's eyes. Hey, really looking for death? Ningren was also welcome, and directly used Amaterasu. A black flame appeared out of thin air, burning the flying clay in advance and exploding directly. Immediately afterwards, Ningren pretended to look at Deidara without any notice. So? Hurry up and perform the task, what are you doing hiding behind the tree? As soon as he said this, Deidara, who thought he had been exposed and was about to explain, was a little bewildered. Immediately, he walked out from under the big tree and continued to follow Ningren's side. The two moved on, but they had their own ghosts. Ningren knew in Ningren's heart that Deidara must test herself, so she was ready. Chapter 17, Deidara frustrated. What Deidara had in mind was also very simple. He wanted to see how powerful this legendary Uchiha clan genius was. So he decided to test Uchiha Itachi several times on the way for a while. In this way, the two people moved forward slowly. There is a distance from the country to Cheyenne village, and there are borders of several countries in the middle, so you will pass through several types of geomorphic environments. At this moment, Ningren and Deidara have been walking for nearly 2 hours, and they have already left the range of the rain country, and there is no white mist around them. Instead, they are replaced by a vast prairie. It is very vast, and the border cannot be seen at a glance. It is a place that belongs to the borders between countries. There are no residents on such a vast grassland, only some wild animals. And at this moment, Deidara smiled coldly and stretched out his hands to his back, throwing 2 balls of detonating clay towards the back. After the two clays fell on the ground, they immediately turned into two white coyotes. As if the two sides slowly receded, they went straight to Ningren and rushed over. On the other hand, Deidara pretended to be innocent and took a few steps back, and didn't mean to remind Ningren. However, Ningren, who had been following the opponent with Byakugan a long time ago, sneered, and a layer of black flame suddenly appeared around his body, which burned as soon as the white wolf approached. Just directly, the black flame spread and burned directly on Deidara's body, which surprised the unsuspecting Deidara, and was directly burned off several layers of clothing, which was resisted by the clay. "Sorry, the flame has affected you, but this is actually my state of defense." Seeing Deidara eating turtles, Ningren said with a slight smile. "Actually, my Sharingan is a bit different. Amaterasu defense can be activated all day long. Once a danger approaches, Amaterasu will be released automatically. It was not my will to receive it just now. You are really useless." Ningren said this deliberately, just to make Deidara completely confused and make him think that he is very strong and dare not try again. At this time, Deidara looked at Ningren, who was still surrounded by some black flames, and couldn't help swallowing. Uchiha Taki. At that moment, he seemed to see golden light floating around Ningren, and it seemed that Uchiha Taki was the real art. If Ningren could know Deidara's thoughts, he would be surprised, because although the storyline has changed a little, Deidara was shocked by Uchiha Taki because of the mistake of inserting the sun. In the subsequent journey, Deidara never dared to test Ningren again, but was a little cautious, for fear of being burned by Amaterasu again. Therefore, Ningren stopped paying attention to each other, and the two accelerated their feet involuntarily. Soon, they came to the boundary line of Cheyenne village, where the vegetation began to sparse, and the earth began to appear withered. Going a little further forward is the Kingdom of Wind with yellow sand everywhere. So a tea house was opened here. Provide some water and dry food for sober merchants. But after all, they are all opened in this kind of place. Most of the food sold here exceeds its original value and is very expensive. Therefore, except for ninjas or some big businessmen, no one would come here to eat. After Ningren and Deidara came here, Ningren proposed to go to Cheyenne village after resting here. After all, it is to catch the tail beast. If you are weak, you may not perform well. Now Deidara was obedient to Ningren, and immediately nodded in agreement, and then the two of them found a place to sit down. After Ningren ordered a cup of tea casually, he began to ponder the process of catching the tail beast. First, one tail shower he, the Jinkriki is Gaara. Judging by the current timeline, the middleman test has been completed, and Gaara's character has also been captured by the protagonist group and has become no longer cruel. However, adhering to this ancient saying that the words of whitewashing must be weakened, Gaara's combat effectiveness is indeed not as good as before, that is, at this time, it was taken advantage of by small organizations. And Ningren just walked again according to the original plot. It's just that Ningren couldn't. According to the original book, Gaara obediently handed over to Xiao. Instead, he is alone, which involves a problem that needs to be solved next to Deidara. Thinking of this, Ningren looked back at Deidara, who was somewhat restrained. Originally, he thought that he could use distinguished heavenly gods to bring this person over, but Deidara's combat power was really useless for the current Ningren. After all, Ningren could defeat him. As a result, a plan emerged in Ningren's mind, which was to blame Konoha village. After he was ready to successfully capture Gaara for a while, he would take him back to Orochimaru's base and then sneak attack on Deidara, and blame Hokage for all this. Thinking of this, Ningren sneered in his heart. "Danzo, you are not dead, I will throw all the pot on your head in a moment, and then let Akatsuki organize to kill you." But just as Ningren imagined it, suddenly a harsh voice came from the side. "The two silly big hats over there, the two silly hillbillies, who told you to sit next to me quickly get out of me and affect my meal." Ning-ren frowned and looked back and found that 3 big men were sitting on a table next to them. They all wear Cloud Shinobi Village's forehead protector. At this moment, the 3 of them were watching Ning-ren mockingly, and the 2 of them were unkind. 3 reptiles. Let you see what art is. Deidara, who was next to him, immediately stopped doing it, and was about to step forward to kill the 3 of them, but was stopped by Ning-ren. Calm down. Our task is to catch the tail beast. Exposure is not good for us at this time, so we will unite the general knowledge of these people. Deidara was still a little frightened, and the Uchiha Itachi in front of him sat down and stopped talking. However, the actions of the 2 people fell into the 3 Cloud Shinobi villages, but in the eyes of the ninja, the 2 of them were persuaded, so they got worse. Ha ha ha, the 2 cowards are still wearing such a fashion, tell you, give you 3 breaths time to roll quickly, otherwise you will die. One of the rough-looking guys smiled, grabbed a teacup and threw it at Ning-ren. This one is very powerful, and with chakra, if Ning-ren is just an ordinary person and is hit by this one, even if he is immortal, he will be disabled. Seeing that the 2 were so cruel, Ning-ren's eyes were cold, and he turned to look at the 2 of them. Suddenly, Sharingan's illusion was activated. And the flying teacup shattered directly, and the 3 ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were even more sluggish. Chapter 18, Capturing Gaara. From the beginning to the end, Deidara, who was on the side, did not make a move, but looked at Ning-ren's strength intuitively, as if he was still testing. Immediately after Ning-ren's illusion, he activated the combination of Byakugan and Sharingan to show some abilities. I saw an invisible force blasted out directly and fell on the 3 ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. The 3 of them only felt as if they were directly hit by a small hill, and their bodies flew out obliquely behind them, breaking several big trees along the way, before stopping. The guests around who watched this scene took a breath, and looked at Ning-ren in awe. Even Deidara, who wanted to test Ning-ren, took a breath. No longer dared to test in front of Ning-ren, but ran in front of Ning-ren, pretending to care about Ning-ren, waved his hand directly, threw out a few balls of detonating clay, and turned into 3 small animals on the ground. Insect. It got directly into the 3 Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas who provoked Ning-ren. With a terrible cry and explosion, the 3 ninjas were killed in seconds by Deidara. And Ning-ren also launched his own illusion at this time, so that all the guests around him calmed down in an instant, as if he had forgotten about it. Okay, don't waste time here, the task is important, and it's a quick decision. Ning-ren glanced at Deidara and said lightly. Deidara nodded hurriedly and followed Ning-ren, looking a little cautious. Because it was no longer suitable for walking in the desert, Deidara summoned a huge clay bird, and the 2 quickly moved forward on the desert. Soon, the 2 people came to Tsunagakure's gate. According to the memory in the original book, Ning-ren knew that he was in Cheyenne village. Feng-ying Gaara should be in the village now. As long as 2 people fight quickly, they can successfully capture Gaara before the tail beast runs away. At this time, the sound of the system rang in Ning-ren's ears. Ding! Remind the host to release a new task, and use the Sharingan case to successfully confuse Gaara to get the following rewards. Reward 1, the strongest pupil technique, system enhanced version Rinnegan. Reward 2, unlimited chakra. When Ning-ren saw these 2 rewards, he almost thought that he had misheard it, but after reviewing the task carefully, he realized that it was like this. The ability has been integrated once, and the enhanced version of Rinnegan is estimated to have the most comprehensive pupil technique in the entire ninja world. It can be said that after receiving the first reward, Ning-ren's combat effectiveness will never be different, and he will become a strong player in the shadows from then on. But the second reward is terrible. You have to know that the most important thing in the ninja world is not ninjutsu, nor is it pupils. It's the amount of chakra. The reason why celebrities are so powerful and able to use so many shadow clone and raise nan is basically because of 9 tails. And the first generation of Hokage Senju Hashirama, because of its huge amount of chakra, even let him just call out after putting his hands together to cast wood style. Even before Ningren heard a saying that wood style ninja with less chakra can build a house at most, and Hashirama with more chakra can be born in the barnyard tree world. This is a change in quality, a qualitative change caused by quantity. If Ningren really wins these two awards, his future methods of warfare may change. Instead of using any prosecutions, he will directly use wireless chakra to promote the enhanced Rinnegan. Although Ningren does not know what form Rinnegan will look like after being strengthened by the system, at least Rinnegan's basic skills should be there, such as planetary devastation, ordinary skills such as Tian Shao, and the system said it is enhanced. It's definitely not a normal version. Maybe there is no cooling time, plus unlimited chakra. Ningren can be used almost unlimitedly. After thinking about this, Ningren looked forward to the next battle even more, and the two came directly to Tsunagakure's door. Here, the two principals wearing Sheian village costumes came out and talked to Deidara for a few words, and they actually let the two of them swagger in. It turns out that even in the timeline, the change of cause and effect seems to be here, not a rest, but the undercover still exists. The undercover agent directly helped Ningren enter the village, and the rest depends on the fighting power of Ningren. It is also very simple. Ningren directly used Sharingan to find traces of tail beasts in the village. After that, Deidara released a large amount of detonating clay and detonated it directly towards the location where Ningren discovered. The two knew that to capture the grandson of Feng Ying, the high-ranking ones must be made quickly. The longer the delay, the more reinforcements the other party will rush to. The more disadvantaged it is for the two people, so they can't delay, but directly hit the other side by surprise. Now that Deidara's detonating clay just exploded, Ningren used Amaterasu to attack Gaara in the house. Suddenly, a black flame appeared on Gaara's body out of thin air and burned quickly. If it weren't for Gaara's rapid reaction, a thick layer of yellow sand was formed outside the body to resist Ningren's attack. Otherwise, Ningren would be seriously injured by Ningren. Immediately after Deidara's detonation just now attracted the attention of everyone in the village, they rushed to support Ningren, knowing that it could not be delayed, but a quick fight. So he and Deidara looked at each other. Before they came, the two had made a plan, that is, let Deidara use a small amount of detonating clay to invade Gaara's sand, and then use the sand to attack Gaara. The premise is that he must form an absolutely defensive sphere, and this is not difficult for Ningren. I saw him wave his hand at this moment, suddenly a lot of chakra. It quickly condenses around his body, and then Ningren's Sharingan spins quickly, Kamui is used by him, and everything between the heaven and the earth will be absorbed where Kamui passes. Including Gaara's absolute defense, Gaara couldn't help defending at this moment, and was about to take back all the sand to resist. But the detonating bugs hidden in the yellow sand were picked out one by one at this moment. Gaara took a breath of air after seeing these bugs, but everything was too late, when he didn't react. The worm was immediately detonated by Deidara, and the hot flame exploded rapidly in a narrow ball of yellow sand. Chapter 19, Danzo is back. Because of the narrow space, Deidara's bomb exerted a more powerful force than before, directly causing Gaara to almost stun in his defense, but fortunately, he persisted, and immediately stepped back to control the yellow sand. Once again, a deep armor was formed on his body, defending himself tightly, and Ningren was also watching from a distance, looking for time to attack. "Who are you? Is it Akatsuki?" At this moment, Gaara suddenly asked, and Ningren suddenly had an idea in his heart. "No, isn't it that our organization has been exposed to Feng Ying, that doesn't even know our plan, right?" Although Ningren thought so in his heart, he was not worried on the surface. After all, he was not a member of the real Akatsuki organization. At this moment, the fighting was just for fun, and all the coolies had to be done by Deidara. I saw that he could see through Gaara's character, and he should give priority to protecting the villagers. So he stretched his hand directly into his waist, grabbed a large amount of detonating clay, swallowed it, and then sprinkled this huge bag of detonating clay directly onto the ground. It was almost just a few breaths of detonating clay, and the little bug fell down like it was raining. Gaara watched the detonating clay fall and it had to stop. Therefore, he did not hesitate to spend a lot of chakra to mobilize, and the yellow sand on the whole ground gathered, and actually formed a layer of yellow sand protection on the sky. But because this area was too large, even Gaara was not completely covered, causing some clay to fall on the ground, causing an explosion and blowing up a lot of buildings. Seeing Gaara concentrate on manipulating the yellow sand to resist Deodara's attack, Ningren seized the opportunity, and suddenly Sharingan quickly turned in his eyes and released Amaterasu again, only to see a trace of black flame burning on Gaara's body out of thin air. Some of his clothes were burned off guard. Fortunately, a thick layer of yellow sand armor was wrapped on his skin. At this moment, he just dragged the armor, and then he quickly waved his hand to the yellow sand in the distance. Mobilize back. Continue to form and protect a huge ball on his body, floating in the air, that is Gaara's absolute defense, but Deodara smiled wretchedly when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha, you are still too young, let's see what's in the sand around you. Although he was defended, Gaara could still hear the words outside. He immediately reacted and looked back. He found that there were dense white clay in his yellow sand ball. The small bugs crawled out. He secretly said a bad sound. When he was about to struggle, it was too late. There were a lot of detonations in the entire yellow sand ball. Insect. At this moment, a one-time explosion was in the absolute protection of Gaara, which was in a narrow space. The power was even stronger than before. One point directly caused Gaara to blow up. After going out and falling back towards the earth, Ningren waved his hand empty. Caught each other. Throwing him on Deodara's big bird, and when the two men took Gaara to evacuate, suddenly a cold voice came from below. How dare you dare to invade our Cheyenne village and die? Immediately afterwards, Ningren saw that the mother-in-law of the 1000th generation suddenly appeared. After he appeared, he did not hesitate at all, and directly caught up with the two of Ningren. Uchiha Itachi, you have to think of a way, my good news clay is almost used up, if we consume them again, we may not be opponents. Seeing that there were more and more people around, Deodara said with some worry, but Ningren saw that Gaara wanted to sell Deodara for the first time. He didn't hesitate at the moment. He suddenly turned around and launched Sharingan, facing Deodara directly. A wave of illusion. In the illusion, Deodara appeared in an unfamiliar world where the sky was red and the earth was red, everything was full of blood, like hell on earth. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Idara to react, Uchiha Itachi appeared one after another around his body, each of them holding a long knife in his hand and starting to pierce his body. Suddenly a piercing pain came, making Deodara almost crazy, and the second and third were almost in the blink of an eye. There were countless Ningren and countless Uchiha Itachi beside him. They all held weapons against him in their hands, which was a fierce attack. Almost a moment later, more than 100 swords were inserted into his body. After that, Deodara experienced this kind of pain in the illusion. For 3 consecutive days and 3 nights, when he was awake again, the outside world was actually only a second later. After he was awake, his legs and feet were a little unsteady. Almost falling off his clay, he looked at Ningren in disbelief at this moment with a hint of cruelty before his eyes. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing? Deodara looked at Ningren in disbelief, he didn't expect to be betrayed. Haha, hate me, all these are orders from Danzo of Konoha village, and I can't help it. After that, Ningren kicked Deodara, who was still under the influence of illusion, in reality. It directly caused him to fall into the desert below and into Cheyenne village. Suddenly the masters of the Cheyenne village who were chasing Ningren just now saw that Deodara was alone, and immediately swarmed and attacked Deodara. If it weren't for Ningren's illusion, there is only one breath in reality, and now he has no time to resist and will be attacked by groups. At this moment, he was only seriously injured, and quickly gritted his teeth and threw out a large amount of detonating clay, forming a protection around him, resisting everyone's attacks, while watching the back of Ningren running away while gritted his teeth and looked towards the sky. "Damn Danzo, you wait for me, this time as long as I don't die, I will avenge the entire Konoha village." At the moment Deidara doesn't hate Ningren, but he hates that Danzo who issued the order, in Deidara's view. Uchiha Itaki is a spy sent by Konoha village, and she was framed by Danzo in Konoha village. The more she thought about it, the more angry she threw several sea-level bombs. All the ninjas of Tsunagakura who rushed towards him were blown out, and Deidara once again summoned a new clay. After the big bird sat on it, he quickly fled, because his physical condition was no longer good. Chapter 20, Infinite Chakra. In the battle with Gaara just now, he consumed a lot of chakra. At this moment, I also experienced Uchiha Itaki's illusion. I was stabbed for 3 days and 3 nights in the illusion. His spirit was already on the verge of collapse, if it weren't for his stronger mental will. I am afraid that there is no fighting power anymore. At this moment, he dragged his injured body and quickly fled to the outside of Cheyenne village. At the same time, Ningren has also returned to Orochimaru's base on Deidara's bird, where he directly put down Gaara who was unconscious. Immediately after opening his eyes, he used the distinguished heavenly gods that he had just recovered. He opened Gaara's eyes with his hands and directly released him. In an instant, Jinkraki and One-Tail Gaara became Ningren's subordinates. They were completely influenced by distinguished heavenly gods, and since then they have been absolutely loyal to Ningren. Without waiting for Gaara to wake up, Ningren immediately checked the system, and as expected, his mission had been completed. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task and getting rewards. The rewards are being distributed and the distribution is successful. Just after the sound of the system disappeared, Ningren discovered that his body had undergone tremendous changes. First of all, his eyes were no longer red and white. Instead, all became the crimson Sharingan, and became the shape of the 3-Go Jade. It was not that his Byakugan disappeared, but was reintegrated by the system, and then his Sharingan changed again. On the basis of red, there appeared a circle of black circles like Rinnegan. Connecting the 3 Tomoe series, a total of 12 Goyu Jade appeared, slowly turning in Ningren's eyes. Today's Ningren is like having a pair of red version of Rinnegan, with 12 gouaches floating in it. This is the Rinnegan after the system has been strengthened. It was also the eye on Kagaya's forehead when Infinite Tsukuyomi was shown in the original work. And now Ningren has 2, and all of them have been strengthened by the system, without any cooling and burden. At almost this moment, Ningren felt that he had unlocked many skills, first of all Rinnegan's basic skills, followed by some more pervert skills, such as Izanaki and Izanami. These 2 illusions can only be used when Sharingan reaches the highest level. It can now be used an unlimited number of times, but it takes time to cool down. This is not over yet. Ningren's bigger changes are derived from his chakra. Originally, he copied the chakra of Nine-Tails Demon Fox, which is considered to be a relatively large amount of chakra. But now chakra, on top of the original Nine-Tails attributes, has once again achieved infinite extension. The entire body of Ningren has turned into a bottomless pit, and chakra has become an unlimited number of ninjutsu and pupil skills that can be performed infinitely. Good fellow, am I truly invincible from now on? Feeling the power of the present, Ningren took a deep breath. He knew that from this moment on, he had already embarked on a different path from others. As long as you plan well and don't die, you can create a powerful force that exceeds Konoha village by following the plan. At this time, Tsunade and Orochimaru also walked out. They looked at Ningren and Gaara lying beside Ningren's feet, and they were shocked. The minds of the 2 people were still preserved, and at this moment they couldn't help but begin to analyze. Every time Ningren went out and came back, he brought a young man, either the legendary ninja or Jinkraki. As expected of Ningren, I am afraid that when he comes back next time, he may bring some other cage-level powerhouses. The hearts of the two people once again have a new understanding of Ning Ren's strength. Ning Ren smiled after seeing the two people. This is the new companion. Come see me when he wakes up. I'm going to study some things in the room. Immediately afterwards, Ning Ren returned to the room that originally belonged to Orochimaru. After he came here, he first opened the system and found that there were no new missions for the time being. So he checked that the gold coins now reached more than 100,000. He took these. All gold coins are used to draw cards. In an instant, 100,000 gold coins were used out, and he had no fewer than thousands of card draw opportunities. In front of him, a large number of dense light clusters appeared, and an object was wrapped in each process. However, the largest number is still white quality props. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the foot wash from the grandmother of the 1,000 generations. Congratulations to the host for getting a piece of the Nine-Tails monster fox. Congratulations to the host for getting a piece of the Hokage rock model. Looking at these white quality props, Ning Ren couldn't help but be full of black lines. He even suspected that this was deliberately caused by the system's mentality. How could someone collect the foot wash of a 1,000 generation mother-in-law? However, among these white qualities, Ning Ren also found some things he was interested in. For example, will the Nine-Tails demon fox's hair still have the demon fox's chakra? However, what disappointed Ning Ren was that the hair was dry and shriveled, and it fell off naturally during fading. It did not contain any chakra scent, it was just normal hair. So Ning Ren used Kamui to send all the garbage out. It is worth mentioning that, because Ning Ren got the brand new Rinnegan, he can set up his Kamui location. All the Kamui before they all sent things to Obito. Think of it as a garbage dump, but it is also dangerous. For example, if you use Obito's space, it will not harm Obito's original man. So Ning Ren set his Kamui teleportation point to look up and you can see it. Above the sun. Every time an item transferred by his Kamui will reappear on the sun, it will be directly grilled into fly ash. After that, Ning Ren set his sights on the more advanced qualities, blue and gold. Blue is still the consumption type props, such as detonators and scrolls. Although these items are of no use to Ning Ren, they can be regarded as wealth. After all, consumable items will be used up one day. When the time comes, he will have to buy it. After he put all these items into the special storage scroll, he fell in love with the golden props. This time Ning Ren's face was darker, and the 100,000 gold coin was smashed down. There was only one golden item. After he clicked it on, he found that it was the same item. Ding! Congratulations, host gets the props, Demon Sword Muramame. The chakra can be strengthened to the utmost extent, and its tenacity is indestructible. Chapter 21, Danzo Wronged. Seeing a brand new demon sword appear in his hand, Ning Ren couldn't help but compare it with his previous Chu Shui hand. I found that both weapons have their own strengths. Chu Shui is a streamlined type with very high attack power and speed. The newly emerged Murayu is even more evil and can be used to release ninjutsu. Looking at these two weapons, Ning Ren nodded and hung it around his waist at the same time. How do you feel that you have become a pirated version of Zoro? Ning Ren couldn't help but think so quickly in his heart, shook his head, and withdrew his thoughts. He looked in the direction of Konoha village. Danzo, it's time to come to you for revenge, and I must pick Hinata away. Ning Ren's eyes were cold and he muttered to himself. Both of his goals are in Konoha village and he must go back. Danzo can die later, but Hinata Ning Ren must take it back first. Because he knows if Danzo, who is frantic, will threaten Hinata after he leaves. So, he began to sort out, ready to go to Konoha village. However, at the same time, the seriously injured Deidara also dragged his body with scars, used his clay bird to return to their base and found their leader Yahiko. As soon as he saw Yahiko, Deidara cried. Boss! We have been calculated by others. Seeing that Deidara had come back alone, Yahiko also had a dazed expression, waiting for the other person to follow. Uchiha Itachi, who went with me to perform the task, is actually a spy sent by Konoha village. Not only did he attack me, he also took Gaara. Deidara is like a child complaining to his parents, telling all of Ningren's crimes, and adding to his jealousy. And he also claimed that after Danzo's order, he will continue to pit, and we will destroy our organization. Hearing Deidara's words, Yahiko's eyes immediately became cold. Danzo? I've heard that he is the leader of the root organization in Konoha village. With his sinister character, he will dare to provoke us by doing this. They don't seem to want to live anymore. Yahiko smiled coldly, brought Konan Deidara and Sasori with a wave of his hand, and headed towards Konoha village. Because of Deidara's anger, he directly summoned a huge clay dragon, carrying everyone to the Konoha village quickly, and soon came to the sky of Konoha village. This place should be out of reach of their enchantment. I will go down first, and then use summoning technique to summon you over. Yahiko reminded him, and then jumped down alone. His figure appeared directly in Konoha village, and the enchanted ninja who was responsible for monitoring the entire village immediately noticed the invasion of foreign enemies. An alarm was sent directly to Konoha village, and Hokage looked in the office immediately, and received the alarm to the outside sky. He immediately went out to look at the center of the village and saw Yahiko standing there. This is Akatsuki? Why do they appear here? Third Hokage is also well informed. The current leader of the Rain Country, Akatsuki, cannot be unaware. I just didn't know their fighting power, and walked out with doubts at this moment. But at the moment he just went out, Yahiko directly knotted his hands and slapped the ground fiercely, summoning Deidara and others. As soon as she appeared, Deidara sneered, looked around, looking for Danzo. Damn Danzo, get out of here! He roared and threw a handful of clay bombs that had been prepared in advance, and threw them toward the surrounding area. For a while, a series of explosions quickly echoed in Konoha village. Danzo, who was sitting at home unaware of it, was taken aback. He looked up and saw the smoke in the village. He immediately got up and brought the ANBU members to the outside of the village and saw Deidara at a glance. But he didn't know the other party. Why would the other party call out his name? Come on, gather quickly to defend against foreign enemies. Danzo is also a member of Konoha village. At this moment, he hastened to order the ANBU members to gather quickly. But his appearance immediately attracted Deidara's attention. Okay. You old immortal framed me, you dare to show up in front of me, go to death. Almost without any hesitation, Deidara roared and threw a nuclear bomb-level clay bomb directly at Danzo. But now Danzo still has a dumbfounded look, he stared at Deidara blankly, but also with anger in his heart. I haven't seen you, what do you call me? Danzo was also scolded out of anger, his hands instantly formed a seal to summon water style, and he was about to resist. But he didn't expect that the clay that Deidara threw over suddenly exploded. It was many times more powerful than the bomb he threw just now. Danzo, the whole person was enveloped in the flames of the explosion. The whole person was blown out, and several houses were blown into the air, and then it stopped. If it weren't for Danzo, who had worn several protective clothes on his body before, and he also used Hashirama's cells, he would definitely die at this moment. Damn it! Danzo was very angry, but he looked dumbfounded. At this time, Third Hokage also felt that the members of the Akatsuki organization were quickly surrounded, but at this time, Yahiko had already cooled down his skills and pushed it towards the surroundings. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Suddenly, a huge repulsive force, centered on him, quickly slapped in all directions, slapped Third Hokage, Kakashi, and others who had rushed out. At the same time, Sasori came to Deidara, assisted Deidara by his side, and joined forces to deal with Danzo. Because in their opinion, Uchiha Itachi was sent to perform this task, so now Gaara must be hidden in Danzo's hands. So their goal this time is not only to kill Danzo, but also to find the traces of Gaara and the tail beast. Facing the attack of two Akatsuki members, even if Danzo had Hashirama's cells, it was not the endless clay bombs of his opponents at all, and it slammed into him. Before he could resist, Sasori manipulated the puppet to attack him. It was difficult for him to fight, but Hokage and the others were dragged by Yahiko, and there was no time to support them. Damn it! What did I do? Danzo just felt extremely wronged at this time. He didn't do anything himself. Even recently, I haven't been out in the village before, so why did I provoke these two lunatics in front of me? Moreover, he kept saying what good things he did, but he didn't say what he did, so Danzo kept bewildered. Chapter 22, Konoha Call for Help. But before Danzo's words were finished, Deidara desperately threw out a handful of detonating clay again. Danzo, who was just about to speak, had to step back and had no time to explain, so he could only quickly form a seal with his hands and create a thick earthen wall in front of him. After a series of explosions echoed on the dirt wall, Danzo's outline gasped, and suddenly a cold voice came from behind him. Say, where is Uchiha Itachi? Where is the tail beast? Danzo was taken aback, turned back, and immediately numbed his scalp. I see, Yahiko. I don't know when it will come, but Rinnegan is spinning with his hands behind Danzo. You. When Danzo was about to say something, Yahiko waved his hand and started the universal pull, drawing him directly in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he took a black iron rod and pierced him directly. Suddenly, after spending half a day with Deidara, there was not much left in his body, and Danzo of Chakra could hardly resist this attack. But he twitched the corners of his mouth, showing a sullen smile. Really? It's either you or I died today. He was also outraged and beaten for no reason. I don't know why, and the other party kept saying that he was a ghost. This feeling of being wronged was really uncomfortable. He rolled up his sleeves. 10 Sharingan on the arm. Although it has not been thoroughly studied, only half of the 10 can be used, but it is enough to deal with you. Immediately after Danzo roared, one of the Sharingan slowly closed, which naturally activated Uchiha's forbidden technique. His figure disappeared in place, and when he appeared again, he was already beside Third Hokage outside, and the wound on his body had completely disappeared. What? Is this isn't a key? Konan was not calm anymore. She recognized at a glance that this skill was called the forbidden technique. Immediately, Konan used the method of sharing his vision with several members. After sharing this information directly, Deidara and others looked at Danzo's arm. It's okay, I don't care what skills he has, just blow his arm off, look at the art. Deidara is very vengeful and is still chasing Danzo to attack. However, Third Hokage has mobilized the masters in the village at this moment, and officially launched a battle with them. At this moment, Third Hokage quickly formed seals with both hands, summoning a huge earth wall, and directly used the summoning technique after protecting all the old and weak women and children in the village. Summoned Ape Demon. As soon as this original demon, known as the strongest summoning beast, appeared, he saw the situation and cooperated with Third Hokage for many years, and immediately chose to attack Deidara. Because no matter from which point of view, he is the most threatening to the village, whether it is detonating clay or its high mobility, it must be killed first. As a result, with Third Hokage leading the team and the magic auxiliary card, Cassie is always ready to attack. The targets of the three men locked on Deidara at the same time and felt the cold. Deidara also reacted quickly, riding the big bird and quickly rising to the same front with Konan, and the two fought side by side. At this time, Konan has been transformed into countless sheets of white paper, floating over the entire Konoha village. Every white paper, whenever it touches a person or a building, it will immediately change into a detonating talisman and detonate directly. When they came, their plan was clear, that is, to cause casualties and damage to Konoha village as much as possible, so that they were forced to hand over Uchiha Itaki. And this tactic is undoubtedly correct. It can attack them while also allowing Third Hokage and others to spare time to protect the villagers, without time to deal with them. Seeing that his grandson was razed to the ground piece by piece in front of his own eyes, Third Hokage was utterly distraught. Is the foundation of Konoha village going to be destroyed in my hands? Third Hokage was not reconciled, but could only turn around and act separately from Yuanmo, blocking all the white papers that were scattered on the ground. Konan and Deidara looked at each other and seemed to understand Third Hokage's weaknesses, so Deidara laughed. Directly put his hands into the clay in his pocket, and after quickly chewing for a while, a giant clay dragon appeared in front of him. The dragon opened its mouth wide and sprayed out white smoke. But Danzo, who had been following two people below, used Sharingan and found that this was not smoke at all, but a detonating clay insect the size of a flying insect. No, go and stop the smoke, it's all bugs that can explode. Danzo exclaimed quickly, and at the same time he was not idle, and Jaiin quickly spit out water style. A large amount of water soared into the sky and contact with those bugs immediately detonated a large area. However, fog is pervasive. Although it has detonated some, a large amount of smoke still falls on the ground. Directly triggered a series of explosions, so that the streets of Konoha village were completely destroyed. Seeing this, Third Hokage gritted his teeth and immediately sealed his hands, and immediately after the earth rose many pillars of soil. These pillars expanded rapidly after being lifted off, forming a barrier made of earthen walls over the entire Konoha village, but Chakra of Third Hokage is not as good as Senju Hashirama, and its earthen walls are not strong in defense. It was just able to withstand some ordinary explosions, and at the moment Deidara's clay contained Chakra explosive power that had doubled. Seeing that the earth wall couldn't resist it, piece by piece it shattered from the sky and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the surroundings. All the people of the Aberame clan obey the order, release all the worms, and go to collide with their explosive worms. When everyone turned around, they found that it was Aberame who was good at controlling flying insects. Shino was manipulating a large number of tiny mosquitoes to collide with Deidara's tyrants, because the insects can directly offset each other. Large explosions formed in the sky, but this also caused their insect swarms to decrease rapidly. Abarame's Hainan endured heartache and summoned insects to sacrifice over and over again. Seizing this opportunity, Third Hokage immediately sealed his hands and used the summoning technique, and a group of ninja dogs immediately appeared around his body. Each ninja dog had a distress letter written in advance in his mouth, and passed the Third Hokage's order in an instant, and they swiftly moved forward in all directions. Rescue messages should be sent to any villages around Hokage indiscriminately. Hokage was also forced to do this. He knew that if he invited other villages to rescue, he would definitely have to pay a price, but it was helpless. Chapter 23, Incarnation of the Savior. In this case, Third Hokage has seen these people and is bound to destroy Konoha village. In today's village, most of the ninjas have gone to perform daily tasks, and the legendary three of Jiraiya and Tsunade have not returned from their field trips. Hokage's manpower was far from enough to resist the enemy in front of him. He was willing to go all out at the moment, just hoping that the ninja dogs could find a helper before the village was completely ruined. At the same time, just when Konoha village became a mess of porridge, as the direct cause of the incident, Ningren was slowly moving towards Konoha village. Its goal was also to destroy Konoha, but at this time it suddenly received a prompt from the system. Remind host to post a mission to save Konoha village, get rewards, home system. The sound of the system came very suddenly, making Ningren a little at a loss. He quickly opened the system details and checked it, only then fully understood. Because of his operations, Konoha village was hated by Akatsuki. Is suffering now. Attack, and Ningren now has two options, one is to complete the system mission and save Konoha village. Although he can get rewards, it runs counter to his own hatred of Konoha village. But if you don't complete the system task and wait for the task to be cancelled by itself, it may lose that reward. After thinking about it for a while, it was still a bit difficult, and at this moment Tsunade suddenly came to Ning Ren's side. After seeing Ning Ren's thoughts, she asked about it. After learning about Ning Ren's troubles, she thought about it. I think Lord Ning Ren can take advantage of this mission. After we save Konoha village will treat the adults as a mysterious powerhouse. When the time comes to cooperate with this so-called home system, will it not be able to achieve two goals with one stone? Although Tsunade's words were a bit vague, Ning Ren could tell the problem as soon as he heard it. The meaning of a master is very simple, that is, to pretend to be a mysterious organization or a strong man in a mysterious country. After rescuing Konoha village by thunder means, Konoha village will definitely be guessed by Konoha village. At that time, he obtained the homeland system. Ning Ren directly founded an organization, and this organization would immediately be valued by all the movies and dare not move easily. Thinking of this, Ning Ren smiled and glanced at Tsunade admiringly. Yes, you will be my secretary in the future, so you can give me advice. Tsunade nodded excitedly. After passing Ning Ren's distinguished heavenly gods, when the character of the hand is different from the original, when facing Ning Ren, there is always a strange feeling. At this moment, Orochimaru glanced. Tsunade came to Ning Ren's side unwillingly. Master Ning Ren, my identity. Ning Ren glanced at it, right, and said casually. After I set up the organization, you will be Deputy Chief. Hearing that, Orochimaru also gave a gloomy smile, obviously very satisfied. After that, the group sat on the 10,000 snakes summoned by the mountain and moved forward quickly. Originally, Orochimaru's base was not too far away from Konoha village. At this moment, the huge body of one snake is very fast, that is, in half an hour, they came to the outside of Konoha village. A long distance away from Ning Ren. They saw the raging smoke in the current Konoha village. It seems that they have just experienced a war. Well, follow the mission I just did. You are all responsible for going to rescue the animal husbandry in one direction. Remember to bring this to hide your identity. Ning Ren ordered and took out the clothes that he had just purchased from the system. These clothes can be changed in appearance and color at will. The most important thing is that they can resist chakra's detection and keep people mysterious. After Orochimaru and Tsunade left separately, Ning Ren also put on a mask for himself. The mask was in the shape given by the system, somewhat similar to Obito's. After that, Ning Ren slowly stepped into Konoha village. At this time, Third Hokage and others were already seriously injured. Konan, Yahiko, the two of them alone have solved the problem. Most of Konoha village's masters and even Danzo have been caught at this moment. Deidara is holding him in his hand, constantly stuffing his mouth with explosive clay. Danzo is also struggling constantly. The Sharingan in his hand has been used up and he can no longer escape. When everyone was desperate and Kakashi and others were seriously injured, Ning Ren came here. Konoha village, I received your distress letter, and I came here to support it. Of course, all of this needs to be reciprocated. Ning Ren's voice spread throughout the battlefield, causing Third Hokage and others to show their expectant gazes. They looked over, and when they saw that it was Ning Ren, they fell into despair again. Because neither Third Hokage, Danzo, nor even Konan knew this mysterious man wearing a mask, and he couldn't even feel a trace of chakra in the mysterious man. It is a good thing that this friend can rush over to help Konoha village, but all of this must be built on strength. Sasori smiled, directly controlling the puppet and rushing towards Ning Ren. Even Konan glanced at Ning Ren. There was sarcasm and disdain in that gaze. However, in the face of the puppet's attack, Ning Ren did not fear at all, but gently raised his hand and waved to the puppet, at the same time as this parliament. His Sharingan's rapid rotation started Amaterasu and immediately the black flame seemed to appear out of thin air. After burning quickly on top of the puppet, it burned the entire puppet into a piece of ashes. This is not over yet, the black flame has been strengthened by the system. Already faster than ordinary Amaterasu, it spreads along Sasori's chakra thread to his palm almost instantly. What? This is impossible. Sasori's scalp was numb, and he didn't expect the masked man in front of him to be so sharp. Fortunately, he hurriedly removed the joints of his arms and threw the puppet's arm out, so as to escape the corrosion of the black flame. This sudden scene surprised everyone in Konan and Konoha village, especially Third Hokage, who was not optimistic about the masked man. In his opinion, these masked people should be just some unknown ninjas. They took a fancy to Konoha village's thank you gift, and then ran over to die without thinking about it. But now, the other party is completely hidden. At the same time, Suzuki, who was also severely injured in the corner of Konoha village, was being pressed by a boulder on his legs and saw this scene. Ever since he was defeated by Ningren and his mood collapsed, he has been dizzy and not thinking about making progress. He wanted to pursue strength, but he couldn't ask for it. At this moment, he saw the powerful Ningren, with the desire in his eyes. Chapter 24, What is a Spike? At this moment, his heart changed and he wanted to follow Ningren to learn. In order to take revenge, he even sold his soul to the masked man in front of him, so he rekindled his fighting spirit and pushed out the stones that were on his body little by little. At this time, Konan saw that Ningren was so difficult, he waved his hand and summoned a large amount of white paper, and instantly came to Ningren, wrapped Ningren, and then all turned into detonation charms, and they were all detonated in an instant. The explosion that overwhelmed the sky immediately and uninterruptedly remembered that the figure of Ningren wrapped in it directly engulfed this thrilling scene. Letting Third Hokage look at them is a twitch, because the current Ningren means their savior. If there is any accident with Ningren, they will die afterwards. Seeing Ningren being wrapped in the explosion, Konan once again showed a disdainful expression. However, before Xiaonan could take care of it, I saw that at the location where Ningren was just now, a group of black fire explosions suddenly burned, and they were directly burned by the black flames. After the flames disappeared, there was no one there. Not left. What? Could it be that the one just now was just a clone? Third Hokage was stunned. Even Yahiko was shocked. He didn't see the abnormality in Ningren's body just now, so he could judge that it was not an illusion or a clone. But with the facts before him, Ningren disappeared so strangely. Hey, this ninjutsu is good, little girl, come with me. But at this time, Ningren's cold voice came from behind everyone. Everyone turned their heads. At this moment, Ningren didn't know when he had appeared in the sky, behind Konan. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Yahiko did not hesitate, and directly launched Shen Luo Tianzheng, wanting to bounce Ningren away from Konan. But it's over. One of Ningren's exposed eyes quickly turned and activated Kamui. We must know that after strengthening, the speed and power of Ningren's series of skills have been greatly improved. At this moment, his Kamui is activated almost instantaneously. Directly, put Konan into the space he had just set, and that is Orochimaru's base. There, Ningren directly used Rinnegan's power to display a small version of planetary devastation, which sealed Konan there. And when he finished all of this, Shen Luo Tianzheng arrived late, but Ningren's body once again turned into nothingness, and Shen Luo Tianzheng did not cause him any harm. You! What happened to Konan? Yahiko's expression also changed. Nagato, who was manipulating him behind his back, panicked at the moment. In Nagato's eyes, Konan means that his most important companion has been lost. Yahiko didn't want to lose Konan anymore. He was crazy at the moment, and he waved his hand and planetary devastation appeared. However, when the small black hole ball just floated into the sky, Ningren started Kamui with a disdainful smile and transferred it to the sun. Then Ningren didn't hesitate to turn his body into nothingness again, avoiding Deidara who attacked him behind him. Immediately afterwards, his body came again, a beautiful turn, his eyes quickly rotated to start another Kamui. Transfer Sasori's whole body to the sun. A series of actions from dodging to shooting, what Ningren did is fluent and smooth, and even now, whether it is third Hokage or Yahiko, didn't understand how Ningren did it. Why can he ignore the attack and use this pervert skill indefinitely? The level difference between the two is simply not a star and a half, this is simply a spike. You. Who is it? Yahiko was angry to the extreme, but quickly calmed down. He knew that Ningren was very powerful, and conventional methods could not harm him. This sentence of him is what Hokage and others want to know. At this moment, almost everyone is looking at Ningren. Ningren looked around and found that Orochimaru and Tsunade also felt at this moment, leaning against him. So he said the name of the organization he had already thought of in a very cool way. Humph, I am a member of the Archangel organization. As soon as he said this, everyone's pupils shrank for a while. Especially third Hokage, he is the village head and knows more secrets than anyone. At this moment, his first thought is this Archangel organization a mysterious organization like Akatsuki? However, this kind of mysterious organization is usually composed of multiple people, and when Hokage is wondering, he is next to Ningren. Suddenly two new figures appeared, they also wore clothes that could cover their breath. Wearing a mask, I came to Ningren's side, and everyone was exuding a terrifying chakra. This is another organization. Seeing this scene, whether it is Yahiko or third Hokage, they are all confused. Especially Yahiko, who was also the one who founded the organization, and now immediately imagined Ningren as an existence that is as compelling as the Akatsuki organization. Reminiscent of his strength before, Yahiko didn't hesitate anymore, and quickly evacuated Deidara with a wave of his hand. As for Danzo, he was thrown directly by Deidara and detonated instantly after falling on the ground. Ningren looked at Danzo who was killed by Deidara, smiled slightly, and felt that he was also able to save it. Then he didn't chase, but landed slowly and came to third Hokage. Konoha village, remember, you owe me a benefit. Ningren knew that the task was completed now. He didn't want to wait for Hokage. What so-called benefits they gave? Anyway, those benefits couldn't be compared with the system, so he was thinking about leaving with his two subordinates. Hokage was also respectful and nodded to Ningren. The old man, on behalf of Konoha village, thank the Archangel organization, and I will come to thank you in the next day. Immediately after Ningren was about to leave, a voice suddenly stopped Ningren. Can I join you in a minute? Ningren turned around and found that it was Sasuke who was embarrassed all over him. How could it be him? Haven't I already crushed his confidence? Now he is either eager to cultivate, or he is already blackened. Ningren looked at Sasuke and started thinking. But after thinking about it, if someone like Sasuke joins him, he might be able to cultivate a capable subordinate after a few rounds of advice. I don't have to go out to do things myself. After all, the person who wants to set up the Archangel organization in the future can't let himself be the boss of everything. Chapter 25, Establishing the Archangel. So, Ningren pulled the corner of his mouth slowly, smiled, nodded and said, "You can be our member from now on, and I will nurture you." Ningren grabbed Sasuke with a wave, and the four quickly left Konoha village. However, watching his villagers betray him in front of him, Konoha village Hokage did not dare to say anything. After all, the man in front of him killed the small organization alone, the master of the two members. If he talks nonsense now, he might be counter-killed. After all, he still can't get rid of what kind of organization the Archangel is, and he doesn't dare to act rashly. At the same time, the moment Ningren left Konoha village, he heard the voice of task completion in his ears, and then he received the reward from this task. This reward is different from other rewards. It is not a technique or equipment, nor is it a physical thing, but a system interface. Behind the original mall, there is once again a brand new option called the Home option. Ningren greeted Orochimaru and asked him to summon 10,000 snakes and returned with 4 people. On the one hand, I clicked on the Home system. What caught Ningren's eyes was a brand new system. He came directly to a brand new space, which was somewhat similar to the sealed space of Nine Tails back then. It's just a piece of white, extending infinitely up and down, left and right, and it looks a bit like heaven. Immediately afterwards, in front of Ningren, a screen floating in the void appeared, with various options displayed on the screen. And a lot of introductions. Ningren emphatically read the options that are important to him, and probably has a preliminary understanding and master of this home system. The so-called Homeland system is somewhat similar to some survival games he played in his previous life. After unlocking the Homeland system, Ningren will get the same item. This item is a one-off. This is a small flag. Its function is very simple, that is, to divide an area where he is to become Ningren's home. After that, this location is the base of the tour group. The buildings in the base can be upgraded by completing tasks to expand the size of the base. Some are similar to building development games, but with some other functions. That is, Ningren has some rights in the territory, that is, after entering the territory, Ningren can instantaneously move in his territory infinitely and with unlimited cooling. Then, all friendly units close to the territory can get some bonuses. Although it is only 15%, it is better than nothing, and Ningren knows that with the improvement, the data of this blessing will increase again. Even Ningren thinks of the future, waiting for him to capture Sasuke and Naruto. This territory is enclosed, and everyone has gained an increase in combat effectiveness. Even if it is Hokage, they will all come to crusade themselves. Thinking of this, Ningren retired from the home system almost without hesitation. He didn't tell everyone about this first, but came to Orochimaru's base and informed Orochimaru to take away all the valuable things. He is going to choose a new place to be his base and location. First of all, after all, the Archangel organization is a mysterious organization. In the future, it is likely to be hostile to various countries and villages, so the location must be kept secret and safe and easy to defend and difficult to attack. The first thing Ningren thinks of is the areas where there is nothing to do with each other. These places are the gathering places of the rebels and bandits, because there will be some borders between each big country. These borders are because it is very embarrassing in terms of location, bordering 2 big countries, and almost no one comes here. It also makes the borders of every country more or less concealed with rebels and bandits. And the biggest boundary line is Konoha. The boundary line between the 2 countries and Cheyenne village should be a natural transition zone between the desert and the ordinary Central Plains region, where the weather is bad. Sometimes sandstorms blow up, but they will not be so desolate that no grass grows. There are still some plants growing, which is a relatively dangerous place. This is the place that Ningren considered first, so after moving away all the research and valuable things in Orochimaru, a group of people can use Wanshi to quickly drive. After coming here, Ningren used his Rinnegan to look down in the middle of the sky, and finally chose a natural geographical location, which is located in the center of the entire Sanshin area. There is a natural Pingdingshan. Moreover, there is a river around the mountain peak as if it was dug by hand, surrounding the entire mountain peak, making this mountain peak feel like an isolated island on land. And the mountain is steep and looks like a cylinder. Build a secret base here, even if someone is passing by below it will not notice. So Ningren did not hesitate to put the small flag of the home system on it. The invisible light was seen almost instantly, spreading around, enveloping the entire 50-kilometer radius, covering the entire Pingdingshan and the nearby turbulent river. At this time, Ningren told Orochimaru about the home system. When I heard the news, both Tsunade and Orochimaru were excited. After all, they have their own base in the future, and they can even expand into a country's existence. How can they not be excited? And Sasuke, who has been watching the conversation of the three people next to him, looked at the steep cliff in front of him. As well as the look of the three people floating in the air, I couldn't help but feel relieved for this decision. Following this mysterious adult will definitely give me the power to surpass Naruto, find Uchiha, and take revenge on Itachi. At this time, Ningen also looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, you will also be a member of our Archangel organization from now on, and this is the one who is responsible for training you. Ningen pointed to Orochimaru next to him and asked him to teach Sasuke fighting skills. Anyway, Orochimaru was the one who taught Sasuke in the original book, and now it's just a different approach, and there is no sense of disagreement with each other at all. Orochimaru nodded respectfully, then took Sasuke to the ground and began to teach some basic rules. Tsunade and Ningen came to the top of Pingding Mountain and began to build the base. In the face of this hard rock and the dilemma of not having any materials on hand, it must be difficult to change to someone else, but Ningen is different. It has a home system. This system also has a very useful function, which is to directly build buildings. Chapter 26, Receiving Konan. Just like playing a game, you only need to pay gold coins to choose the system and you will build it yourself, and the level of craftsmanship is all reached to the most extreme state. So Ningen was immersed in the system once again, and he chose a few casually, and found that the materials inside also had high and low points. The cheapest wood only requires 1 gold coin per square meter. Although it is the cheapest, the strengthening of the system is not vegetarian. Even the cheapest kind of defensive power is comparable to 1,000-year-old wood. However, the gold coins in Ningen's hand are very abundant now. He doesn't need to be so struggling. He flipped it back again and found that the most expensive one was meteorite iron. According to the introduction of the system, this material can resist any ninja's attack, whether it is chakra or physique. Just with this characteristic, no matter the strength of the material itself is worth the price, 100 gold coins per square meter. Then Ningen looked at India again. Except for the characteristics of the benevolent, ordinary strength is comparable to the hardest steel in the entire ninja world. It can be said that the use of meteorite iron to build a house is very luxurious. If this meteorite iron is used to build equipment, it will definitely have a very powerful effect, but Ningen does not lack weapons, because there are special weapons sold in the system store, and the power and effect are stronger than ordinary meteorite iron. Many. After that, Ningen used all the building materials to use this material worth 100 gold coins. After a while, the entire Pingdingshan was hollowed out. Its interior was made of solid jade and iron, even if the outside mountain peaks collapsed. The room inside will not suffer the slightest damage. After Ningen laid out some details, their building was finally completed. This is a luxurious fortress that takes defense into consideration and can be difficult to attack with one hand. After completing this, Ningen picked up Orochimaru and others. When Sasuke saw the originally bare mountaintop undergoing some manipulations by Ningen, he actually drew a castle buried underground, which was shocked. How did you do that? Earth style or physique? No matter how Sasuke thought about it, he couldn't think of any way to create this effect in a short time, so his attitude towards Ningen became more respectful. Okay, let's work on your tasks separately, I still have some things to do here. After Ningen gave an order, Orochimaru asked Orochimaru to find a room to place his research props, while Sasuke followed Orochimaru to familiarize himself with the business, and Tsunade went to another room to organize the information. At this time, Ningen will be included, and Konan from Kamui is released. As soon as he appeared, Konan was already awake. She watched Ningen warily and backed up a few steps, just about to perform his ninjutsu. Don't panic, I'm not a bad person. Ningen smiled slightly, showing what he thought was the most handsome face. Are you the one wearing the mask? You caught me here, what happened to the current Yahiko? Konan asked several questions in a row, and he was most worried about the members of Akatsuki's organization. Ningren saw that Konan was a little nervous, so he shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I didn't hurt them, I just killed a few unpleasant ones. Besides, can you join us directly now?" "Impossible." When Konan heard Ningren's endless request, he naturally chose to refuse. Ningren had to scratch his head when he saw this situation. He originally wanted to let a powerhouse like Xiaonan join him, but also to strengthen his own strength and let the Archangel organize the name as a matter of course. Seeing that the mouth shield doesn't work, he can only use it, distinguished heavenly gods. Seeing the change in Sharingan in Ningren's eyes, Konan was also taken aback. She seemed to know that when Ningren wanted to resist her, distinguished heavenly gods had already performed hypnosis on Xiaolan. The command Ningren gave him is also very simple, that is to be absolutely loyal to himself. In an instant, Konan, who was still somewhat resistant to Ningren, instantly changed his expression to look like Orochimaru, respectful. "Master Ningren. What's your order?" Looking at Konan, who is now respectful, Ningren smiled slightly. He touched Konan's head and said, "Well, you will be a member of our Archangel organization from now on. There is no task yet, you can go down first." Ningren didn't think about anything, but simply felt that Konan was powerful. After everyone left, Ningren's eyes became cold. "I went to Konoha village just now, but I didn't find any traces of Hinata. I hope I went to perform the task. If there is any accident, Konoha village will wait to be destroyed." At the same time, after Ningren left, Hokage of Konoha village immediately chose to convene the Five Shadows Conference. He directly summoned the other four shadows through the flying pigeon. Because the incident written in the envelope was very urgent, the rest of the shadow powers quickly came to Konoha village. The first to come was the strong man in Cheyenne village, because Gaara was taken away, and now the mother-in-law Kyande is acting Feng Ying, and he is also here for this meeting. After seeing the embarrassing Konoha village, the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations, her pupils shrank slightly, and she seemed to have noticed that something bad was slowly coming. "What happened in Hokage? Will your dignified Konoha village also be attacked?" At this moment Reikage appeared suddenly, he glanced, and Third Hokage said sarcastically, "Hey! Now is not the time for us to fight and win, we have to face a common enemy." Third Hokage hadn't dealt with Reikage very much at first, and at the moment he gave a cold snort and didn't give a good face. However, his words caught the attention of the others who came. Mizukage said alertly at this moment. Could it be that any powerful ninja appeared? Hokage nodded, and then signaled everyone to go to Hokage's secret room. This is the place where Hokage meets, and it is also the place where the material is most tight, in the battles just now. Here is the safest. Presumably you have seen the things in our village, and it's all because of the Akatsuki organization. Hokage said slowly after sitting down. Reikage laughed at this. I thought it was a big deal, isn't it just Akatsuki? I sent someone to investigate before, but it's just a group of mercenaries who beat you like this. Hokage was not angry either, but continued. The important thing is not them, but another force that rescued us and killed the members of the Akatsuki organization. Archangel. As soon as Hokage said this, the other big shadows frowned. Chapter 27, Temptation. Hurry up, don't sell it, even if there is a strong enemy, Laozi is afraid that he will send someone to kill it directly. Reikage was a little impatient. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations glanced at him. Okay, now we may be facing a stronger enemy, wait for Hokage to finish. So everyone looked at Hokage again, waiting for the other party to follow. Seeing everyone calm down, Hokage took a deep breath. Tell me a series of things that happened just now in the village. From the village being invaded by Akatsuki, to Denzo being killed. In the end, he was saved by the mysterious organization, the Archangel organization. Hokage said it all. After hearing what Hokage said, The others were silent. Breath, especially Hokage. He has the most irritable character, but his mind is not stupid. At this moment, almost quickly, the problem was discovered. Just blurred out. Could it be that everyone in this angel organization is cage level strong? Hokage didn't say this out of thin air. Because just now Hokage also said. The 3 people from the kingdom of the Archangel, in front of the powerful Akatsuki organization, easily saved Konoha village. Even from Hokage's description, the members of the Archangel seem to have the strength to crush the cage-level powerhouse. If you say just now, all the shadows are still full of disdain for this Archangel organization, thinking that it is just a jumping clown. So now they can fully believe that this organization has the ability to harm their roots and even threaten their status. Thinking that everyone here is not calm, especially Hokage, he looked at Hokage and said cautiously. Do you have any idea? What do you think we need to do? When Hokage said this, it was exactly what the others wanted to say. Because now everyone knows that third Hokage may be the longest and smartest person in office. There might really be a way to ask him. Seeing everyone around him look to him, third Hokage also sighed. In fact, it's very simple to say, because they also offended Akatsuki, which means that even if we don't do something, the small organization may also deal with them. Before Hokage's words were finished, she was interrupted by the 1000-generation mother-in-law. Do you mean let us sit back and reap the benefits of the fishermen, wait until the Archangel organization and the small organization fight, then look at the strength of the 2 of them? Hokage nodded. In an instant, everyone around him was silent again. Although this method was very effective, in the face of this kind of enemy, if they just stood still, it would make them feel like they were waiting to die. So Hokage said. Instead of waiting, we should take the initiative. If the goals of the 2 organizations are the same, such as destroying the world, then we are all over. In my opinion, we still need to test in advance. Hokage could say the voice of everyone present, and said all their worries. Tsuchikage Onoki suddenly spoke at this moment. Ha ha ha, I'm good at this. I only need to wait a while before I fake an accident. Post it to them as a task later. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Tsuchikage suspiciously. Then Tsuchikage explained to everyone. Your villages are all in peace. I don't know that there are rebels in these mysterious organizations. There are a large number of bandits or rebels in our country. They also need funding for organizations like this, so they will also accept tasks outside, but the way is through the black market. And I only need to post a task by myself, and then you will observe with me near the task to see their performance. Probably we can judge their combat effectiveness. If their combat effectiveness is weak, there will only be 1 or 2 strong ones. Then you don't have to worry about directly using thunder to unite and kill them, but if they are very powerful, then it's a different matter. As soon as Tsuchikage finished speaking, Hokage's suspicion greeted him. But how can you be sure that 100% of the task will be received by them? At this time Hokage spoke. Ha ha ha, it's not easy, I have a way, then you only need to wait for the good news. Afterwards, Hokage and others made up their minds and began to test the Archangel. So an order was issued from Konoha village, that is to say nothing about today's affairs. When others asked, they just said they didn't know, or they just told the small organization to hide the Archangel organization. In fact, this is also the careful thinking of living people. He does not want to expose his hatred of the Archangel organization as soon as possible. In the end, if the Archangel organization is his irresistible existence and commits evil with him, isn't it just looking for death? Therefore, almost all of the shadows are scheming and deliberate, and they have not done everything. On the surface, they are very friendly to the Archangel organization, even pretending to be invisible, but secretly began to plan. The first is Hokage, who directly took people to the underground black market, which is where the whole rebels and bandits often come and go. Because the orthodox villages will not accept Renan, they must come to these black markets if they want to accept the task. It also has its own unique rules, although the black market is scattered in front of the 5 shadow villages. You only need to send a few squads to fight, but because they have agencies and bases scattered everywhere, it is difficult to eradicate them unless all the rebels in the whole world are eliminated. Of course they also know that this is impossible. So Hokage led people to the black market at this moment. He wore a hat and black clothes, disguised as a task, and the client issued a task. The task is to name and surname, to let people who know Sharingan perform some dangerous tasks, which is to find the gunpowder smuggled away at the border. This task seems simple, but in fact several conditions are restricted by Hokage. Under the interlocking conditions, unless it is a person from the Archangel organization, it is impossible to receive this task if there is only one of them. Hokage is also very generous, increasing the bounty to 5 million. Because in his mind, it is impossible for a mysterious organization such as the Archangel to take a fancy to small money, so he raised the price as much as possible, but it should not be too exaggerated to avoid arousing suspicion. In this way, all things directed at Ningren are quietly unfolding. At this time, Ningren is still living in his base as a pensioner. Suzuki Orochimaru Tsunade, their Ningren is simply stalking, let them train themselves to become stronger. Chapter 28, Devil Training. It's just that Ningren also occasionally cares about everyone's cultivation situation. After all, they are all his own subordinates, and he will perform tasks for himself in the future, so it is impossible not to ask them at all. Among them, the one that Ningren cares most about is Suzuki. Ningren is always worried about Suzuki. Will he instigate himself in the same way as Orochimaru in the original book? So he found an opportunity to use distinguished heavenly gods against Suzuki, so that his loyalty to himself reached the level of 100% without worrying about rebellion. Only then did he feel relieved to teach Sasuke's combat power. First of all, because Ningren's Sharingan and Rinnegan have been pushed to the limit, it is more appropriate for him to teach Suzuki to open his eyes, and there are many props in the system store to assist in seeing the eyes. Ningren only needs to buy these things for Suzuki to take, and they can increase their combat effectiveness in a short time, and even become a stronger existence than aid. In this way, Ningren took time to teach Suzuki to fight. On one side, he also taught Gaara's fighting skills. Now Ningren has gradually assembled a small team. This is also the reason why Ningren has used distinguished heavenly gods to recruit his teammates countless times. He wants to develop himself into a powerful force like Konoha village. In that case, he will inevitably need a variety of powerful ninjas to help him. Hyuga Ningren's next goal is Uzumaki Naruto. After bewitching it with Rinnegan, it is also equivalent to controlling the Nine-Tails demon fox in disguise. At that time, his 3 disciples, one is Suzuki who owns Sharingan, and the other is Jinchuriki who owns the tail beast. At that time, he didn't even have to go to war, and he would call his disciples over, and he would be invincible in the world. When Ningren thought about it, suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Remind the host that if a task is detected in the black market, the system will be awarded if the task is completed. After Ningren heard this prompt, he was a little dazed at first, because the system sometimes cherishes words like gold, and what Ningren said makes it difficult for Ningren to understand. Fortunately, Ningren has become accustomed to this moment. After reading the introduction of the system, he discovered that a new task was released in an underground black market not far from them. Ningren and the others can complete it. Appropriate. So Ningren accepted the task and took Suzuki and Gaara to the place. Although there is no indication of the difficulty of the task in the system, Ningren knows that it can be released on the black market. Instead of going to the major ninja villages, it is either unpopular or cheap. It's also Genin's level if it's dead. So Ningren didn't panic at all. In his opinion, this task only needs to be completed by himself. The reason why he brought Suzuki is to exercise his fighting ability. After all, one actual combat is worth countless trainings. After that, Sasuke followed Ningren and quickly came to the black market. As soon as he entered Ningren, he realized that there was a mixture of fish and dragons. Because the three of Ningren wear hats and black clothes, they thought they would be very eye-catching, but after they came, Ningren realized that he was too worried. Everyone here is almost dressed in this way, and they don't want people to find themselves. Real identity. What is Lord Ningren's mission this time? Since Sasuke was bewitched by distinguished heavenly gods, his attitude towards Ningren has become more respectful. While maintaining his original consciousness, his attitude towards Ningren has almost caught up. Uchiha Itachi is the kind of respect and admiration. Ningren waved his hand. It should be very simple. In this task, I will not take the initiative, but Gaara, the two of you will carry out the task. Ningren said, and followed the system's prompts to find the place where the task was posted. This is a wall covered with various tasks, and some tasks seem very difficult. Some are very simple, and there are even cats and dogs here, but the rewards are correspondingly less. Among the many tasks, Ningren was still worried about how to find his task, but after a while, he realized that he was too worried. Because Ningren soon discovered that there was a golden task list at the center of the entire wall, which was very detailed. It turned out to be going to the edge of the water country to intercept a batch of gunpowder. The mission description is also very simple, that is, the ninja of the water country. In the recent period, it has been discovered that some people are often transporting some gunpowder at the border, but no problems can be found during the inspection. It can only be released, but before long, there will be multiple explosions in the country's territory and wounding people, so he issued a task to find people with a bonus of 5 million. The goal is to pull out the black hand behind the scenes and give Kirigakure all the gunpowder captured. Ningren looked at the task description and found that it was not difficult. So after choosing to accept without hesitation, the three of them went out of the black market and rushed to the task location. Because the target is in the water country, near Konoha village, far away from their base. Therefore, Ningren and his party need to hurry for a while. Fortunately, with Gaara, you can use yellow sand as a footstep to move forward quickly. The group of people was just above the yellow sand of Gaara, and soon after moving quickly at low altitude, they were already very close to the range of Konoha village. After coming here, Ningren ordered Gaara to slow down the flight. After all, it is necessary to be careful when approaching Konoha village. If their whereabouts are exposed, it is very likely that the location of the Archangel will be exposed. They can follow Ningren's direction to investigate all the way, and the base will be exposed soon. Fortunately, Ningren is not stupid. Gaara made several laps on the way here. Even if they followed the road to find their base, it was very difficult to find their base. They came to the edge of the water country and landed on the ground. Ningren first observed the surrounding environment. Because the country of water is very humid, the air is filled with some mist, and the visibility of people will not exceed 5 meters. And because of the heavy humidity, there are many mud pits on the ground, which are basin-type swamps. Generally speaking, there are very few ordinary people in places like this, unless they are doing business or going to the water quality country to do things. Otherwise, they would choose to go to some of the roads that have been built on the mainland. The roads are paved with gravel and fences are set up on both sides of the road to prevent the beasts in the swamp. However, Ningren knew that those who stole gunpowder would never take the road, but choose these swamps. Chapter 29, The Mantis Catches the Cicada. So Ningren turned on Sharingan and searched nearby for a while, but ignored it when he found nothing. Instead, let Sasuke and Gaara figure out a way. Anyway, this task is also a test for them. If they are really in danger, it will not be too late to make a move. So the team led the way from Ningren to Sasuke, and the three slowly moved in one direction. Sasuke also had sharp insights and some skills in the downstream of Ningren's training. Now Sasuke has mastered the Sharingan 3 God Jade, and learned the 1,000 birds. Of course, these skills were all taught by Ning-ren to Sasuke. As for how Ning-ren acquired them, although he used his Sharingan, in the last Chunin exam, he observed everyone's ninjutsu and learned a lot of low-end ninjutsu. Because it has been strengthened by the system, Ning-ren's Sharingan also brings a skill, which is to improve the learning of moral skills. That is to say, Ning-ren learns the skills of others. In the end, if the two fight against each other, Ning-ren's ninjutsu will be beyond the body. Therefore, Kakashi's Chidori imitated by Ning-ren has far exceeded the effect of Kakashi himself. After that, Ning-ren also let Sasuke master use Amaterasu and a series of Sharingan's basic skills. As for Sasuke's Kamui, it was naturally transmitted to Ning-ren's space. After that, Ning-ren also plans to prepare a Rinnegan on Sharingan for Sasuke. In that case, he can also use planetary devastation and a series of skills. Ning-ren's intention is to make Sasuke a mid and late stage combat effectiveness in the original. At that time, Ning-ren can rely on Sasuke without going out, and they are invincible in the world. Soon, the group of people moved forward slowly, and the road ahead became narrower and narrower. The mist of the swamp was very humid, so that Ning-ren and others would not be able to see the road ahead if it weren't for Sharingan. Fortunately, the yellow sand of Gaara was transformed by Ning-ren in some ways, and it has become a violent sand dust containing golden sand. Because of the weight of the blessing, Gaara's ordinary attack power is likely to far exceed his previous sand waterfall funeral. At this moment, it happened to be a stepping stone, dragging 3 people forward slowly in the woods, and soon Ning-ren and others came to the depths. This is a huge swamp group on the edge of the water country, where various beasts live, such as crocodiles and locusts everywhere. Under normal circumstances, not to mention ordinary people, even ninjas can't stand the environment and atmosphere here. And this is what Sasuke thought of: since ordinary people won't come and ninjas won't come close, then it's the best place to hide things. Sure enough, a group of people moved forward slowly, and it didn't take long for a wooden house to appear in front of them. This situation is very sudden. It is strange to know that a wooden house suddenly appeared in front of a swamp group. It should be right here, Master Ning-ren, you are waiting here, I will try it out. Sasuke immediately said that he wanted to go by himself. Ning-ren did not stop either, because in his opinion, this time the mission is likely to be Konoha village's temptation to themselves. After all, he had just returned to his base with his front feet, and he received this task on his back feet. Moreover, the group with high prize money is very unscientific. So Ning-ren guessed that they are likely to be secretly observed by Hokage. The so-called praying mantis is behind the aureole, but they don't know that the praying mantis has understood the location of the aureole. Ning-ren used Sharingan and Rinnegan and discovered just now that there are many people nearby who are secretly watching, and they are hiding well. Moreover, Chakra's attributes come from different countries, so the radar can recognize at a glance that it is likely that this task is specially arranged by several shinobu villages. According to Ning-ren's understanding of Hokage, this task is definitely not too simple. It may be specially arranged for Ning-ren, so the combat effectiveness of Sasuke and others is particularly obvious. Because it was a show for them, Ning-ren added some illusions to Sasuke and Gaara when he went out. Make them look like ordinary people, without any characteristics. Even if Uchiha Itachi came, they would not recognize Sasuke. And Sasuke has entered the wooden house at this moment. He drew his weapon, and slowly looked around. At this moment, an old man dressed in black suddenly walked out of the room. This person just sneered after seeing Sasuke. Ha ha ha, I really didn't think you were really tenacious, and you have all caught up here, but if you are alone, you can go to death. The old man's expression was full of sarcasm and disdain, as if Commander was just a jumping clown in his eyes. However, under Ning-ren's training, Sasuke had a calm thinking that was different from ordinary people. He did not attack rashly. Instead, he looked at the decorations on the old man's body and found that the sign of rebellion on his head came from Konoha village. On his body, Chakra's breath is also very strong. At a glance, he is at least a cage-level powerhouse. Oh, it's a cage-level other strong, it's not easy. Looking at Ningren from the side, he took a deep breath, always wondering if the 5 big shadows made a fuss. Several of his subordinates have to go to such a battle, it seems that they are determined to test themselves. So he directly used Sharingan to transmit sound to Gaara 2 people, let them directly kill, without mercy. So Sasuke didn't hesitate to drew a long knife towards the opponent, and slashed it over. However, when the old man saw Sasuke's monotonous attack, he couldn't help but sneered. Without dodge, he actually raised his hand and grabbed Sasuke's neck. It's still too young, your attack method is too flawed. The old man said with disdain, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. I only felt that the young man in his hand was experiencing a terrifying high temperature. The old man couldn't help but retracted his hands. When he looked at Sasuke again, he found that there was a person in his hand, but a black fireball. It turned out that Sasuke used illusion when he approached the old man just now, and the root of illusion was his Amaterasu. At this moment, the old man was burned by Amaterasu, screaming in pain, and wanted to retreat. But at this time, the real Sasuke had already come behind him and threw a detonation talisman directly. There are 7 or 8 in this one, all of which are posted on the old man. Chapter 30, Hokage frustrated. With an order from Sasuke, all the detonating symbols began to explode violently. I only heard a series of explosions in the entire swamp, and then that kind of wooden house had been moved to a flat ground. When I watched the drama again, Sasuke and the old man disappeared in place. Gaara didn't stay idle either. He almost didn't hesitate at all. When he turned his head and waved his hands, 2 layers of yellow sand armor suddenly appeared on Sasuke and Gaara. This is a newly developed skill by Gaara. It uses yellow sand to form a thin layer of armor. Although it is very thin, the yellow sand is always flowing, which can resist attacks and even consume chakra. At this moment, he directly put on a set for Sasuke, and he himself continued to manipulate the yellow sand, turning it into a big hand, and slapped it fiercely against a big rock next to it. At this moment, the big rock suddenly moved, and it turned into an old man again. It turned out that he used the body technique to break himself and the rock and change it into a rock. Gaara was able to find out because Sasuke's Sharingan helped him specify the direction, so the 2 quickly launched an attack. I saw that the old man had just been forced out, and before he could catch his breath, Sasuke's Amaterasu burned over again. Now that the old man had experience and wanted to evade, but when he raised his hand, he suddenly realized that the black flame flying over was actually an illusion, and the real black flame burns rapidly on top of its head. This is still Sasuke's method, releasing Amaterasu upwards, and then creating a fake Amaterasu to attack the old man, let him avoid the fake and ignore the real. Immediately afterwards, Gaara and Sasuke also cooperated for a long time. At this moment, they transformed into a huge hammer, made of yellow sand, and slammed it down at the old man. Because he was burned by Amaterasu, the old man had no time to pinch the tactics, so he could only quickly remove the flame above his head. But unless Amaterasu burns the object completely, it can only avoid the attack if the object is cut off. And this old man is worthy of being a cage-level other powerhouse. At this moment, he used the shadow clone technique to switch between the main body and the clone. The flame reached the top of the clone, and he himself was fine. Seeing this, the Hokage and others who were hiding around and observing Ningren already took a deep breath. Especially Hokage, who was observing all of this from a distance, had his scalp tingling when he watched the performance of the 3 people. Because he knew that the mission Hokage released was just a relatively simple person to deal with, just gunpowder dealers such as bandits and robbers. There is no ninja at all, so I believe that the Archangel organization will definitely send weaker people. In Hokage's eyes, the three people in front of them are three teenagers, which are indeed in line with the setting. However, these three teenagers were able to explode with such a strong fighting power, and they were suppressed by a cage-level other powerhouse. This cage-level person who is not strong is found in their village without some means, and the strength is close to cage level. But it's still a bit close, but even this is very difficult to deal with. I didn't expect these three teenagers to deal with it as simple as dealing with a chicken. At this moment Hokage and the others were dumbfounded, but decided to continue to wait and see. At this moment, the old man was already a little scared by the flames. He avoided Sasuke's attack and ignored Gaara's yellow sand attack, which caused the yellow sand to hit the opponent directly. Immediately after Gaara waved his hand fiercely, the golden sands hidden in the yellow sand suddenly surged, like small shurikens, digging into the old man's body. The old man yelled directly in pain, and Sasuke was not idle at this time. He fell directly into Chidori, and rushed over. Seeing this, when the old man was about to retreat, Ning-Ren smiled slightly. Looking directly at it, the old man's body stiffened for a while. Although it was only a second, Ning-Ren had tortured the old man for 3 years in hallucinations. So that after the magic speed was cracked, the old man was stunned. Although he was not stupid enough, he had no time to react. He was directly hit by Sasuke's attack, and his whole body was violently attacked by electric currents, and smoke started to appear on the top of the person's head. Immediately after, Gaara was also unwilling to show weakness, and summoned a large amount of yellow sand to pounce directly on the opponent, wrapped the opponent's body in the yellow sand, and directly grabbed it, and suddenly the person's body was torn apart. The battle is over. Ning-Ren and the three people only took less than 5 minutes to kill another cage-level powerhouse. This made several people who watched around take a breath of air once again, especially the original Hokage. He originally advocated destroying the Angel organization during a meeting, but now he is watching. This is simply an extremely stupid idea. The weaker here alone have their current strength. If the Archangels send masters, wouldn't they be enough for them to fight? The same thought appeared in the hearts of the other shadows at the same time, and they were also afraid. Even Hokage began to wonder whether these three people were high-ranking members of the Archangel organization. They just saw through their thoughts, so they acted in a scene. But now, the three of Ning-Ren have completed the task and are already on their way to settle the bonus. As for the gunpowder, they found it in the cabin. Although it was blown up by Sasuke just now, there was still some left, because some ninjutsu protection did not explode. So some people came to Wei village and handed these things over to Mizukage, then returned quickly and went straight to the original black market, ready to receive the bonus. Seeing this, Hokage and the others reacted quickly and began to retreat, and arranged the black market to look decent. Waiting for Ning-Ren to arrive, as long as he is given money, this temptation will be unconscious. Soon Ning-Ren came to the black market at the time. There was already a buzzing life here, selling all kinds of weird props, but Ning-Ren didn't look at these since he came. Instead, he was forbidden to walk to a booth. This is where he took the task. After he handed in his task, the person with that task was actually Hokage's person. At this moment, he took out a large pile of silver from behind without hesitation. Ticket. The above is a record of the amount of various currencies. If Ning-Ren needs to exchange gold coins or gold bars from Waiting Village, it is equivalent to saying that Ning-Ren is now his richest time. But Ning-Ren himself is not short of gold coins and gold bars. There is an Archangel organization behind him. Chapter 31, New Mission. After Ning-Ren came here to receive the task reward, he returned to the Archangel base. However, the others who watched Ning-Ren complete the task and receive the reward sighed. Because Ning-Ren didn't do anything, his combat effectiveness was not revealed. It was more or less a victory over a cage-level other strong, but that was a combination of 3 people. At this time, in Konoha village, the 5 Shadows conference was convened again. Hokage and others sat here again and began to analyze Ning Ren's strengths. The first is Hokage, who planned this temptation. His conclusion is that this Archangel organization must be a powerful organization, because facing the 3 genins sent out for a small task. The combat effectiveness is so superb. If you send out a strong person in the face of a big task, wouldn't it be an invincible existence? But his idea was ruthlessly rejected by Hokage. According to Hokage's analysis, this Archangel organization pretends to be very strong precisely because it is not strong enough. Hokage believes that the Archangel organization has seen through Hokage's temptations long ago, and only then will they choose to secretly send out 3 strong men. The purpose is to shock everyone, but the mother-in-law Kyande smiled and said, "You are still too young. In my opinion, the power of this Archangel is a well-hidden terrorist organization. Their leaders have the strength and scheming. This is enough for us to pay attention, isn't it?" After the mother-in-law said this sentence, everyone agreed and felt that the mother-in-law said it. There is nothing wrong with it. After all, everyone has a little knowledge of this organization. At this moment, everyone heard what the mother-in-law had said, and they all agreed. At this moment, Hokage suddenly thought of a compromise again. "I have a plan. That is to hold a Chunin exam. I remember Chunin. The exam is not only for the 5 major countries, but also for some organizations. They should also participate in such a powerful organization. Even if you don't participate in this huge society, you will definitely take a look, and then it will be able to reflect their combat effectiveness from the side, right?" As soon as Hokage said this, everyone nodded their heads in agreement, so they split up and Hokage began to spread the news that this Chunin exam was about to take place. Because Konoha Village's status in the ninja world was still very high in the early and mid-term. Some conventions involving the entire ninja world are mostly held in the wood industry. Therefore, Konoha Village, where the examination was held, has hardly been suspected, and it has directly become the focus of the world. Some large villages and some small villages have sent people from their villages to participate in this examination. Among them, Ning Ren, who received the news, was also taken aback. He first looked at the place where the message was sent. It should be that Konoha Village was not fake. Then he thought about it. The time in the original Chunin, the exam should have just been held. Why should it be held again? Ning Ren is almost certain of this. It is definitely the state of affairs of several people in Konoha Village about themselves, and this is a temptation on the bright side. Because you can find a lot of clues just between going and not going. First of all, if you don't go, although it's nothing, Konoha Village will definitely think that this Archangel organization is not too strong, and they dare not even participate in this exam. It is a direct way of Konoha Village. I am afraid that in the future, others will regard it as a weak organization because of this. Tenten sends people to harass Ning Ren and them, so that they will not tire of it. But if they go, they can shut up the entire Konoha Village and recognize the difference in strength between the two. However, if he chooses to take this Chunin exam, Ning Ren must prove his strength, and also prove from the side that it cannot be too obvious, so Ning Ren came to the conclusion. When taking the middleman exam this time, you must send 1 or 2 ninjas, and you have to participate as genin, if you show more fighting power than Kage level by that time. Even if the Archangel organization has completely established a foothold in the entire ninja world, at that time, he can even develop it into a ninja village to accept tasks. Even residents become a powerful presence in Konoha Village. This is Ning Ren's ultimate goal and a long-term goal on the mission file. Once the mission is completed, a large number of rewards will be obtained. That's right, Ning Ren checked the system tasks just now and found that a brand new task was released. That is to submit a satisfactory answer to the situation. Although the system is very vague, Ning Ren probably heard it. That is to let the entire Archangel organization. In this middleman game, Konoha Village was regarded as a powerful and unstoppable race. It is not difficult for Ning Ren to complete this point, because this time the exam is just a lower level promotion to the intermediate level. He only needs to send himself to it, and he does not even need to use Sasuke and Gaara under his current staff. However, considering that basically everyone who went to take the exam was a group of 3, which was also a 3-tier group, they were able to successfully complete the task, so Ningren decided to bring Sasuke and Gaara with him, but through his own illusion. These 2 people will definitely not be recognized, and their attack methods and some fighting skills will all be concealed by Ningren's powerful illusions by then. Unless the opponent has a powerful pupil technique like Kaguya, it is impossible to see that all of this is an illusion. In other words, it can control everything on the scene as an illusion. That can even directly let this game be held by itself, but then it would be too arrogant. Once exposed, waiting for oneself may be directly annihilated by the 5 shadow villages. Fortunately, Ningren didn't panic either. From Ningren's point of view, this task is simpler. But your own combat power is now comparable to Hokage. It's definitely not a problem. In addition, Sasuke's 2 people and 3 people work well together. This test is just like playing house, generally simple. After sorting it out for a while, Ningren took Sasuke and me. Gaara set off for the entire distance from the base. Konoha village was also a certain distance away. Under the leadership of a giant python summoned by Ningren, they quickly moved forward. The ability to summon the python was originally copied by Ningren from Orochimaru. Although it can only summon some ordinary snakes, it is better than nothing. It is very convenient to go on the road. At the same time. Chapter 32, Exam Venue. The layout of the venue is also in full swing in Konoha village. Because this exam is for the entire Archangel organization, to put it plainly. Therefore, in each location, the observation locations reserved for Enbu and others have been carefully arranged. The goal is to observe a series of actions and movements of Ningren and the others. As long as Ningren and the others arrive, Hokage's eyeliner will be everywhere in the exam. You can always observe Ningren and their series of actions, so as to distinguish their combat effectiveness, and then judge whether to target the entire Archangel organization. Ningren was actually not panicking. He had known that this Konoha village must have been uneasy, and he had activated his Sharingan to the most perfect limit long before he came. I want to observe for a while before entering the examination room, so I know where they are looking at Konoha village. So they can perform better. At the same time, Sasuke and Gaara, because of Ningren's teaching, now have extraordinary combat effectiveness. Now Sasuke can not only unlock Sharingan, but also use a series of pervert skills such as Amaterasu Kamui, and the combat power is close to Uchiha Itaki in the original. It's just the worst. Susanoo can achieve Sasuke, which is basically the strongest in the original work. However, Susanoo and Ningren do not have them and cannot give them to Sasuke. So he was ready to wait for this task to be completed, and after receiving the gold coin reward, the patient went straight from the store. Buy one directly for Sasuke. After all, every time Ningren completes a task, the rewards he gets because of system upgrades are also unusual. Ningren may only receive a reward of 1 to 2,000 gold coins, but now it is different. As the level increases, he can get close to thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins at one time. Together, these gold coins are enough for Ningren to buy any props in the ninja world, but if there is no special need, Ningren does not want to buy it, because drawing cards is more cost-effective. Even if it is the most useless white quality, it is a surprise. Anyway, until now, Ningren has not suffered a single loss when drawing cards, all of which are blood gains. After all, it costs 500 to buy the cheapest one, but you only need 100 to draw a card at a time. As long as you draw any item, you won't lose money. At this moment, following the progress of Ningren and others, the direction of Konoha village is gradually clear, and even Ningren can see that Konoha village is slowly approaching not far from the whole square. Before heading to Konoha village, Ningren talked to Sasuke and Gaara about the things that need to be noted in advance, because they are going. However, Konoha village is estimated to be an invisible gathering place now. It is specially designed to set up a net for Ningren, so Ningren must be careful. Don't be careless, otherwise, waiting for Ningren may end up being caught alive. Although Ningren has Kamui, they are not allowed to think of any ways to restrain the danger, such as some sealing methods. So Suzuki and Ningren both had Kamui in their eyes ahead of time. The purpose was to move them in a moment of danger, and Gaara who was next to him was just fine, as long as Ningren went back, or after you moved away. You can choose to save Gaara, and I also said that when the time comes, 2 people will need to be protected and blocked. In short, the 3 people came here after they were fully prepared. The test site has been built by Konoha village. Not in Konoha village, but outside Konoha village. This place is a bit similar to the place where they checked the earth coiling axis. Although it is also under the jurisdiction of Konoha village, it does not belong to Konoha village but the outer jungle. In this jungle, there are a lot of monsters drawn with chakra. They are all prepared for this exam. Because of the lessons learned from the last time, the examiner Hokage feels that the difficulty is not too great. Need to add some more danger inside, so there are beasts and wolves everywhere. As long as you go in and kill enough enemies or kill these monsters, you can get points and points. Those who rank 1st to 10th can be the ones who pass the exam and surpass are awarded according to the points. The rest is as simple as that. It is easier to understand than the earth coiling axis of the previous few times, but it is also more bloody. This battle also did not limit the killing, as long as they killed fast enough, they would also be able to win the first place. However, Ningren thought for a while. It is estimated that this is Hokage's idea. As long as the 3 of them show some fighting capacity that is not in line with their current age, it is very likely that they will not doubt it. At that time, it would be a waste of time even if he wanted to run, so Ningren decided to try his best not to make any moves during the process later. Instead, they used illusions to hide the attacks of Suzuki and Gaara, so that they too looked ordinary, which also facilitated everything that happened afterwards. At this time, Ningren and Suzuki have arrived at the test site, and the chief examiner is Hokage himself, who is announcing some test rules here. After listening to Ningren casually for a while, they probably heard that this was what they did against them. First of all, this rule is very serious, that is, you can get points by killing or snatching, but it does not limit the team. In other words, you can choose to betray your partner to get points, which is also possible. Therefore, an idea was born, that is, if a team of 3 people finds that their points are very average, they will choose to concentrate all their points on one person, so that that person can at least reach the top and get the reward. But this is still a trivial matter. The most serious thing for Ningren is being monitored. Even Ningren has seen those ninjas who are hiding behind the tree and looking at him, and Ningren comes here with the wings of an angel on his head. That is Ningren, the angel organization, and he is not afraid to expose his deliberately doing this, because this is to give them a kind of our archangel organization that dare to participate. I'm not afraid of your hands or feet, and even have your own forehead protector. If you want to say anything, now is definitely not the right time. Hokage also paid special attention. Suzuki, after seeing the forehead protector, his expression became serious. He probably understood the current attitude of this archangel organization. That is, there is no fear at all. Anyway, I chose to face the difficulties and not put Konoha village in his eyes. This is also the last thing Hokage wants to see, that is, the archangel organization is really strong. Chapter 30, Hanging. Seeing that Ningren really came, Hokage didn't say anything, but tacitly didn't pay any attention to it, and didn't be particularly nervous. In this way, Ningren took the test as an ordinary examinee. And just after arriving at the test venue, Ningren felt something wrong. That is, the test site is a bit too big. Originally, the site was placed in the field during the earth coiling axis test. It was not too small, but it was definitely not as exaggerated as it is now. Now, what is placed in front of Ning Ren even makes Ning Ren feel that it is the land that surrounds most of the ninja world as a stronghold. Moreover, Ning Ren saw more than one ninja guarding the edge, guarding all examination actions like a proctor. Whenever there is cheating or some illegal things, they will all be caught and the exam will be suspended. Ning Ren has seen the strength of these teachers, each is very strong, and their forehead protector indicates that they are from different ninja villages. It also proved Ning Ren's guess that this must be a large-scale exam jointly organized by several villages to tempt themselves to come. But Ning Ren felt nothing, anyway for Ning Ren. Under the influence of their own illusions, no one can even see their identity. So the three people quickly walked through the jungle and saw some weird scenes, and found a lot of black and white in this world. Painting of monsters. They were forcibly drawn by people like Sai, as an important part of the test to add to the obstacles. Others didn't panic when they saw these monster beasts. He could see that the strength of each monster beast was not too strong. Through rough calculations, he found that it was only genin level at most. And after they all entered, a huge illusory screen appeared above the entire forest examination room and the sky. It was a screen made up of chakra, with everyone's name and points behind them, and Ning Ren used the code name number 1, number 2, number 3. Only they are represented by numbers, so they are particularly conspicuous. At the moment, almost everyone's code name shows that the points behind are all 0. That is to say, no one has encountered an enemy or killed a monster, and Ning Ren was the first to encounter them. It may also be arranged by Hokage and they wanted to see Ning Ren's combat effectiveness, so Ning Ren took a look around first and found that there was indeed a ninja watching him, but he was far away. The location of the local invigilator. However, Ning Ren used illusion to cover up anyway, so Sasuke and Gaara took the action, while he himself stood by and watched. At this moment, Gaara was standing next to Sasuke, and the yellow sand in his hand instantly turned into a yellow sand armor, protecting Sasuke's whole person inside. Both of them are considered to be protected by a layer of door, and have a little defense. Although this does not seem to be too much, Ning Ren knows very well that in such a battle, the slightest amount of damage may determine the pattern of the entire battlefield. I saw that Sasuke won the true biography of Ning Ren, so he chose to use illusion at the beginning of the game. First, it had an impact on the opponent's eyes, making the monster beast unable to react for a short time, and then seized the opportunity to choose the next attack. At this moment, the monster beast drawn on the screen immediately lost its combat effectiveness and was unable to continue fighting after hitting this trick. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke stepped forward and drew out the long knife in his hand and slashed it directly. Suddenly, the terrifying power directly divided the monster into two sections and fell on the ground. This ninjutsu was cracked. Almost in an instant, Ning Ren and their points changed, from 0 to a proof. At the very least, they accumulated a beast, gained a bit of points, and the ranking naturally followed the change, becoming the 12th in the current ranking. After Ning Ren had just solved the monster beast, he ran into it again. The second one seemed to be calculated. The first one just died, and the second appeared. However, Ning Ren didn't panic, and directly let Gaara, who was free at the moment, take the shot, because after Ning Ren's training, Gaara's fighting style now is very different from before. If he changed it, he would definitely choose yellow sand as a means of attack to grab the opponent, and then crush it, but after Ning Ren's careful teaching, his mind changed completely and he likes to make yellow sand arbitrary. It's more convenient and more powerful to fight after the control. At this moment, the easiest way to teach Sasuke by Ning Ren is to use yellow sand to transform a pair of big hands, control the big hands to grab the enemy faster, and grow spikes on the big hands. The power will be far more powerful than usual. It is much better to only control yellow sand to hit others. At this moment, Gaara waved his hand, and suddenly a large handprint composed of yellow sand appeared, and directly patted a monster in front of him. The monster had no time to evade. When he was caught, he made a muffled noise and disappeared into a pool of ink, which was immediately killed by Gaara. In this way, Ning Ren's points slowly increased and they killed more and more monsters, but the level of the monsters was never too high. They killed a lot of points, and they only stayed at dozens of points. Individual. At this time, the number 1 in the ranking has reached hundreds of points. It is Hyuga Niji from Konoha village. When he saw this name, Ning Ren's eyes began to flicker. He seems to know why it is the name, because today's Konoha village juniors have all been abducted by Ning Ren, and it seems that only this person can be cultivated. After cultivating this person, he might become the whole card of Konoha village, but Ning Ren was not panicked. He decided to take this opportunity to take Hinata back and settle the old accounts of the Hyuga family by the way. Danzo was not the only one who persecuted Ning Ren, but now Danzo is dead, as well as the Hokage and Hyuga families. Ning Ren decided to use the convenience of this test to directly shatter the mind of this genius, hit his beliefs to the bottom, and successfully crushed the Hyuga clan, so that this group would never be able to give birth to a genius. This is also Ning Ren's idea. At the same time, Ning Ren's ears once again heard the task of the system. Ding, release the mission to abolish Hyuga Niji, but does not kill the mission to reward special rewards and gold coin rewards. Chapter 34, Provocation. Ning Ren smiled, and sighed in his heart that this mission came in time. Suddenly Sasuke looked to the side vigilantly at this time, and Ning Ren also turned his head and saw that direction, and found that a group of people were approaching quickly because of Sharingan. Ning Ren could find out earlier that they were 3 ninjas from Cheyenne village. After arriving at this moment, a few people saw Ning Ren and Sasuke at a glance. Immediately, mockery appeared on their faces. As if seeing a fat sheep, he rushed towards Sasuke directly. Isn't this the shit Archangel organization, the ninja in this organization that I haven't heard of? A small organization like this is full of fat sheep, it's moving points. There are a total of 4 or 5 people here. Among them, standing in the front is a 5 and 3 rough man. It doesn't look like he can participate in this assessment. He is really anxious for his age, but he is watching. To Ning Ren. His eyes were shining, as if he had seen a good treasure. He had already regarded Ning Ren and the others as a piece of points that could be moved. After all, this was a very obvious reason. Ning Ren is not well known in the outside world. In the eyes of the big guys, Ning Ren is a weak person, and the weak is just a stepping stone to points for those who are not up to them. However, Ning Ren was not angry when faced with their provocations. To Ning Ren, these people are just a bunch of ants, and he doesn't bother to face it himself, but Sasuke and Gaara can't hear their insults to Ning Ren. At this moment, Sasuke looked coldly and said to them coldly, "It's best to keep your mouths clean, otherwise you won't know how to die." Sasuke's voice was cold and murderous. Gaara on the side also said lightly, "Several clowns do not know that the sky is high and the earth is thick." However, when those people heard what Sasuke and my grandmother had said, all the grandchildren couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, if you are still angry, isn't this true? Come and let Grandpa see what you are capable of." When the big man looked at Ning Ren with a wretched smile, it was like looking at a piece of fat. After being reborn, he actually took out a black spear and spear-shaped weapon. It is not common in places like Ninja World where assassination missions are required. Its size is really not suitable for ninjas, so this weapon is hardly seen in the original work, but it is very skilled in the hands of the big man. The black spear is at least tens of kilograms in Sasuke. But in the hands of a big man, it was as light as a feather, and he pierced directly towards Sasuke. Sasuke smiled slightly. His Sharingan turned on instantly, without using Amaterasu, it was just a speed advantage. He came to the man's back for an instant, and the shuriken in his hand made a hit. The man's neck was sprayed with blood and sweat, and he looked at Sasuke in horror, without saying anything, just like that. NS. This terrifying scene immediately shocked the hearts of the few people who followed the big man. They thought that Ning Ren was just a little known weak and killed Ning Ren. It was just a way to go, but now when I look at what kind of weak is this, it is clear that it is. A tiger descended from the mountain, they were looking for death. Ning Ren said lightly after seeing these people frightened. Since it's so arrogant, then you go to death, and I won't stop you. Ning Ren's voice was also very small, and it had a very cruel meaning, so that several people who heard this breathed in air, and they did not dare to look at Ning Ren. Ning Ren didn't give them the slightest chance to react. The figure disappeared in place, waiting to appear, already behind several people, and the power of Sharingan waved to explode. Turning into the overwhelming sea of fire bodhisattva like the earth, those who saw Ning Ren turned into flying ash and dissipated. This is the fighting power that Ning Ren can now use Sharingan to explode. This is not over yet. Ning Ren disappeared and waited in place again. When he appeared, he was not far away. The Sharingan next to a monster beast spun around quickly, mobilizing a large amount of black flames, and fusing it with the monster. The beast was directly burned to fly ash. A series of actions, flowing clouds and flowing water, Ning Ren's whole person seems to have turned into the most ferocious beast on the battlefield. Those who are close to Ning Ren will die instantly. After that, Ning Ren no longer hesitated, and led Sasuke to quickly start to move forward. Ning Ren and Sasuke met anyone along the way. They were killed instantly, without stopping at all. This was also a show of strength to a few people. Because they know that Hokage is paying attention to themselves, they say that every attack of Ning Ren is very careful. It seems to be very powerful, and it seems to be very pervert. But every attack cleverly avoided the skills related to Sharingan, although the black flame was modified by him with illusions, it looked only golden. So it was impossible to associate with Sharingan. Ning Ren once again killed a large number of monsters along the way, allowing the points to directly reach the second place, still not surpassing the first place. But Ning Ren didn't panic, his task now is to find the first one to kill. Although the system says that it is just a blow, not a kill, Ning Ren also knows that killing the other party may actually be more able to solve the problem, that is, the change of human rights is planned in his heart. When you meet the first place, you only need to look at the performance of the opponent. If the performance is good, you can directly break its whole belief, not killing, but if the performance is not good, then Ning Ren will not show any mercy at all, and kill directly. The other party is not impossible. All this depends on Hyuga Niji's training results. If the strength is too weak, Ning Ren doesn't mind losing the opponent easily. If the strength is okay, it's okay to break the confidence. However, the positions of the two people were originally different. When choosing to enter, each ninja village had a different direction. Therefore, Ning Ren could not meet him so soon. Instead, he needed to kill some people in advance as a stepping stone. Of course, Ning Ren killed all the way, and because his points soared all the way, all the people who participated in this game noticed these three people. The symbols of these three people are so strange. Have you never seen the Archangel organization? Yes, this is an organization that has only recently gained fame. I heard that there are many strong people in it, but I didn't expect to come to take the Chunin exam this time. Humph, how can this kind of small organization become a big weapon? In my opinion, it is nothing. If I meet them, they will all die. Chapter 35, Allowing to do your best. When everyone sees the top few people on the ranking list, they will notice the unprecedented name, the Archangel Organization. But because they don't understand the Archangel Organization, therefore, most of them are ridiculed and contemptuous. In their opinion, the so-called Archangel organizations are nothing more than little-known organizations. Some people even jealous of the points of Ning Ren and others. I wanted to find Ning Ren to grab their points, and Zhonghu, who came from Shein village, had this idea. Zhonghu, I think those three people can have such high points, it should not be easy to mess with, let's take a detour. There is a ninja in Zhanghu's team. He always feels that Ning Ren's ability to achieve such high points is definitely not groundless. But Zhanghu glanced at him and snorted coldly. You are really timid. I have never heard of the Archangel organization before. How could it be a strong person? In my opinion, it is likely that they found some kind of meat, such as killing a seriously injured person. Divide the ninja, this will get such high points. Zhanghu was very disdainful in his heart. He always believed in his intuition, because his intuition had saved him several times. Since Zhanghu was a child, he was born in the harsh environment of Cheyenne village. Zhanghu has been an orphan since he was a child. Without a family, he lived by helping others in the village. This includes the need to go outside the village to capture some poisonous creatures such as Sasori, and come to the village to create puppets. In exchange for some materials that can survive, Zhanghu used his sense of crisis and sixth sense every time when facing Lion Majesty and some poisonous Sasori, and escaped crisis after crisis. Once he even found a deep hole hidden by his own feelings. There he got some opportunities that belonged to him, and since then he has embarked on the road of ninja, so he always firmly believes that he has a sixth sense that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. In his opinion, this Archangel organization is also giving himself points of. So he disregarded his teammates' obstacles and brought two teammates closer to Ning Ren's position. The reason why Ning Ren can be found is that his chance is similar to looking for. He can determine the position of a person by releasing some ninjutsu, provided that he needs to know the other party's existence, and seeing the points in the sky. It is this innate condition has been fulfilled. At this moment, the three people were quickly approaching Ning Ren's position, ignoring some of the people next to them. Because Zhanghu took the lead, these three people were also very weak. Those who dare to find fault would be killed by them all. Ning Ren is looking for the first at this time. He didn't have time to take care of the people who attacked him nearby. Instead, he ordered Sasuke and Gaara to be alert to the surroundings and prepare everything to deal with the enemy, while the Sharingan of Sasuke and Ning Ren was turned on at the same time. You can see everything around you in almost all directions. At this time, Sasuke suddenly sneered when he was moving. His toes lightly touched the ground, and his whole body slid out a graceful arc, evading a shot from the side. Shuriken shot over. This is not over yet. After all this, Sasuke takes a deep breath. He immediately sealed his hands with both hands, and opened his mouth to spit out a ball of fire, and flew towards a big tree next to him. Although Gaara on the side couldn't see what Sasuke could see, the two of them worked together very well under the training of Ning Ren. At this moment Gaara roared directly, and the sky was filled with yellow sand, turning into a big yellow sand hand in front of him. Scratching hard at the back of the tree, which blocked the escape of the sneak attacker. Behind the big tree, a tall and thin man suddenly appeared. At this moment, he saw the fireball and the yellow sand attacking at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, his hands were immediately imprinted, and he wanted to use his skill substitute technique. However, Sasuke had already sneered. His Sharingan had already activated the illusion before he knew it. After the ninja had used up the substitute technique, when the body was about to evade, he suddenly realized that he had not successfully evaded, but hit the fireball alone. Impossible! What is this? Is it illusion? When is the illusion? The man was almost frightened, causing him to be swallowed by the fireball when he took a breath of cold air without any reaction. Immediately after his body was severely burned, and at this time, Gaara's big yellow sand hand rushed over and pinched the man. With a fierce force, a smear of blood suddenly flowed out of the gap in the yellow sand. Almost in an instant, Sasuke and Gaara killed a sneaky ninja. Sasuke, from now on you two don't need to hide your strengths. At this moment, Ning Ren reminded him. He had previously asked three people to hide their strengths, all because of fear that Konoha village would wait and see from a distance. If they used some particularly obvious skills, they were likely to be discovered. But now Ningren noticed that as the game progressed, it seemed that those who watched him gradually turned away and replaced the monitored objects with another wave. Seizing this opportunity, Ningren directly asked Sasuke and the others to no longer need to stay behind, but to use their peak power. So the two people smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. At this time, a basic voice came from behind them. Ha ha ha! Pretending to be like, why hide your strength? I think you are three little kids, dare you to be arrogant in front of me? Ningren turned his head and found that it was three ninjas, who had appeared behind them at some unknown time, and could quietly approach Linhan under the gaze of the two pairs of Sharingan, knowing that these three people definitely have two brushes. Sasuke Gaara, just kill them with all your strength, no need to keep your hands. Ningren smiled slightly, and didn't intend to let these three people leave directly alive. So Sasuke and Gaara nodded and rolled up their sleeves, revealing two loads. When seeing the actions of Sasuke and Gaara, the ninjas who attacked Ningren were first taken aback and then laughed. Ha ha ha, don't laugh at me anymore. Just carry a little weight, what do you pretend to be? How much combat power can you increase? Ants are ants, and I like to show off my strength in some fancy ways. The big man in the lead laughed wildly, without paying attention to the three of Ningren at all. In the eyes of the big man, it's great to be able to learn to use ninjutsu at an age like Ningren. Chapter 36, Big Brother for Your Life. Because the man came from Kirigakura in the water country, the conditions here are extremely cruel. Every child who wants to graduate from a ninja school needs to fight fiercely with students of the same grade, and the few who survive can be counted as graduates. After the three big guys graduated, they found that ninjas of the same age and grade had no power to fight back when facing them. As a result, the big man gradually developed a habit of arrogance and domineering. He always believed that the flowers grown in the greenhouse were not as strong as those cultivated by his own wild way. At this moment, he looked at Sasuke sarcastically as if he were looking at three clowns. The two teammates beside him also showed sarcasm, and their personality was the same as that of a big man, and they were equally arrogant. But immediately after Sasuke and Gaara, they raised their hands in front of them and lifted the load off their bodies. The weight of the two bags seemed to be the size of a palm, but when they were thrown on the ground by Sasuke and others, two huge deep pits were rumbled. Suddenly the big man and the two teammates next to him were a little silly. FK, it's not scientific that these two bags weigh a few hundred kilos. The big man took a breath, and it seemed that Sasuke and the others in front of him had turned into a wolf-like expression from the sheep just now, and they were no longer relaxed, but showed vigilance and caution. At this time, the load was lifted and Sasuke, who was able to move freely, waved his hand. Master Ningren, from now on you don't need to take part in the battle by yourself. Let us two are enough. Sasuke smiled slightly, and Gaara next to him also showed a mocking look on his face. Immediately afterwards, the individuals acted directly. They each stepped on the ground with their toes, and their figures disappeared in place at a very strange speed. Seeing this scene, the big man and the two ninjas next to him immediately panicked and quickly set up a formation, facing back to back in three directions to observe all the surrounding environment at all times. Especially the big man already regretted it at the moment. Damn, why these two people can be so fast, is it possible that the strength was really hidden just now? He even wanted to run away now, instead of fighting Sasuke, these two weird people. But just at this moment, suddenly a cold voice came from the ears of the three of them. Kamui. Amaterasu. Suddenly, I saw the bodies of three people. Suddenly, I don't know from which direction the black flame was directly attached. The flame is very strange. It is not like a normal fire. It must be attached to combustibles to burn the flames in front of you. Big man. They were all wearing special armors, which could be waterproof or fireproof, but now they were completely burned, and even the iron kunai and shurikens in their hands were all burned. What kind of magic is this? What did you do to us? The big man had just entered the ninja world and didn't know the role of Sharingan. He immediately panicked when he saw the black flame, and the god took off his clothes one by one. However, he didn't expect that as soon as his hand lifted his entire body, he suddenly twisted, as if a black hole had appeared on his body. And with a powerful absorbing power, he even led him to pull the big man quickly toward the middle. And he could feel how terrifying the power in this pulling was. It seems that the most solid objects in the world can be distorted and shattered in an instant. At this moment, the big man had no power to stop him at all, and was completely absorbed by Kamui's black hole into the space set by Ning Ren, which was the surface of the sun. Ever since, this arrogant and domineering man didn't even know how he died. At the last moment in his life, he only remembered that his body had disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already on a crimson fireball. The fireball couldn't see the edge for a long time. With the high temperature that can shatter all things in the world, the big man directly turned into fly ash. Big brother, what's wrong with you? What have you done to my big brother? Seeing that their strongest people were all killed in an instant, the remaining two ninjas were panicked at this moment. I stared blankly at everything around them, and they also had the flames of Amaterasu burning on them. They were still resisting, but they still couldn't see Sasuke and Gaara. At this time, Sasuke and Gaara, who had been moving at high speed, used their assassin once again when they were moving at high speed. At this time, Gaara waved his hand to the sky, and a large amount of yellow sand gathered together to form he had a golden sword. This is entirely composed of yellow sand, but it carries the kind of metal tool that seems to be able to sever everything in the world, and the two ninjas are cut off by the unobstructed power of a sword falling. And when they were cut off, the black Amaterasu burned again, burning the bodies of the two of them directly, turning them into fly ash and dissipating. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke and Gaara appeared from the high-speed movement, and stood on the big tree next to them, with expressions of ease on their faces. After Ning Ren saw all this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. In his opinion, the strength of the three people just now is actually close to that of the superior ninja. But Sasuke and Gaara did not take more than 3 breaths to kill them. From this we can see how perfect his teaching is for the two people. Of course, this certainly does not rule out their talents. One is Jinchuriki with the tail beast, and the other is Sharingan with the blood inheritance boundary. Even if two people are not taught by Ning Ren, they can become strong based on these two advantages. Ning Ren just advanced this step and raised their upper limit. However, all this seems to be Ning Ren's credit to Sasuke and Gaara, so they are very respectful to Ning Ren. Does Lord Ning Ren have any other tasks? Do you want us to kill all the people here? Sasuke's intentions were still not enough, and he seemed to enjoy the feeling of lifting the weight. Ning Ren smiled when he heard Sasuke's words and waved his hand. This is not necessary. Kill them all. It is estimated that Konoha village will unite all ninjas to fight us. This is not the time for us to challenge the entire ninja world. Ning Ren's purpose is simple. He doesn't think that the current angel organization can fight the entire ninja world. At least in Ning Ren's opinion, he wants Master Impure World reincarnation, and he needs to hold a few cards of the ninja world in his hand. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Post long-term tasks. Chapter 37, Long-term tasks. Get the control of Uchiha Madara or directly use distinguished heavenly gods on it, either. Task rewards, open a more advanced combat system. Ning Ren was thinking about how to rule the future ninja world as the voice of the system, which made him completely stunned. What is the new combat system? Could it be said that the system can increase the upper limit of the entire ninja world? The analysis started in Ning Ren's mind. First of all, the current self, if you consider the combat power alone, count the strongest Sharingan, coupled with his infinite chakra and control of Jinmyu, water, fire, and earth ninjutsu, let him fight with the class, and the two can compete. It is difficult to tell the winner. What Ningren lacks most now is a kind similar to Madara, with countless hole cards. For example, Susanoo, etc., but Ningren knows that as long as he goes on according to the system, he can get it sooner or later, but this also brings up a problem. Now Ningren's crossing may be so amazing in less than a few months. Some of the fighting power. I even wonder if he will be able to rule the entire ninja world in a few days. If that is the case, what is the point? Fortunately, after seeing the prompt of the system just now, Ningren understood it. It turned out that the system had already planned for it. I am afraid that after he rules the entire ninja world, he will re-unlock some more advanced combat power, or because he directly affected the original plot, it may lead to some more powerful pervert. But thinking about it carefully, the goal of the mission is not that difficult. He only needs to find the cave where Uchiha Madara was originally hidden to find him. The cave in the original work just gave a very vague picture, without clearly marking where it was on the map, but Ningren didn't panic that he had a breakthrough. He was going to find Kakashi Lee at the time, read the other's memory with his Sharingan, and then take a look at the place where Obito and Lin were separated. Because of Obito, I fell into the cliff and met Uchiha. Madara. Ningren can follow this clue and start looking for him nearby. I believe that I can quickly find Uchiha Madara, who has almost swam into the Dengpu. At that time, he only needed to beware of White Zetsu to successfully take Uchiha Madara away. But thinking of White Zetsu, Ningren has another plan. That is the purpose of White Zetsu, Kaguya. If you control Kaguya's power, you can even control Kaguya directly and use Rinnegan to directly control it. That is not to say that the entire world is invincible, it is also considered to be one more powerhouse in his subordinates. However, Kaguya is now estimated to be still on the moon and there is no way to be sealed, so Ningren shook his head and withdrew his messy thoughts. Seeing the scoreboard in the game, Hyuga Niji is still the number 1 on the leaderboard at this time. How many people did this damn person kill? Why are there such high points? Ningren has money and stunned, he killed a lot of people along the way, plus the monster beasts drawn, and the 3 strongest ninjas just now, but he can only get such a trace of points. But this Hyuga Niji didn't notice the other party's information from the beginning to the end. How many people he killed to get such high points? Thinking of this, Ningren no longer hesitated. Instead, he led Sasuke to quickly approach the center of the exam venue, because Ningren judged that you are the most likely to show up. It is close to the red tower near the test center. In order to complete the task, you need to go to the tower and maintain high points. Because it was a safe house, many ninjas wanted to get close, and it was much more convenient to hunt for points, so Ningren moved forward quickly. Soon at his speed, he came to the bottom of the huge red tower, where he frequently saw more than a dozen people here, fighting around a white figure. The dozen or so people are all wearing various ninja costumes from different villages all over the world. But their goals at the moment, who should have been a team, were very consistent, attacking a young man in front of them, who was dressed in white. Between the actions with white eyes, every palm and every episode contains chakra, and every time it can attack the enemy's weakness, such as joints and eyebrows. When he saw this person, Ningren recognized him at a glance. He was the genius Hyuga Niji, who was known as the Hyuga family, a rare encounter in a century. Looking at his current combat effectiveness, he still has a mocking smile on his face when facing a dozen people. It seems that he didn't see these dozen people in his eyes at all, but looked at a group of corpses and points. No wonder this kid's points soared so fast, it turned out to be here. Ningren smiled and waved. Sasuke and Gaara understood what Ningren meant, and sneaked into the battle. And seeing 2 people join, you still sneer. In his opinion, all the people who took this exam are crooked melons. Facing his genius, there is no comparison at all, so his actions are not slow in the slightest. Even more radical. Proactively approached me, Gaara, who had just joined the battlefield. However, Gaara is different from the dozen or so ninjas. His combat power is already close to cage level under the training of Ning Ren. At this moment, with just a light movement of his finger, a layer of yellow sand armor was attached to his skin. He did not evade, but forcibly carried a finger of Hyuga Niji. Suddenly, a chakra followed his fingers and hit Gaara's joints, trying to destroy his joints. I thought you were robbing both of you, but I didn't expect it to be a coward facing the battle and daring not to hide. Seeing Gaara's arrogant expression, but there was no escape from her body, Hyuga Niji sneered and said sarcastically. But his chakra could have eliminated one of Gaara's hands and feet, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Instead, Gaara gently twisted his neck and slapped it. Hit Hyuga in the face. Suddenly, Hyuga Niji felt as if he had been hit by a hill. The whole person flew out and turned into a cannonball. It was embedded deeply in the mud next to him, and he did not climb out for a long time. I thought you were good at hitting more than a dozen by yourself. It seems like that. Gaara followed the other party's tone and said sarcastically, even with a wave of her hand, she created a huge yellow sand with her big hand clenched into a fist, and slammed it down at Hyuga Niji. Seeing that it was about to be killed, the talent of the Hyuga family burst out at this moment, and only a blue chakra appeared out of thin air. Chapter 38, Return to the Family. That is the skill of the Hyuga family, Revolving Heaven. I saw the huge yellow sand fist smashed down fiercely. Facing the merciless attack, the blue chakra suddenly spun as if it was a huge harvester. It actually smashed the yellow sand fist directly and turned it into powder. In just an instant, the huge yellow sand hand was completely cracked by Hyuga Niji's trick, and then he stood up again, looking at Sasuke and Gaara coldly, and the two said lightly, "Who are you two? It doesn't look like people of our age." Hearing his words, the dozen or so ninjas who had besieged him just now seemed to have reacted and backed away, unwilling to join the battle. Sasuke smiled and didn't answer, but waved to him. "Are you a so-called genius? I can beat you with one hand." Sasuke's expression was extremely arrogant, and when he looked at Hyuga Niji, he was like looking at a weak man and an ant. "Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh out loud, just because you want to deal with me." Hearing this, Hyuga Niji was laughing, but his laughter stopped abruptly before he finished laughing. At this moment, Sasuke had already disappeared in place, and his right hand was punched in the face fiercely. Suddenly, there was another force like the mountains and the sea, and Hyuga Niji was beaten out fiercely, and even his Byakugan couldn't see what he was doing. It's not over yet. Sasuke is not going to give the opponent a chance to breathe. At this moment, Sharingan spins in his pupils and a black flame appears out of nowhere, as if turning into a black wandering dragon. Going straight to the Hyuga, who was flying upside down in mid-air, if I received it at once, even the copper skin and iron bones would instantly turn into fly ash, and it would be discarded from then on. Damn it, you have some skill, but you still underestimate me too much. At this moment, Hyuga Niji smiled slightly, his body collapsed and turned into a cloud of white smoke. Behind it was a piece of wood with a large number of detonating symbols attached to it, all of which detonated at this moment. A huge explosive force pushed in all directions, directly pushing the Black Amaterasu away, and this wave of Sasuke's attacks did not work, because it all hit the wood. It's actually a substitute technique, very strong. However, Sasuke did not rush to draw his long knife, and slashed it at the big tree next to it. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the big tree. It was Hyuga Niji, who was embarrassed. "It's not easy to find me, but it's too late." He smiled coldly and locked it directly, and he didn't know when the detonation talisman had been plastered under his feet, but they all detonated at this moment. Seeing Sasuke being killed, Gaara's expression did not change at all. Ning Ren also knew that all of this was Sasuke's illusion. From the beginning, he punched the opponent. In the end, the sword and Amaterasu used were all illusions, and Hyuga Niji had been attacking a wood from outsiders. At this time, the real Sasuke had already arrived at the back of Hyuga's ranking with the shuriken in his hand, and cut through the opponent's hand severely. Suddenly, blood was thrown on Hyuga Niji, and he turned his head back and saw Sasuke with a dazed expression. What happened? He was surprised. He didn't know when he was hit by the illusion, but Sasuke didn't want to push him too much. Amaterasu used it at zero distance. And the black flame immediately wrapped Hyuga Niji's whole person, and then Sasuke didn't kill him, but fainted him and brought him to Ning-ren. Yes, it's useful to keep him in the future, I still need his identity. Ning-ren smiled slightly. He had a decision originally, and that was to return to Japan again and take Hyuga Hinata away from the family. However, the prerequisite for all this can be to trespass or pretend to be the current Konoha village. It is estimated that the Hyuga family is very tight, and if they trespass, it is very likely that they will not be taken away. Just like Hinata, if they took Hinata as a hostage, it would be very difficult for him to handle it, so he decided to pretend to be Hyuga Niji and return to the family secretly and take away Hinata at the time. Thinking of this, he did not kill, but carried Hyuga Niji on his back, and the group came to the safe house. There are no ninjas in this place. You can't attack when you go to this place. Otherwise, you will be regarded as a foul, disqualified from the game, and even directly handled by the 5 major villages. Ning-ren knows the rules of the game. As long as the points are in the top 10, they can win without going out to kill people. Now their points have been thrown away from the 3rd place, which is several hundred, so they don't have to worry at all. So 3 people were here. By the end of the exam, the entire Archangel organization won the 2nd place. The 1st place was naturally Hyuga Niji in Konoha village. However, at this time Hyuga Niji had been tuned by Ning-ren. The real opponent was carried by Sasuke and others back to their base, and handed over to Orochimaru to do some research. Of course, Orochimaru will not really kill the opponent, but take a look at its chakra attributes and some basic research to prepare for future reference to Hinata. I plan to wait until he finishes playing, and then put this person back in Konoha village. His only goal is Hinata. Soon, because Ning-ren helped Konoha village win the 1st place, he was directly rewarded by Hokage. The content of the reward was a set of the most advanced ninjutsu and a large number of consumables. And you can automatically waive the 3-year mission without going out. However, they did not know that all those who received these rewards were completely pretended by Ning-ren. After that, Ning-ren was taken back to the family by the leader of the Hyuga family. At this time, Ning-ren stepped into the family that he had not returned for a long time, and it seemed like a lifetime. A feeling of, when I wanted to leave, Ning-ren was very weak and needed to look at Konoha village's face. Now he has grown to the point where he can get in under Konoha village's eyelids. Even if Ning-ren wants to directly launch a war against Konoha village, if other villages do not come to support it, Ning-ren can kill everyone in Konoha village. Ning-ren's current plan is to pick up Hinata while approaching Kakashi to use illusion, let Kakashi take himself to the place where Obito died to find Uchiha Madara, complete 2 tasks, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The mission to Niji on the hit day released by the system at the beginning is considered complete, and now is the time to get rewards. Ning-ren opened the system interface. Chapter 39, Family Tournament. This day. It was the 2nd day that Ning-ren pretended to be Hyuga Niji and got into the family. On the 1st day he just got in, he was busy getting some rewards. And pretend to report in front of the Hyuga Patriarch. After that, it was late at night when he was free. Not wanting to wake up Hinata's Ning-ren, so he decided to take her away the next day. At this time, Ning-ren woke up early, tidied up his equipment a bit, and was about to wake Hinata. So he drove over the courtyard wall and came to the courtyard where the little Hinata was, because there was a courtyard wall separating the main house and the collateral. Normally, changing to a real Hyuga Niji would never dare to climb over this courtyard wall, but Ning-ren was going to leave, so it didn't matter. After turning over the courtyard wall with his agility, he found the position of little Hinata with a glance at Rinnegan. Through the flow of chakra, he could see that little Hinata was awake and was washing at the moment. Just about to open the door, there was a harsh sound in my ears. Oh, isn't this the so-called genius? Ningren looked back and saw that they were two older Hyuga people. At this moment, he looked at Ningren sarcastically. Is there a problem? Ningren thought that he was walking sideways in the family by virtue of his identity, but at least it was only admired by others. Why did these two people show such expressions? Upon hearing Ningren's words, the two people said with a cold expression. Dog stuff, distinguish your position in the family, even if you are genius, you are no more than a branch of the tribe. The two of us want to kill you, almost effortlessly. One of the thin and tall men looked at Ningren and said with contempt. The short, fat men next to him also glanced at the position of little Hinata with a sneer. Did you know? In our family, the entire lord's house will hold a contest every time, regardless of age. The reward is to assist Miss. I think even if the talents of the two of us are different, but the age gap is too big, then Miss Hinata must be my assist. Speaking of this chunky young man, he smiled, his expression seemed to declare sovereignty when he looked at Ningren. Oh! Ningren's eyes gradually changed, and red Sharingan was brewing. What he hates most in his life is this kind of face, who thinks he is very powerful, but in fact he is just a clown. And by listening to them, it actually meant to steal little Hinata from yourself. This is totally unbearable. Therefore, Ningren immediately prepared to use Amaterasu to kill two people in seconds. But at this time, the door behind him was slowly pushed open, and little Hinata walked out. Brother Niji. He saw Ningren at a glance. Although he called his brother, he was not so close to Ningren. Haha, Miss Hinata will be a family match in one day, I will be your assistant by then. The short youth saw Hinata and immediately flattered him. Ningren also took Sharingan back, and showed a gentle smile when he looked at Hinata. Little Hinata, I'm here to take you away. With that said, Ningren still subconsciously raised his hand to touch Hinata's head. However, he forgot his current appearance, but Hyuga Niji. Little Hinata almost subconsciously changed direction and backed up a few steps, and looked at Ningren warily. Brother Niji, I have something to do, so I'll go to my father first. Immediately afterwards, little Hinata escaped and crawled back into the house and went straight to the main hall. Ningren sighed when he saw it, and wanted to reach out and grab it, but he was afraid of scaring Hinata. And more importantly, Ningren vaguely noticed a look, staring at himself coldly, the source of which was Hinata's father. It seems that you can only win the game, and take away Hinata in a fair manner. Ningren made up his mind. He was not in a hurry anyway. It's not impossible to play here for a while, more importantly. Ningren turned his head and looked at the corners of the two young men, one fat and one thin, gradually conjured up with a sullen smile. He wanted to kill two people before leaving. So Ningren went back to his bedroom and opened the system to check the task here. I found that no new missions were released. Instead, he was rewarded with a lot of gold coins for completing the old missions. Now he has 500,000 gold coins on hand and can buy some ninjutsu, but in Ningren's opinion, he still doesn't. It's a Teifei chief, and it's more cost-effective to use 500,000 in exchange for 5,000 card draws than to buy a ninjutsu. So he didn't hesitate and chose to draw the card, and suddenly a large amount of white light flashed quickly in front of his eyes. The first column is still white, and the quality is the least valuable. It's filled with the foot wash that is still 1,000-generation mother-in-law, Kakashi's intimacy paradise, and even Kushina's hair. Boy, what's this all about? Ningren was speechless for a while. I skipped the white quality and checked the quality below, and found that the blue quality is still an ordinary ninja, with a huge number of props. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, took out the storage scroll, and stored all these props. In the end, he looked at the gold because it was the gold obtained by 5,000 draws, and there were as many as 5 or 6. He opened the first one casually and found that it was actually the ninjutsu he dreamed of, impure world reincarnation. F***ck, with this ninjutsu, wouldn't it be straightforward to start invincible? Ningren's heartbeat quickened, and he immediately chose to study. A series of impure world reincarnation techniques emerged in his mind. Then Ningren forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and checked the second golden light group. It is also ninjutsu inside, and similar to impure world reincarnation, it is actually a reincarnation. Good fellow, after this round of reincarnation, wouldn't it be possible to start an army of unlimited chakras by starting directly? Ningren knows that not many people use reincarnation in the original work, only Yu Chiba Madara and so on. And the effect of this ninjutsu is also very terrifying. It can make people become invincible in the true sense without chakra and lifespan restrictions after resurrection. But this ninjutsu is also very expensive, not only requires prerequisites, but also requires a lot of chakra. Ningren will not consider it for the time being. Then he looked at the next light group, which was not a number of people, but a protective prop. After opening it was a white cloth that looked like animal fur. Ningren immediately became a little confused, and concluded that this must be something original to the system. So I clicked on the detailed introduction next to it. Chakra protective armor can change shape with the owner. And the color size can hide the appearance of chakra. Chapter 40, Black Spear. And it has a strong protective effect, and the level of protection follows the changes of host's chakra. When I first saw the introduction, Ningren thought it was a rather tasteless prop. After all, he thinks that the protection is based on chakra, so it needs to be consumed by chakra at the same time to maintain it. But then I think about it, my own chakra is infinite, isn't it also infinite in defense when wearing it? Just need to separate a thought to keep chakra's teleportation all the time. However, for Ningren who can use shadow clone technique, there is no difference at all. In his opinion, it is just a clone and always transmits chakra to this piece of clothing, and it will not affect the battle. On the contrary, the increase in defensive power brought by this slight distraction is very cost-effective. So Ningren almost didn't hesitate, just put this dress on his body, and changed it into a black trench coat according to his own preferences. It looks even a little shabby, but it faintly exudes the breath of chakra. Then Ningren looked at the next one, but several light groups found that the rest of their light groups were actually materials. Material is impossible, isn't the golden quality generally a finished product? Why can't it be made of a material that can be refined to a higher quality? Ningren opened the remaining 3 light groups in a daze, and found that the materials inside were all called a name, and the name was called Destroy Black Spear. And there are just 3 that can refine a complete black spear of destruction. What kind of name? It feels so earthy. Ningren immediately doubted the naming level of the system, but it was only confined to Tuko, and he immediately opened a detailed introduction. After all, the weapons that can use 3 golden qualities as materials are absolutely a heaven-defying magic weapon, and it is very likely that it has surpassed the magic weapon of Sage of 6 Paths. After reading a large line of verbose words, Ningren had a preliminary understanding of this weapon. This is a weapon that will grow by itself. His growth is not only limited to hardness and sharpness, but can also improve the circulation of chakra inside, and can even release some ninjutsu through the black spear, some of which are exclusive to this long spear super ninjutsu. But looking at the introduction, Ningren didn't think this spear was heaven-defying, but when he saw the last line of words, he understood why it was so rare. There is no upper limit for the weapon level. It takes chakra to promote him. When I saw this sentence, Ningren's expression at the time was very exciting. Isn't this tailor-made for yourself? First of all, chakra itself is infinite, you can feed it casually, maybe it lasts a few days and it can rise to several hundred. And the lack of a level upper limit proves that this weapon can be easily upgraded, and in the later stage it can even cut through the ground with one shot. Good guy, isn't this an invincible bug? Ningren even suspected that he had read it wrong, because under the blessing of infinite chakra, the improvement of this spear is almost infinite. He could even imagine that he would find a place to stay for hundreds of years to cultivate wholeheartedly. Then after he came out, wouldn't it be because of a god of creation that could destroy the world? Withdrawing these messy thoughts, Ningren started to assemble it after learning the introduction on the system. After all, it is difficult to complete the combination of 3 magic weapons, but because of the systematic explanation, Ningren is also trying little by little. Soon, relying on the agility and duplication of his own Rinnegan and Sharingan, he successfully spliced this spear perfectly, and at the moment of success, the body of the card was instantly taken away and greatly changed. Chakra. This chakra is not only used for the final refining and fixed form, but also as a step in the recognition of the Lord. And Ningren was a little lucky. Fortunately, this spear was obtained by himself. If he was replaced by someone else, I am afraid that he would be able to chakra directly and become a corpse just now. But after the Heart Sutra, Ningren became excited again, because he was lying quietly in his hand at the moment, a black spear, which was 1.8 meters long. The body of the gun is black. If you look closely, you will find that there are densely packed fine scales on the barrel of the gun, like fish scales, covering the entire body of the spear. Under the echo of the sunlight, a dazzling cold light flashed, followed by the tip of a spear, which looked like a broken sword tip. The whole shape is sharp, and has that kind of asymmetrical beauty. And at the point where the tip of the gun is connected to the barrel of the gun, there is a black dragon head sculpture, which is very finely carved, as if at the moment Ningren is holding a black dragon with an open mouth and a sharp long sword. Even because the black dragon was too lifelike, chakra was infused again. The moment Ningren held the spear, his hands shook and almost dropped the spear directly to the ground, because he had a feeling just now that the black dragon even knew how to turn around and bite yourself. If he hadn't been able to see through everything, Sharingan, I'm afraid he would be shaking now and would not dare to take a gun again. Good fellow, this gun doesn't seem to be a tame thing either. Ningren was also angry, holding the spear fiercely, and playing in the room for a long time. Every time Ningren was swung, he was proficient in the use of the spear, and every time he attacked, Ningren could hear the sharp sound of the air being cut. Even sometimes Ningren uses a lot of strength, and chakra is injected into the tip of the gun, and it will burn out black flames, as if Ningren is waving a big gun that is burning with black fire. And this is only the first level of this spear. The moment Ningren held the spear, he felt a sense of communion. At the same time, I also know the level of this spear. Because of the refinement and a large amount of chakra just now, its level has changed from the first level to the current level. But even the first level Ningren suspects that this gun can even shatter sage. The magic weapon of 6 paths. Use this weapon after a good match, right? Ningren nodded and tried, pouring the power of chakra and Sharingan into the spear at the same time, and suddenly he found that the spear had become his third Sharingan. It can actually control the spear and launch a series of various ninjutsu that he can launch, such as Amaterasu Kamui. And the most convenient hand strength. If it is an ordinary person, it may not be possible to imagine what kind of collision will occur after these skills cooperate, but Ningren knows it. If one's natural hand strength matches the spear, wouldn't it be a spear that will never get out of your hand and can be thrown out at any time? Chapter 41, What is Rolling? And if you pair it with Amaterasu and burn the spear with black flames, wouldn't it be possible to use Amaterasu as a normal attack? Thinking of this, Ningren almost couldn't wait to use this spear, so he pushed out the door of the room and went outside and found that it was the early morning of the next day. He has been training for a whole night without knowing it, but now because chakra is infinite, his experience is also infinite, and he can almost stay up late anytime and anywhere without any problems, or even no feeling at all. At this moment, the bells reverberating in the entire Hyuga family. It was the bell that summoned the clansmen. Ningren followed the sound to the home square, where many people had gathered. They have both main and sub-editions here, all of them by the Byakugan family. In the center of the square, a newly built arena is in full swing. An unfamiliar middle-aged man was standing on it and announcing the rules this time. Dear colleagues, this is the first time in our family for the competition. The reward is to be an assistant next to Miss Hinata. While talking, the middle-aged man took out all kinds of things. What the little note was written on was the general rule, and he threw it straight down. Ningren didn't pick it up. He used Rinnegan to see the rules above. I probably know why this matter started. First of all, because they and Suzuki have left Konoha village one after another, there are no more juniors who can tell, so they put all their energy into Konoha village, the only blood inheritance limit, Hyuga Hinata. Even in order to protect the only remaining baby, Hokage did not hesitate to protect it personally. And for such a character, in the future, it is definitely necessary to find a Ryulang-kun, so third Hokage in order to keep Byakugan from spreading. Maintaining high purity and changing orders to compete in the family, recruiting relatives to say that they are assistants, in fact they are. Just find a marriage partner. Seeing this, Ningren probably figured out why the two youths looked at his expression yesterday. That's mocking myself. No matter how strong the branch house is, it is impossible to get Hinata. However, they didn't know that the person in front of them was not Hyuga Niji, but was replaced by Ningren. Ningren didn't need any recognition at all. What he wanted was to kill the two directly during the game, and then forcefully take Hinata away by thunder. So his expression was always mocking, with disdain in it. Soon the game began, because it was the first time that many people were still unfamiliar with it, so the first two games were a bit slow, and even the two players on the field could not let go. But the next turn is Ningren and a strange young man. The competition is a knockout system, and there is a round of audition first. Although Ningren is not qualified, he can also be on stage in the name of increasing the viewability of the game. What a sad family! Ningren muttered to himself as he came to the arena of the game. He didn't take out his black spear. Because in his opinion, facing the young man in front of him, he can easily end the abuse without any weapons. Although this seems very normal in the Hyuga family, because they all use their hands. So the young man thought that Ningren was going all out. He roared, clenched his fists with both hands, and slapped Ningren fiercely. Ningren had already used Sharingan to see through his actions, tilted his body slightly and hid, and then his left hand hit the opponent's stomach fiercely. Immediately, in order to imitate it, he poured a chakra directly into the opponent's abdomen, causing the person to fly directly upside down, several meters away. Sorry, but still confiscated power. Ningren scratched his head when he saw this, and looked at the people around him. He didn't look surprised, and he was relieved. Then he came to the stage and continued to wait. Because of passing the audition, the next is the real competition, and a total of 12 people passed the audition. Among them were the two young people who mocked Ningren, and one of them happened to be Ningren's opponent, so naturally it was that one. Obese man. At this moment, Ningren could not wait to get rid of the opponent, and the fat man also showed a mocking expression when he looked at Ningren. In his opinion, although Ningren is a genius, he is not at the same age as him, and there is no possibility of comparison between the two. He can completely crush Ningren if he wants, but in fact, this person's thinking is not good. He could crush the original Hyuga Niji, but now Niji is Ningren. The next game will be against Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Fanki. After a while, the middle-aged man who hosted the game announced the roster of the game. Then Ningren couldn't wait to step onto the ring, but his eyes didn't look at the fat man, but he was looking for two people. One is Hyuga Hinata in the audience, and the other becomes the thin and tall young man. His idea is very simple, he is definitely going to kill the opponent in a while. And at that time, he must have stabbed out the basket, which is likely to attract third Hokage's shot. Although he is not afraid, he does not want to hurt Hinata. So his idea was to get rid of the fat man in a while and then get rid of it in seconds. The tall and thin man rescued Hinata in one go. But this expression fell into the eyes of the obese man, but it was small. Ning Ren was afraid to dodge from left to right. Haha, is this the genius of the family? I didn't expect you to be a timid person. The obese man narrowed his eyes slightly with sarcasm. He spoke slowly with his hands. I noticed it during his lifetime, and immediately used the fire-style Great Fireball technique, and a fireball shot out directly, heading straight to Ning Ren and swallowing it away. Ning Ren. After seeing the fireball, I was a little confused. I didn't expect that this person would actually use the fire shield. Shouldn't all the Hyuga family members use the iron tree to fight? But think about it, the character of this fat man must be unexpected, but if he is replaced by a real Hyuga Niji, he may be hit, but facing himself is basically a maniac block. Seeing Ning Ren standing there, he didn't move a bit, but Sharingan swiftly rotated among his pupils, and immediately used Kamui to swallow the good fireball directly. And all this happened too suddenly and too quickly. Everyone didn't react, including the fat man. Then Ning Ren gave no one a chance to breathe, waved his hands and pulled out from behind him. Took a black spear. Chapter 42, Bring Hinata Home. Immediately after that, Ning Ren almost didn't hesitate, using the spear as a dart, and threw it forward fiercely. Suddenly, the huge gravity of the black spear itself and the power of Amaterasu poured into it by Ning Ren made him look like a black rocket. He came directly in front of the obese man. Because the speed was too fast, the obese man had no time to raise his hands and block it with his body. But it was too late. The black flame on the black spear seemed to be able to swallow everything in the world. When he came into contact with the fat man, he immediately burned his arm and turned it into fly ash. When he was about to penetrate the fat man directly, a cold voice came from the audience. Damn BD, stop me. The man was an old man in the master's family, but not the master of the family. At this moment, seeing Ning Ren about to kill his son, he directly pinched his hands with both hands and wanted to activate the dragon bird. However, after it was activated, it was discovered that there was no caged bird on Ning Ren's forehead, and the black spear was still activated and directly penetrated the body of the obese man, and then the black flame spread rapidly, burning the entire body of the obese man. The fly ash. That is in the true sense. It turns into a flying ash sky. After the photo is intensified, the temperature has reached tens of millions of degrees. Once hit, the body turns into fly ash is a trivial matter, and it may be directly molecularly decomposed, there is not even ashes left. Seeing this scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. FK, this kid killed someone. Even if he is a genius, he will definitely not survive. As a member of a small branch house, rushing to kill the ancestors, this is looking for death. The people around him all talked about Ning Ren's death. Even the old man with his dead son was already splitting his eyes and was about to go up with his sleeves rolled up. Fight to death with Ning Ren. However, Ning Ren only glanced at him faintly. The illusion was activated immediately. I saw the old man slowly stood up, his gaze was dull and raised his right hand to choke his neck, and then he slowly strangled himself in front of everyone. This was not over for those who had mocked Ning Ren. Their expressions also changed drastically at this moment, and their gazes also became dull. They took out their weapons one after another, not directly cutting their own throats, directly biting the tips of their tongues, or simply slapped their foreheads with chakra. In almost an instant, the scene was filled with bloody meaning, and a large number of Hyuga family members died. At this time, the families of 3rd Hokage and Hyuga also reflected. They were about to step forward to stop them, but saw the Black Spear Queen pierced through a thin and tall young man. The young man had just arrived after seeing the strength of Ning Ren and took a breath of air to escape, and was directly penetrated by the spear. The same is true. Turned into fly ash. After that, Ning Ren waved his hand and exchanged the position of the mass of air in front of him with Hyuga Hinata, holding Hinata quickly and using a leaf outside of Rin-Egan and Konoha village to exchange positions again. Before third Hokage and everyone attacked, he took the little Hinata and disappeared in place and came outside Konoha village. At this time, Hinata was not afraid or avoiding, but looked back at Ning-Ren. "Brother Ning-Ren?" Then little Hinata asked tentatively. Ning-Ren smiled and removed the illusion, revealing his true appearance. After seeing Ning-Ren, little Hinata hugged him desperately. "Brother Ning-Ren, I miss you so much." Hinata's little hand gripped Ning-Ren's clothes tightly, as if Ning-Ren would disappear when he released it. Feeling the hug of Hinata, Ning-Ren knew that during the time he was away, Hinata must be very worried about herself and miss herself, so he couldn't help touching Hinata's head and said gently, "Well, little Hinata, from now on, you will be with your brother, no one can hurt your hair," Ning-Ren said, with firmness in his eyes. Then he took the little Hinata and used Rinnegan's hand power to teleport back to the base. Ning-Ren's method is because he will not leave a message on the road, and the farthest distance Ning-Ren teleports has reached more than 100 kilometers, appearing every more than 100 kilometers, even the ninja dog can't track it. And when Hinata was carried to the base, Hinata's eyes were shining, and it was full of curiosity when he looked at this place. So Ning-Ren took his little Hinata to stroll around here, introduced a few of his men, and put him in the care of Konan and Tsunade. Ning-Ren himself returned to his room and turned on the system. View tasks. If Ning-Ren did not eagerly want to become stronger before, but now there are people who want to protect, Ning-Ren decides that he must become stronger in the shortest time to the extent that the entire ninja world is afraid. So he set his goal on the round of Revolving Heaven. Because even though he has the strongest eyes, he has learned most of the strongest body ninjutsu. In terms of combat effectiveness, he can even crush the combination of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama. But he is still not sure to defeat Sage of Six Paths, because Sage of Six Paths' physique is one level higher than him. Although his eyes are not strengthened by the system, he may not be stronger than himself, but only by his vitality and defense. He absolutely couldn't do it, so he also wanted to create an immortal body for himself, at least to be able to compete with Sage of Six Paths, so that he would not be afraid of anything in the early or even later stages, even Sage of Six Paths. This kind of powerhouse wakes up early, and he won't be afraid. So Ning-Ren opened the rounds of Revolving Heaven and Impure World reincarnation that he had just obtained, and started researching. It was a month in the blink of an eye, during which Suzuki and Orochimaru also studied one person thoroughly. That was Hyuga Ning, who was captured alive by Ning-Ren. After obtaining some secrets from him for the second time, Suzuki copied a total of 180 pages of articles. After giving these to Hinata, as a reference for his future study, Ning-Ren started Rin-Egan and Hyuga Niji sent it out. Believing that he would definitely be able to find his way back to the village, Ning-Ren also began to teach Xiaonan and the others some life-saving methods. First of all, the two skills of Impure World Reincarnation and Revolving Heaven have been thoroughly studied by Ning-Ren. The previous Impure World Reincarnation has a shortcoming, that is, it can be eliminated. It is also possible to summon the original humanity to be automatically released, and if the summoner dies or is unlocked, the summoned person will also die. Therefore, Ning-Ren must find a way to solve this most deadly shortcoming. Chapter 43, Catching the Tail Beast. Then, Ning-Ren turned on the system. It was discovered that the system suddenly updated a task. The content of the task is very simple, is to let Ning-Ren catch a head and tail beast. There is no limit on the object, and no time limit. The only requirement is to directly instigate the tail beast's Jinkraki. There is no limit to the method. You can use distinguished heavenly gods, or you can use the mouth to escape. After seeing this task, Ning-Ren curled his lips. He knows the urinary nature of the system. Belongs to the kind that just dig pits, no matter what is buried. He doesn't care about the task, the difficulty, as long as it is released, the task must be completed. Fortunately, the rewards for this task are quite generous, with a lot of gold coins and a special reward. Since the last time I played Ningren and won Sharingan for special rewards, Ningren has preferred special rewards. After all, items that can be marked as special by the system are not too common. And it seems that special tasks can only be triggered under special circumstances, so Ningren is keen to complete special tasks, and it is not groundless. At this moment, he is looking at the task of catching the tail beast. Because the previous series of missions released by the system seem to be aimed at catching tail catchers and some powerful ninjas. At the beginning, he asked himself to use distinguished heavenly gods to forcibly win over the masters. He has now evolved to win the tail beast. It seems that the system is tailoring a set of rising plans for himself, and Ningren is too lazy to customize it himself. Anyway, as long as he follows the system, he basically won't go wrong. At least he won't be scammed by himself, so Ningren took this task and went out alone, because when Ningren completes the task, he usually needs to bring a helper, so Ningren decided to stay with Sasuke and Gaara this time. He wants to train two people into the kind of ninjas who can be on their own. At the very least, they have to temporarily train them to look like the middle and late stages of the original work. He still remembers that Sasuke's Sharingan transplanted Uchiha Itachi, but now he helps him drive to Manjiki after Sangoyu and use Amaterasu by himself. And Kamui's eyes don't need to learn, because Ningren himself has the strongest Sharingan. He only needs to take a picture of Sasuke with distinguished heavenly gods, and he can feel that he has learned it. Then I really learned it. Of course, this technique is only limited to this wave of art and Sharingan. It is impossible for Sasuke and Ningren to become heaven-defying powerhouses at a glance. The three Gaara left the base. Only Tsunade Orochimaru and Hinata Konan were left in the base. Konan was in charge of looking after Hinata. By the way, help Hinata to learn some high-end people, including medical elements. Ningren wanted to develop Hinata into a perfect medical ninja, because when he was watching the original, he found that there were only a few people who were good at medical ninjutsu in the whole plot. Generally speaking, if the medical personnel are used well on the battlefield, they can have inexhaustible combat power like Orochimaru, basically inexhaustible, but yesterday with Byakugan, you can naturally see the human body. A series of contexts. Using this feature to learn the number of medical treatments will do more with half the effort. Even if you travel thousands of miles every day, maybe the little Sakura didn't have the talent at the beginning, and could follow the master to learn the successful Baihao technique, but now he has the talent. Coupled with the assistance of Ningren, Fukuda's achiever will be higher than the original Xiaoun, and may even surpass the original Senju Hashirama. Ningren even thought that he could use his own eyes and system help. If you want to open your eyes, at least you have to open a Rinnegan of the lowest level. Otherwise, a Byakugan alone will not have a strong combat power and will not be able to protect yourself on the battlefield. As for the two people Gaara and Sasuke in front of him, Ningren has high hopes, and he thinks that this is because more and more people will be accepted by him in the future. There must be Sasuke in charge. The two are the best candidates. Then Sasuke and Gaara will each manage a different team outward. It can even be claimed that their teams are opposing. In this way, acting as the behind the scenes of the two organizations may be able to achieve a certain effect. After all, the real behind the scenes is generally in charge of several organizations. At this time, Ningren took Sasuke to complete the task. In Ningren's view, Sasuke's combat power and skills have been trained to the limit by themselves, and they have even reached the level in the original book. They are already supermodels, the only thing missing its actual combat experience. So after he brought Sasuke the two, he wanted to let the two of them take action during the battle, but he remained silent and watched. In this way, a group of people set off quickly, because the mission is not limited. There was no time limit for the goal. Yunfan wanted to choose the weakest tail beast for his first goal. Among the tail beasts, the strength was only the second to last tail beast, which was the tail beast with two tails. But according to the records in the original book, his people helped. Come out quickly, pigs can also control tail beasts, and can be completely tail beasts. If he remembers correctly, the name is Yu Wooden Golem. It was a woman who was very good. In the original book, she faced the small organization alone, and the two members were finally defeated and arrested. After pulling out the tail beast, it died, and when it reappeared, it was already a tool for drawing rebirth during the Fourth Ninja World War. It was used as a new small organization group, but Ningren knew that his strength was actually very strong, but there was not so much time to describe in the original book, but Ningren did not panic. After all, now his combat power and the support of Sasuke and Gaara can easily surrender at the very least. I said that although the ideal is full, the reality is very skinny, because human assistance is generally the top secret of the entire village, and will not be exposed until the critical moment. In the original book, this great person assistance described that the same village as Killer Bee belongs to their Cloud Shinobi village. But the level of secrecy is different from the Kirabi. It is not a superficial character, but a behind-the-scenes player who is hidden in the dark. Ningren didn't panic, and wanted to find the other party. It only needs to be done through Rin-Egan. After all, Rin-Egan has the ability to perceive the attributes and location of chakra. Even if the opponent hides it, he can easily catch it by himself. After all, to put it bluntly, it is also the fighting power of the village, and it is impossible to hide it all the time. So Ningren came to the place that was captured by the small organization at the time according to the clues of the original book. This is the underground of the whole village. There is a huge drainage pipe filled with various non-standard pieces of ninja road, and even some characteristics or detonation symbols. Chapter 44, Capture by Wooden Golem. Obviously, this is the power of Wooden Golem, which was specially prepared before. It is very powerful to face some ordinary people. This can be said to be a world of nets, but it is still not enough to face Ningren and others. Ningren directly asked Sasuke to do the work. He himself was watching. He wanted to see how well Sasuke and Gaara were fighting. So Sasuke and Gaara didn't lose time, so they chose to go directly because of the lock. Leave him. After all, he has Sharingan and can see everything around him. Gaara is indeed inferior to Sasuke in investigating. So at the beginning, Gaara followed Zoshi, but he also traded out 2 sets of yellow sand armor with a single wave of his hands. Wrapped on 2 people separately, so that both of them have a certain defensive ability, and will not be too passive when facing the enemy. The defensive power of this armor was calculated by Ningren before. I found that at least I can hold a tailed beast bomb attack. You must know that this is only Gaara's initial combat effectiveness. If it develops later, I am afraid that it will be able to achieve absolute defense in the true sense. Even in the face of some strong players in the 6 paths mode, it may be difficult to separate the opponents. After that, Ningren used Sharingan to hide his body in the dark. Behind the scenes, he slowly observed the actions of Gaara and Sasuke to see how they faced each other. Sasuke was more cautious. He first observed the surroundings with Sharingan. After seeing that no one was infested, they decided to return to the starting point, using this as the center, to investigate in all directions, and soon they found some traces. It turned out that this was the training ground of Wooden Golem. He would also come here when he was training for ninjas. He usually uses the puppets in the entire sewer space as training targets. As a person who controls the tail beast, he is the same as Killer Bee. It can control the atrophy of the whole body and even shrink, which is not something ordinary people can do. After the tail beastization, Wooden Golem can even have no stagnation. As well as releasing the tailed beast bomb without any hindrance, the maximum power of each shot can be guaranteed. This shows that if you catch this tailed beast, Ningren's combat effectiveness may be greatly improved. So Ningren knew that the mission could not fail, so he slowly came to the side and used his own strength to make the last defense. Even if Sasuke and the others were unable to complete the mission, Yunfan himself could chase and intercept here. Take wooden golem back directly. At this moment, Gaara seems to have discovered something. He summoned a big yellow sand hand with the yellow sand and slapped it hard against the ground next to him. Suddenly the ground army column revealed a room below, and the room seemed to be traces of human activity. It's just that the traces look like a long time ago and are not new. Sasuke also jumped down and used Sharingan to check the traces of chakra, and finally found that this place should have been originally a practice room, which was also used for practice. There are a lot of props placed here. And some special props made are all used in combat. There are also some special detonating charms. In short, there are many items here, such as mountains and seas. If you take some away, you may make a fortune as soon as you sell them outside. However, Ningren's purpose this time is not these precious ninja items, but to find the mantissa. But he found that someone had been here a long time ago, and he couldn't find the breath of wooden golem at all, but at this moment, Sasuke suddenly sneered, and he raised his right hand without the slightest sign. He used his Amaterasu, which was wrapped in black flames, and punched his body with both hands. Suddenly, this punch carried the power of destroying the world, and the flame of Amaterasu was wrapped on it, and everything he went through was covered. Burn into fly ash. And a gap was suddenly revealed on the ground, and a figure slowly crawled out of the gap. It was a blonde woman, who looked closely at him as wooden golem. At this moment, wooden golem seemed to have anticipated it. Generally, wooden golem had known their origins lurking here. He looked at Sasuke and said indifferently at this moment, "I was waiting for them to catch him." In fact, wooden golem knew before he found it, because his identity would definitely attract attention, and maybe he would be caught sometime, so he has been training every day to think that he is right away will be caught. In this almost suspicious state, special training every day, he never goes to the front door every time he goes home, he has to pass through the special small door. And today is exactly what they have. Ningren, 2 people came to attack him, but he found out. He even wanted to attack Sasuke. If it wasn't for Sasuke's homework to find out the other party in advance, he might have been successfully attacked now, but fortunately, Sasuke also reacted at this moment. With a wave of his hand, the Chidori was summoned again. After the Chidori was strengthened, it burned with black flames, and its power was a bit stronger than before. After watching the black flames and lightning appear, wooden golem gasped. It was originally thought that there were a few young guys to provoke itself, but it did not expect that the people who came could actually use Sharingan and this black flame. It is also knowledgeable. After all, it is the secret weapon of the village. Can only read the book. Understand some of the basic rules of the ninja world, including the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. He has also heard of it. I heard that Sharingan is a collection of the strongest illusion contract numbers. Those who can use them are those who can cut off their affection. According to wooden golem, this kind of person is undoubtedly a scum, so he doesn't doubt what they can do, but he knows that the scum in front of him is very powerful, so he slowly backed away a few steps. I surrounded my body with chakra and was ready to enter the tail beast state, and Sasuke seemed to see through his behavior, and smiled slightly and pointed to the detonating charms on the ground above. If wooden golem chooses to turn on the tail beastization at this time, then the huge body is likely to cause the collapse of the entire cave. Then his whole body will be pressed under the detonation symbol and it will be implicated after detonation. People. They may all die here. Seeing Sasuke's reminder, from wooden golem to the west exit, the skillful expression of air conditioning, as if Sasuke had already thought about it before, is just a reminder at this moment. In fact, Sasuke did think about it in advance. Before you came here, he had already carefully calculated the mission goal and mission process. First of all, the mission goal is a mantissa, which will definitely enter the mantissa, even if he can't control it. It is also possible to enter the tail beastization after the runaway. Chapter 45, Tailed Beast Bomb. So Sasuke has been prepared for a long time, because the tail beasts are generally huge, and he wants to use the terrain to inflict damage on the opponent. At this moment, he directly limits the wooden golem to prevent him from falling into the strongest state, and Sasuke is best at it. It's a close attack. If the opponent is a crowd, he is invincible. At this moment, he directly took out a long knife given to them by Ningren, and rushed towards the opponent's wooden golem, whose figure was ghostly fast, and Gaara was this one. At the same time, they cooperated with each other in tacit understanding, and with a wave of both hands, yellow sand was everywhere. A set of yellow sand armor is formed in the sky to protect Sasuke. Even if the height of this defense is really shrinking, you can hold it hard, and Sasuke also knows that Ningren next to him is here, so he didn't have any fear, and Gaara took a deep breath at this moment. With a fierce wave of the big hand, the yellow sand big hand suddenly turned into the big hand, covered with sharp thorns. If you were caught by this big hand, you might face the siege of these two people after 9 deaths. Wooden Golem was not covered by him. First, he walked in the cave through flexible body techniques. While avoiding the attack, he was looking for a chance to fight back, and he was worthy of being a man who successfully tamed the tail beast. Boosting combat power is not the usual one. After dodging from the left to the right, I found several chances of sneak attacks. Fortunately, Sasuke and Gaara cooperated to avoid the attack. Otherwise, they may have been attacked and hit the head in a different place. At this moment, Sasuke took a deep breath, and Amaterasu brewed quickly in his eyes, and brought Amaterasu to the limit. This is the day Ningren gave him. How can I make a defensive coat in the shape of Amaterasu and put it on? Turn attack into defense. Once someone attacks, then you can remember that the black flame can burn back down the road. So even if Sasuke doesn't attack, you can still use Amaterasu. Unless the opponent is a fool in this case, you won't fight back at all and let Wooden Golem. Seeing Sasuke's thoughts, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he tentatively threw out a few rounds of revenue lines, and in each hand there was a detonating talisman hanging on the scene with great power. Fortunately, Gaara reacted in time. Wrap these detonating charms with yellow sand directly, and the detonating charms will explode inside without having any effect, and they will break directly. At this time, Wooden Golem's expression suddenly changed, and it backed away a few steps, as if seeing something terrible, and then his expression was dull. It turned out to be Sasuke just now. Using illusion, you Wooden Golem confuses you Wooden Golem, allowing him to temporarily see the illusion of his own death. It's just an illusion, but it can also cause some impact. After all, their way of death in the illusion is extremely tragic, and they are chased through by countless tips. The whole body was torn apart, and a lot of blood flowed out, as if it had been eaten by some animal. It was cruel, and Ningren also secretly admired it in his heart when he watched by the side. He knew that Sasuke knew how to use illusion at least. This is basically two extremes compared to the previous one. If Sasuke used to be brute force before, but now it is a judgment between the two techniques. At this moment, Ningren looked at the battlefield and smiled with relief. At this moment, the cooperation between Sasuke and Gaara was very fast. When attacking, he could find the enemy's weakness every time he attacked, and it was a tacit understanding that allowed Wooden Golem to go to the west exit. Air conditioning is also the first time he has faced a member of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, he found that Sharingan's difficulty has reached a level that makes people horrible. Every time he wants to attack, he will be directly bounced by the illusion. Even the person who attacks does not know it is. It is not an illusion, so Wooden Golem also changed the technique. He was not attacking but defending. He fled towards the edge of the village and wanted to ask for support, but Gaara had already seen his thoughts. At this moment, he used yellow sand to summon a huge barrier in front of him, sealing the entire road. It made him unable to escape from the normal road, but Wooden Golem smiled and didn't seem to take it seriously. It turns out that he has another way. This is the alternate escape route he had planned before. It is very hidden. If it weren't for Shizuke, they would come. NS. Maybe he won't be able to open this path for the rest of his life. At this moment, he wants to escape along this path, but Shizuke will not allow his body to turn into a sharp sword and dash into the air. Sharingan quickly rotates the painting as a black flame toward the other side fiercely. Pounce. Fortunately, the figure of wooden golem quickly hid, otherwise, paying attention will make him dead. After that, Ning Ren watched from a distance and did not take action. He now knows that Shizuke is powerful, but he just doesn't know. How about Gaara? Gaara also trained him. The control and change of yellow sand has reached its peak. Before his skills were just grabbing and crushing, he can now create all kinds of strange shapes of yellow sand, which is powerful and more convenient. The battle is very changeable, and people can't guess how to deal with the next move. At this moment, Gaara waved his hand and summoned a large number of yellow sand dragons. The yellow sand dragons seemed to be alive. Wooden Golem pounced, and when Wooden Golem saw it, the patriarch of the busy clan with both hands used chakra to transform a big barrier in front of him. It was his human ability to summon wood style. A large amount of wood was used to block it in front, but it was of no avail. Instead, the dragon of yellow sand was directly knocked down, and the shield shattered directly and the wooden golem flew out by the whole person. When it fell on the ground, several mouthfuls of blood were spewed out. It wasn't that Shizuke kicked him in the back at this time. I am afraid that wooden golem will embed the whole person in the wall at this time. After they can't pull it out, when they are preparing to win the pursuit, they find that what is lying on the ground is just a sentence. The clone is not real. They are attacking a substitute. Only technique, Shizuke exclaimed with joy at the moment. He also understood. Now the enemy is getting stronger and stronger, and every mission will be getting harder and harder. From the beginning, their mission was only to kill Xiaobing in Konoha village. Now, if Shizuke doesn't get any other powerful players of this kind of tail beast level. If you improve. I'm afraid it's dead now. At the moment, Shizuke looks a little confused at the road ahead. I don't know if his fighting power can keep up with Gaara and Ning Ren. He is afraid that Gaara and Ning Ren will abandon him because Ning Ren can give him the strength to make him the strongest ninja beyond the tail of the crane. The level of trust has reached its peak, and at this moment he no longer hesitates to release the power of his eyes, Amaterasu and Kamui at the same time. He began to attack his target indiscriminately around him, which was to force out the ontology of wooden golem. After all, wooden golem, even if it can be hidden, is only a clone after all. Chapter 46, Mission complete. If the body is forced out, there is still nothing to do. At this moment, the real body of wooden golem is approaching Ning Ren's position, and he seems to want to escape from here, but he doesn't know you are still here, so Ning Ren smiled and waved forward. It was using the direction of wooden golem to change the direction of wooden golem without knowing it, and then fled in the opposite direction, and quickly came to Shizuke and the others. Shizuke didn't hesitate when he met the situation. He took out a shuriken with his right hand and threw it towards Ling Dong. However, wooden golem was not a vegetarian either. At this moment, his body was twisted, and his sword was pulled out towards Shizuke. He went back with a single knife. The power was very powerful. If it hadn't been for Shizuke to hide fast, I'm afraid it would have been tasted and split into two by now. It's just that Gaara didn't panic. He waved a layer of yellow sand armor with both hands, and once again densely covered Sasuke's body, making the armor thicker and more powerful. Stronger, even if it is attacked again, it won't hurt in the slightest, but Shizuke has a magical tone. Use Amaterasu to throw a few shurikens that the opponent threw just now. After the destruction, they looked at the cooperation of wooden golem Shizuke and Gaara for a long time. Now that they understand the meaning of each other, the two of them quickly used their strongest means with both hands. Sasuke's figure disappeared, and black flames enveloped him, as if forming a set of black armor. The shuriken in his hand has also become more powerful and wider in burning black flames. At this moment, Sasuke did not hesitate, so he rushed towards Wooden Golem in front of him. Fortunately, Wooden Golem was not a vegetarian, and wanted to avoid it, but Sasuke was faster, and Gaara assisted with yellow sand on the side to block it. Keeping Wooden Golem's movements at a slow speed, unable to be captured, Sasuke, who succeeded very quickly, chased Wooden Golem, with black flames erupting from his hands, and Wooden Golem, which also reacted quickly with both hands. Ninjutsu was used in an instant, and a black shield was formed before, as if it were made of gold, with bursts of metallic luster inside. It was so powerful that it actually blocked the attack on the left, but it was cold on the left. With a cold smile, it turned out that it blocked the attack. It's just the disadvantage of Sasuke. The real attack was on Gaara. Gaara was successful. With a wave of his hands, a large amount of yellow sand suddenly gathered in the sky and turned into a yellow sand. The earth fell with a hammer, and the blow seemed to shake everyone up after the mountain fell. Don't give up, it is very powerful. Even the strong Wooden Golem didn't dare to take this trick. He could only watch the yellow hammer fall and his body did not dare to move. He was hit into the ground with a hammer, and his body flew out for a long time. After going out more than 10 meters and landing on the ground, a few mouthfuls of blood spewed out, if it weren't for Ningren waved his hand next to him. Otherwise, he might have died, but he stood up again after spitting blood, and ran away again as if nothing happened. After all, his physical fitness was stronger than that of his friends. Well, the strong resilience is not something ordinary people can resist. He waved his hand at this moment. Suddenly a large number of spells and chakra are transformed, and the concentration in chakra is very strong. If ordinary people can't bear it, but he is a helper, and he can use some methods that could not be used to make the injured area grow quickly. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little jealous after seeing it. He also wanted to acquire this ability. After all, although he was bad, his physical strength was not strong. Once he was injured, he might be overwhelmed. But Sasuke knows that this level of battle is not too difficult. If Sasuke uses his full strength and cares about everything, he can really kill the opponent. Because Ningren's order is to capture alive, so they can't forcefully use the strongest skills. At this moment, Gaara waved his hand and immediately the yellow sand converged into a yellow sand ball with surveillance on it. He insisted on spinning quickly, with the force of the violent wind, as if it could tear all the divided ground, and rushed directly towards Sasuke. If you do not succeed in evasion, you will have to peel off even if you are immortal. Fortunately, Gaara's yellow sand ball has a high defense force, and Wooden Golem's figure is also very fast, and the two quickly drew a tie. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes flashed suddenly. Using his skill, Tian Shaoli exchanged his position with a detonation bitter. The detonator exploded and the position was the same as Ningren just saw. Its position was changed from Wooden Golem to Wooden Golem. This came to the front in a daze, and saw the detonation in front of him that was already in the detonation state. The body was enveloped by fire until he flew out and said that it was so far away. If it weren't for his physique, I am afraid that he would be dead now. At this time, Sasuke also used teleport again and came to Wooden Golem's back and punched hard with both hands. This punch is very powerful. If it weren't for this punch to take into account his life and death, I'm afraid that this punch would have killed the opponent, and Gaara was also assisting with the yellow sand to condense a big hand in the sky, toward the Wooden Golem grabbing the past by the Wooden Golem. Deo, this time can't hide. So he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, burning blue flames on his body. That was his power. It was his ghost talking. After I talked, my defense power was higher. I could have a super high defense, but I knew that no matter how high my defense power was, I could carry it. Unable to hold back his punch, Sasuke's punch hit the blue flame directly. The black flame of Amaterasu and the blue flame burned between each other as if no one was obedient to each other. The burning speed was very fast, and the blue flame was directly decomposed. At this moment, the wooden golem flew out upside down, fell heavily, and sat down. Having lost its combat effectiveness on the ground, Ning-Ren took a few steps forward and carried it up, and returned to the battle with the walking people. It took less than a few breaths in total. Everything is a long story, but the whole process of the battle ended very quickly. What Ning-Ren did not expect was that Sasuke and Gaara worked together to achieve such a tacit understanding. He also thought that two people would have disputes because of dissatisfaction with each other. The combat effectiveness is not strong, but I did not expect that the two people cooperated like comrades for many years. The skills and release time between each other are very accurate. Even the last time Sasuke and the 5L cooperated, they were not so perfect. These are two. With the tacit understanding and cooperation of time, Ning-Ren believes that as long as he accelerates his time training, maybe you can cultivate two existences that surpass the original work as Commander and Naruto. If they cooperate well, they may be able to defeat the strong and achieve unexpected results. At this moment, Ning-Ren quickly returns with Wooden Golem. Because Wooden Golem is a female, so Ning-Ren didn't get too close, but took her to the base. Orochimaru had already waited for it. Here they put Wooden Golem in place. Orochimaru and Tsunade started researching. First of all, the tail beast seals. After all, the tail beast has a very good relationship with Wooden Golem. If you use Rinnegan or distinguished heavenly gods at this time, you may be disrupted by the tail beast, so first seal the Mantissa and change the character in the forest before releasing it. At that time, even if the tail beast is unwilling to let Wooden Golem's body already belong to Ning-Ren, it is useless for him to struggle. At this moment, after Ning-Ren suppresses the shrinkage, his writing also rotates rapidly. Chapter 47, Mission Reward. After that, Ning-Ren took Sasuke 3 people back to the base. Along the way, Ning-Ren used sealing techniques many times to reseal the tail beast. All the power is suppressed in order to prevent the tail beast from suddenly running away. For sealing techniques, Ning-Ren chose Rinnegan, the simplest and most simple. With Rinnegan's seal, even if the tail beast struggled out, it still couldn't escape from this moment. So Ning-Ren took Sasuke and others back to the base. It was discovered that the base was being renovated at the moment. Because some of the facilities and equipment in the base were not completely built, when Ning-Ren built the base, he just used the most basic means to choose the system to build the base. Instead of building it yourself, some details need to be dealt with. At this moment, the entire base has been transformed by Orochimaru and Tsunade, and it has become a truly perfect base with various functions. Then Ning-Ren also placed the captured tail beast in front of Orochimaru while waiting for the opponent to wake up. At that time, you only need to use Sharingan to confuse this person, and then you will be able to put this person in your bag. After a while, the tail beast woke up slowly, and after seeing Ning-Ren in front of him, he took a few steps back vigilantly. However, Ning-Ren's eyes had opened up a reincarnation long ago, and in cooperation with distinguished heavenly gods, he immediately controlled Bai. At this moment, the dignified second tail Jinchuriki was easily controlled by Ning-Ren. From then on, Wooden Golem, Sasuke and Gaara, etc. will all work hard for Ning-Ren. And after being strengthened by the system, Sharingan's control effect far exceeds that of the original distinguished heavenly gods. It not only affects the character, but also affects various subtle aspects, which can completely change a person and completely reduce him to a slave of distinguished heavenly gods. It can be said that it is completely like a change of person, and there will be no betrayal. Even if it is to have a system, Ning-Ren wants to do this is very laborious. Every time he uses distinguished heavenly gods, it consumes a lot of him. Although it has unlimited energy, chakra is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. But correspondingly, it will also consume mental energy, and if it takes a long time, it will feel dizzy. But all this will change over time. As Ningren Master's time gets longer and longer, the side effects of his distinguished heavenly gods will become smaller and smaller, until finally there is no. At this time, Ningren saw that the task was completed, so he returned to his room, turned on the system and found that the task was displayed as complete. You can receive rewards. First of all, the rewards are gold coin rewards. Ningren couldn't be more familiar with it. He basically receives gold coins every time he completes a task, even if the number of gold coins is relatively small. It can also be regarded as a collateral item of the task. Each time you will get tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and all the tasks are getting harder and harder, and more gold coins will be given later. Even for every small task in the future, there will be almost tens of thousands of gold coins. At this time, the reward for this task is 500,000, which is exactly the same as the gold coins he spent last time. From now on, Ningren has thought that his gold coins are at least enough. Basically it is inexhaustible, unless it is to buy some of the highest quality. Otherwise, it is not said that it is not enough. However, Ningren also knows that even the current gold coins, he still has something he can't afford, that is, the most advanced ones. Some of them are ninjutsu. Some are props. In any case, their prices are very expensive, and they are more expensive than the price can have. So Ningren chose to draw cards almost every time. The spear magic weapon that he obtained last time, now he uses it very smoothly, whether it is attacking, defending, or growing, it is now perfect. After that, Ningren used his unlimited chakra to keep feeding the spear. The level of this black spear is now close to more than 100 levels. Although the speed of upgrading is a bit fast, the level afterwards will become slower and slower. And this 100. It's because Ningren did this when he entered chakra endlessly. In the ninja world, chakra is something that needs time to recover for others. But for Ningren, it is infinite, so he can instill chakra 24 hours a day. As a result, the level of this spear far exceeds the speed of its own upgrade. It is now close to more than 100 levels. After the success, the level of the spear has also been improved. From the appearance and color have not changed. The only change is that it is more powerful and sharper, whether it is to attack or defend more smoothly. After chakra blends in, he can explode stronger damage. Even some special skills can be used. Some ninjutsu may not be strong when used alone. But if you use this long gun, you can get a certain bonus. Although the current bonus is not much, only about 20%, it will gradually increase over time. In the end, it may increase the strength several times. Therefore, he almost has time. Once he finds that his surroundings are safe, he will transport chakra infinitely. However, if chakra has been transported for a long time, some things will happen over time. For example, Ningren's chakra delivery level will become more and more proficient. If Ningren used ninjutsu before, chakra was circulating in the body, and then placed in front of him to cooperate with some of the seals he had just pinched. Perform ninjutsu. Now, unlike Ningren, he doesn't even need to pinch with both hands. Although he can omit this step, it was forcibly omitted by the system, and now he has directly omitted this hand movement. Directly using chakra to communicate with the world, this is far beyond the normal situation several times. If a Hokage level other strong person sees Ningren, he will definitely be surprised. Because this has surpassed the most advanced method in the ninja world, even Hokage level other powerhouses can't do this. It is no exaggeration to say that Ningren's current power theoretically exceeds Hokage and others. He has even stood at the level of Uchiha Madara, this kind of ninja boss. In view of Uchiha Madara, this person may not have played Ningren, so now Ningren may be as strong as the original Sage of Six Paths. Now that Ningren is so strong, he basically has no fear. His next goal is to bring his organization up, because the time to bring it up is not too fast. So he needs to develop his staff first. now he has Sasuke in his hand, Konan and others are far from enough. Chapter 48, Strange Token. His idea was to catch all the tail beasts' Jinchuriki. Get one, made up of Jinchuriki, a new Akatsuki. Of course, being Jinchuriki is the secret of every village. Will be strictly protected. Therefore, Ningren can only snatch. If Jinchuriki does not cooperate. He replaced these Jinchuriki directly. Replace it with a new Jinchuriki, which will be used by yourself at that time, which is equivalent to taking control of 10 tails, and then run to Uchihamadara to snatch 10 tails body. You can summon 10 tails, and even activate your own Sage of 6 Paths mode in advance. By then, he will almost rule the entire ninja world. At this moment, after Ningren completed the task, he found that there was a special reward. This reward is rather weird. Ningren was also confused after seeing it, because the reward was not a magic weapon or ninjutsu, but a token. This token is primitive. It seems that the material is very strange, not like the material that can exist on the earth. It is black with a heavy force. It is in his hand, as if he is carrying a boulder. Ningren releases chakra to perceive and finds the above the breath was completely different from what he had felt before, which seemed to be a new power. Speaking of power, Ningren's first thought is that in the ninja world, power is divided into several types. That is chakra, fairy magic, and energy. However, this power seemed to surpass all powers, surpassing all beings above all powers, at least he hadn't seen it in the ninja world. Is it Kaguya? The first thing Ningren thought of was aliens and Xianshu. Because there is a fairy character written on this token, the font is vigorous and simple, like a writing brush, not so much something like a ninja world. On the contrary, it is more like the myth of Eastern legends. Could it be the world of cultivating immortals? Ningren scratched his head and quickly put the idea behind him. Because this idea is too exaggerated. After all, this is the world of ninjas, and the set in the novel shouldn't work. Ningren immediately thought of the enemy of the future. Since the journey, Ningren seems to be very lucky. Basically, there was no setback. As a result, Ningren's character began to swell. In a world where the weak and the strong eat, swelling is undesirable. This token is like a shot in the heart. Let Ningren sober. Let him know that there are still many unknown dangers in this world. This gave Ningren a sense of crisis and must quickly become stronger. Nodded, Ningren made up his mind and took out a scroll. Above, what is recorded is the introduction of the big-tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. He is going to subdue Jinchuriki. Moreover, the process must be advanced. Of course, the current tail beast is not an opponent of Ningren at all. But as the boss behind the scenes, his own shot seems too low-end. So he decided to send 3 people, Sasuke, to march towards the surroundings. Those who are looking for new ninjas, collect them and become their own men at the same time. You can also subdue Jinchuriki by any means. You can exercise Sasuke and the others, or complete tasks with 1 stone and 2 birds with 1 stone. Sasuke and their actions are also very fast, almost the moment when Ningren's order appeared. All 3 people set off, heading in 3 directions. Sasuke, Gaara, and Orochimaru, the 3 of them moved separately, moving in 3 directions. After all, you can cast the net widely to catch the big fish. Because everyone's mission goals are different. Therefore, Ningren specially gave them tips and asked them to deal with what they do best. Sasuke, this goal is the Kingdom of Water. Because the Kingdom of Water is not far from the Kingdom of Gods, and Sasuke and the others have also been to the mission before. So I should be very familiar with light cars and roads. Sasuke quickly came to the border of the water country, and he moved forward while checking the information. Because the geographical environment of this country is humid, the ground is mostly swamps, and the air is full of white mist, making it difficult to see the 5 meters ahead. The entire sky was covered with grey clouds, and I couldn't even see the road ahead. Below is also a swamp that is easy to hide and some blood-sucking leeches. This kind of environment is generally the best choice for bandits and bandits. So here is a bandit paradise, and usually there are many talents here. Sasuke's purpose is to find strong people who can do things for Ningren here. As Sasuke progressed, he gradually came to the depths of this water country. The terrain here is more complicated, and the moon in the sky is no longer visible. Because it was already dark at the moment, the fog was thick, and nothing was visible on both sides of the road. Sasuke could only start to move forward with his instinct. Because this is the old nest of Renin, there are some hidden crocodiles and other beasts. So Sasuke has to be careful. After all, he looked like an ordinary ninja, who would inevitably be regarded as a prey. May attack him at any time, so he should always be prepared to defend. However, because of Sharingan's help along the way, he didn't see anyone. It seems that there is no one here. Then as he moved forward, he found there were some traces of battles here, and blood and broken weapons were everywhere on the ground. There were weapons here. In it, suffering supremacy, Sasuke can feel some chakra breath. The breath of chakra was accompanied by a strong smell of blood. If judging the strength according to recent times, it should be no weaker than Kakashi etc. Is a relatively powerful ninja. Sasuke's eyes flashed, and he proceeded carefully, following the mark slowly. Gradually he has reached the core area of the entire Water Kingdom. Those who can come here, unless they are wanted criminals, or bounty hunters. Otherwise, there can be no people here if the birds do not shit. But after Sasuke arrived at this moment, he found that there were bonfires everywhere here, as well as some daily materials, and there were some ninja props on the materials. After seeing these props, Sasuke was able to think of this place in all likelihood, before it was a nest of rebels or bandits. However, after Sasuke used Sharingan to observe the surroundings, he did not find the enemy. Even some small animals, here, are not there. It's like being cleaned up deliberately. However, Sasuke won the true biography of Ningren. I know, the more weird, the more likely it is. So Sasuke looked again, more carefully than last time. This time, as expected, at a distance of hundreds of meters nearby, he found that some people were hiding here, as if attacking himself, but Sasuke sneered. He can see that these people are not strong. Chapter 49, White. So he retracted his arm, calmly, took out the two swords in his hand, and swiped it forward, with black flame attached to it. That is Amaterasu flame can make this power more powerful. All the shurikens that sneaked over were knocked into the air, and Sasuke's figure immediately disappeared in place. When he appeared, he was already behind the enemy, and the black flame in his hand slashed fiercely and knocked that person down. Soon after, Sasuke disappeared again, reappearing already behind the other person. In his hand, he had already taken out a handful of kunai. Toward that person, he chopped over. However, the enemy is also a ninja, and he has reacted at this moment, subconsciously took out kunai, and confronted Sasuke once. Sasuke's kunai, drawn from Ningren, is of far better quality than ordinary kunai. Only a sound of metal, the sound of collision, the kunai in the man's hand when he recovered, was cut in half by the kunai in Sasuke's hand. What? It's impossible, what kind of kunai is that you got? Because of the close distance, Sasuke also saw the other person's appearance clearly. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, looking like a gangster. He was looking at Sasuke in horror at the moment, as if he wanted to ask for mercy. But Sasuke would never give the opponent this opportunity. His eyes blinked lightly, and a black flame was released, directly burning the man's head. After doing all this, Sasuke took a few steps back lightly and easily avoided the few shurikens that sneaked from behind. On the shuriken, there are still a few detonating charms that have entered a burning state. But Sasuke has a deft figure, and before these detonators exploded, he once again moved to another tree. Here he took a sigh of relief and used Sharingan to observe the surrounding environment and found that there was not just one person hidden here, but more than a dozen people. They are all staring at Sasuke at the moment. No one dared to step forward, but they kept their distance, as if they didn't intend to let Sasuke leave. Hehe, the kid reacted very quickly, but dare to provoke us, today you are dead. At this moment, a cold voice came. Sasuke looked and found that he was an old man. The old man wears a blindfold, and a parrot is standing on his shoulder. To see its status, and where it is behind everyone. Obviously it should be the boss of this group of people. At this moment, he looked at Sasuke negatively and looked like he was sure of him. In fact, in the eyes of this old man, Sasuke is very likely to be a bounty hunter. There are actually some bandits here. The transaction was going on here, and I saw Sasuke. I thought Sasuke was just a stunner who didn't want his life to offer a reward. But now they found that Sasuke's reaction speed and combat talent did not fall behind the superior ninjas in some villages. This made them and the bandits a little frightened. Even if they were bandits, they just robbed some ordinary people to sell various contraband between the villages for huge profits. It was impossible for them to really face the village. The old man in front of him even saw that Sasuke was probably from the big village. He even suspected that Sasuke was the ninja in Konoha village, but he was still not sure. If it was really a ninja in Konoha village, even this old man would definitely not dare to fight Sasuke anymore. Because each of the ninjas in Konoha village is a decisive generation, he doesn't want to fall into the hands of this kid. So I wanted to say something to ease the tension. This little brother, I still have some gold bars in my hand. As the old man was talking, Sasuke suddenly sneered, and his figure disappeared in place. While waiting to appear, he was already behind one of them, and the samurai sword in his hand lifted the knife and cut off his head. Then Sasuke pointed to the old man and said coldly with his blood-stained hands, "Just to see how strong you are? Now that you don't deserve to be our adult's subordinate, so there is no need to waste time. Go and die." Hearing Sasuke's words, the old man's intention to bribe Sasuke disappeared. At this moment, he snorted coldly and roared directly. "I wanted to let you go, but I didn't know how to praise, then you go to die." After speaking, the old man waved his hand, and the khaki armor suddenly appeared on his body. It turns out that this old man is Tsunagakure's betrayal, and he also knows how to control Huangsha. The armor on his body is a kind of ninjutsu similar to Gaara. But compared to Gaara, the old man's armor is just a thin layer of paper. Sasuke sneered at this moment, and the lightning condensed with his right hand, and shot out from the air. Suddenly, a blue lightning with the thickness of a bowl turned into a wandering dragon and went straight to the old man's chest. The old man was also stunned by this trick. He originally thought that Sasuke would only use some small ninjutsu and throwing darts, because they are only limited to this level. But I didn't expect that Sasuke actually threw out lightning, which has exceeded A-level ninjutsu. Because this move was too sudden and too fast. The old man had no time to react, so he was hit by lightning, and his body was instantly turned into black. The whole person was driven by the power of the lightning, and he went out and fell more than 10 meters away. The yellow sand armor on his body also shattered directly, and the dozen younger brothers beside him suddenly stood still in the moment just now. Each of them raised their hands and drew out their weapons. Or, committing suicide by cutting abdomen, or directly killing himself, one after another staged in front of the old man, suicide scenes one by one. The bloody scene and the weird picture made the old man stare blankly. His legs were shaking at this moment. Could it be that illusion can't be done? No, no, let me go, let me go. The old man wanted to kneel on the ground at this moment and kowtow to Sasuke. How could he have seen this kind of battle? He was just a little bandit. Looking at Sasuke at this moment, against the backdrop of the night, blood-red eyes slowly walked towards him, and a name suddenly appeared in his heart. That is Konoha village, the strongest clan of the year, the Chiba clan, the eyes of this young man are indeed exactly the same as the legendary Sharingan. Thinking of this, the old man hardly waited for Sasuke to kill him, so he whimpered and frightened him to death. Sasuke glanced at the old man, curled his mouth in disdain, raised the knife in his hand, and took the old man's head away. After that, some gold bars and checks were collected from everyone's bodies. After putting them away, Sasuke was about to move forward and leave here. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly remembered behind him. "You want to leave so soon after killing someone?" Chapter 50, Lion Majesty. The voice was very soft, but it sounded murderous to Sasuke, so Sasuke hardly hesitated. The moment the sound reaches the ear, it rolls forward. At the location where he was just now, a dozen silver needles flew out and hit the big tree next to him. The big tree was originally full of life and its leaves were green. But after being hit by these silver needles, it actually started to turn purple. In the end, within a few seconds, it quickly withered, and the whole tree turned into a dry dead tree in an instant. Seeing all this, Sasuke took a deep breath. He understood that if the needles hadn't escaped, he would have to be poisoned and died. Obviously, the enemy's skill should be the use of toxins. And Sasuke's Sharingan can see through everything and let him deal with illusions, or some people who manipulate puppets, fortunately. But in the face of toxins, Sasuke has almost no advantage. So Sasuke, with a cautious character, first thought was to retreat quickly. But the master of that voice has slowly arrived in front of Sasuke. Sasuke saw that it was a man with a mask. Judging from his figure and height, he should be someone about the same age as Sasuke. Only wearing a mask, unable to distinguish between men and women, the voice just now also contained ninjutsu, and it sounded very hoarse, so it was impossible to distinguish. But Sasuke didn't care about that much. His task was to bring masters for Ning-ren. In front of him, the young man seemed to have extraordinary strength, so Sasuke moved his mind. At this moment, he stretched his hand into his waist, took out a shuriken, and turned his eyes quickly, trying to use his Sharingan. And that young man seemed to have witnessed the war between Sasuke and the old man just now, and at this moment, he jumped and hid in the fog. The fog here was originally very thick. In addition, the terrain here is complicated. If it hadn't been for Sasuke to use Sharingan just now, he wouldn't be able to see the situation here at all, and the young man seemed to have used some special means. A special white mist actually rose up on the scene. This white mist could actually restrict Sharingan's case a little bit, making it impossible for Sasuke to see the other party's location for the first time. At this moment, Sasuke could not see, but his ears could hear. He heard two sounds of breaking through the air in front and behind him, which was a weapon flying over. Sasuke almost jumped up and slashed the samurai sword in his hand against his body, and directly touched the flying weapon. Suddenly, sparks burst out. Sasuke's eyes flashed, and then he realized that the two silver needles flying over were also two silver needles, but there was no toxin on them, because Sasuke hadn't seen any changes in his knife. With this force, Sasuke flashed to the side, and stood on the big tree next to him. Here, he quietly lowered his figure, trying to hide himself, and at the same time used illusion to improve the environment here. Modified. Added some trees, and some stones to integrate these real and fake environments, which may play a role in subsequent battles. This is also Professor Ning-ren's use of illusion. It can not only confuse the enemy, but also change the terrain, even if it will not be used for a while, because it can distinguish the terrain of the illusion, and it can also play a surprise effect. In this environment, the extra rocks and trees would not be doubted by anyone at all, if the young man accidentally stepped on the illusion tree. If you accidentally fall, Sasuke can take this opportunity to launch an attack. After that, the scene fell into peace for a while, and neither Sasuke nor the young man made any more movements, and seemed to be watching each other's actions. And on the other side, Gaara also came to his destination, this is the Kingdom of Wind, because after all, he is from Tsunagakur, and he is very familiar with this desert. Here he is almost a know-how. Without the introduction of Ningren, he basically knows the number and distribution of the strong. What he thought of was to capture the 1000th-generation mother-in-law of the Kingdom of Wind, but this 1000th-generation mother-in-law, at this moment, is the wind shadow of Cheyenne Village, my lord. If you want to get close, you may need to spend some means, but for Gaara, who has returned from learning, it is not worth mentioning. At this time, Gaara slowly stepped into the yellow sand area, where others may feel hot and uncomfortable, but Gaara was born here and has a natural adaptability. He slowly moved forward towards Tsunagakur, looking forward, backward, left and right. The sky was full of yellow sand. From time to time, there would be a sandstorm that made people hard to see. The road ahead was hidden in the yellow sand at every interval. Some Lion Majesty and Sasori, these poisonous insects. People living here, whether they are ordinary people or ninjas, will know some detoxification methods. After all, they live in a pile of poisonous insects every day. I'm afraid that people who can't detoxify have already been eliminated. This is the survival of the fittest, and the Trakin village deliberately went to make some detoxification drugs, because Tsunagakur has been here for generations. The detoxification medicine has also been upgraded and updated from generation to generation. Up to now, the antidote here has been able to detoxify most of the poisonous insects. However, there are still some toxins that cannot be removed, and that is a snake that lives exclusively in the desert. Called the yellow sand python. This kind of snake is not introduced in the original work, but it does exist in Cheyenne village. Their size and appearance look like giant pythons in the jungle, each of which can reach more than 10 meters in length, and the patterns on their bodies are yellow and hidden with yellow sand. Even if the body is huge, if you don't look carefully, you can't tell where is the snake and where is the yellow sand. The poison of this kind of snake is very strong, and it almost seals the throat with blood. Once poisoned, even the presence of a medical ninja will not be able to save it. Unless it is to cut off the bitten place promptly, and the poison of this snake is too violent, causing him to become the existence of everyone in Cheyenne village. Even for a while, Tsunagakur sent ninjas to clean up the yellow sand pythons near Cheyenne village, and Gaara was also a member of the team. At that time, he discovered that this toxin from the yellow sand python could be used to make some puppets, and it would surely be unexpected when used in battle. At that time, Gaara met a ninja who specializes in manipulating puppets. His name Gaara did not know. But he knew that his puppet manipulation ability was stronger than Kankuro and Sasori who had rebelled against the village. This time Gaara's purpose this is the person,